Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wherever you are in the world, welcome to the Thailand International Touring Car Championship, TITC, for 2026. My name's Scott Guyatt. On behalf of RC Race Media and Scotty Ernst Productions, delighted to welcome you to this control and seating practice day one of our official broadcast here from TITC. We're at RC Addict in the northern suburbs of Bangkok. It has been a fabulous week, a week and a half, 10 days. Some people have been here practicing. We're into controlled practice this afternoon, one round of controlled practice, two of seating for our two fastest categories, our open brushless or boosted class, and of course our modified class. All that lies ahead of us this afternoon. Right now the races are on track, wrapping up the last of the free practice sessions. In a moment we're going to throw to a little package we recorded yesterday to show you around the facility. If you've never been here before, it's an incredible facility, so much packed into this place. There are races and pits everywhere, all over the place. We're going to throw to that in just a moment. On the other side of that, we're going to come back with one round of controlled practice, and then we're going to go into those two seating practice rounds this afternoon, all important to set the grids for tomorrow's qualifying. We'll give you all that detail when we come back on the other side of this. For now, let's go to the tour. Let's show you around this incredible facility here at RC Addict as we get ready to go on the clock at TITC 2026. Come back on the other side of this. Friends, wherever you are in the world, welcome to the arena. This is RC Addict Raceway, home for TITC 2026, this extraordinary race. This is our Monza, our Indianapolis, our Bathurst, one of the most incredible circuits on the world of RC, and this one of the most incredible events. We're here for TITC 2026. My name's Scott Guyatt, here on behalf of RC Race Media and Scotty Ernst Productions. Today, Wednesday, we're going to take you for a tour around the facility. I want to show you what makes this place extraordinary, what's going on here as open practice continues in the lead up to this weekend. Over my shoulder you can see the racetrack here. We're in the northern suburbs of Bangkok, just about 40 minutes out of the CBD. This venue here, RC Addict, has played home for the race the last 10 years or so. It started life in 2002, just around the corner at RCS, home of the 2008 World Championships. And since then it's moved around a couple of spots, but it's been here at RC Addict for the last decade or so. Extraordinary facility. You can see, you can get a sense of the arena almost setting here with the stand, and we'll go and take a look at that in a moment. You can see the track surrounded by banners. What you can't see on the screen, but we can tell you, is the grip is incredible. It's hot, it's 35 degrees, something like that, nearly 100 in Fahrenheit. So it's hot, it's sticky, it's muggy. The best drivers from all around the world are here. We're going to take you for a little bit of a look and show you around this facility here at RC Addict as we work our way into this event. All here along the left-hand side, all of the hobby stores. So 3 different hobby stores selling everything and anything that a racer could need to go fast here at RC Addict. We've got food vans out on the street. We'll take you for a look at those a little bit later on. It's not just a racetrack, it really is a village almost with stores. We'll take a look inside one of the hobby shops here, FRC. Got all sorts of bits and pieces on sale here, and as I said, this is one of the 3 venues, 3 hobby shops in the venue. There's offices, there's private pitting areas, there's all sorts of things we're going to have a bit of a look at. There's food and drinks available here, and I said we'll take you out on the street shortly and show you the street food. It's really just a suburban street here in Bangkok. As I said, we're about 40 minutes north of the CBD, and it is just a suburban street. There's a KFC across the road, there's an indoor golf simulator next door. You take 2 steps off the street and you're here right in the middle. Come with me, let's take a walk through the pits. We won't stop and chat with people at the moment because today we just want to show you around and give you a sense of what's going on. So as we look around, just to your left there, that's where racers are checking in and buying merchandise, t-shirts and so on. We've got the brand new TRF 421X on display over here as well. We might see if we can get you a shot of that. So it's all business today. It's Wednesday, we're in the last day of open practice, and racers are checking in from around the world, getting tyres and tech sorted, and of course dialing in. And that's where all of the tyre sales and so on happen, down here on the left. Back around over my shoulder is the tech area, so racers needing to come and check in and tech their cars today. make sure that electronics, batteries, chassis, there's lots of classes here, and we'll talk you through some of the different classes that have very particular rules. So this is where racers come and get checked in for tech. And then just before we go into the pit area itself, we'll give you a quick look behind the scenes of this is the control practice board. So racers are given a numbered token, they come on in and nominate a spot on the board here, and that's how the free practice works. It's been working 9 days, 10 days, something like that. Someone was telling me yesterday they've been here. One of the things that makes this race so extraordinary is that the track is open all day, every day. The lights go on in the evening, practice continues. Races have literally been here for up to 10 days already, and we're not even officially underway yet. So we'll take a walk down through the pits. We've got all the pitting teams down here, so we'll try and pick some out. We've got a hobby wing squad here, first of all. On the left, one of the motor and power companies doing some support. Then we've got the big Infinity team. Plenty of talent in that Infinity team. All sorts of skills and potential. Bruno Coelho, 4-time champion here at TITC, of course, leading the charge in that team. Andy Moore is here as well. He's a 2-time champion and a past world champion as well. I just had a look at the board, and what I can tell you is that there are only 3 former winners of the mod class in this event that are not here. That is an extraordinary kind of statement about how much this event means to the racers who come and race here. We've got Axon here on the left, and then down the far end is Team Yokomo. And then on the next table we've got Automatics. All of the big teams from all around the world are here. The pits are abuzz. They've been abuzz all day, every day. And I've only mentioned modified touring, of course. There are 6 or 7 classes. We've just got to kind of barge our way through here, really, don't we? On the right, we've got Team Mugen and LRP. Working hard. There, Ronald Volker on a high after taking the win at the Euro Touring Series just a couple of weeks ago. Then we've got some of the Express team over here on the left down the far end. There's more of those guys around the back we'll see in a moment. And then we've got a big team X-Ray as well. David Ronafolk's here, of course. Adam Isay's here. Martin Hoodie's here. Alexander Hagberg, twice a winner of this race, is here for X-Ray as well. Just doing some work there on body shells. There's a lot of experimentation that's gone on over the last week and a half, and body shells just one of those fine little details that goes into winning this race. So that's the X-Ray squad. If we swing around to the right, we'll spot the Team Titan. So a good crew there from Team Titan. And then we'll take a quick duck in here, and this is the kind of, probably a bit too noisy for us, but cleaning bays, cleaning stations, compressed air and water and so on. So racers making their way back in here, anyone that's grinding tyres, those kinds of things can all happen in here. It's one of the classes here, the Tamiya Porsche Cup local class running the Tamiya. I think it's the TAO2, as we take a quick squiz out into the surrounds of the racetrack as practice continues. This is one of the lower spec classes that's going on, practice going on here. I think I said there are 6 or 7 classes. The modified class, of course, we all know. Just about every other class here is unique in a sense to either to this race or to racing in Asia. We've got the boosted class, which is brushless 13.5 turn motors, choosing from a range of motors and then free in the speed control. So those cars boosted almost as quick as modified, hitting 100 kilometres an hour down the back straight. We continue to work our way here through the pits. We've just got the last of the X-Ray squad on our left, and then we get down into the lower pit area. One of the things that amazed me when I arrived here yesterday at RC Addict is how every square metre of this place is just used. It is packed. So anywhere there's a spare bit of shade, there's a pit area set up. We'll go and show you some pit areas that didn't fit on the facility that are out in the street, but this more of some of the Australian squad are here on the left. We've got some more of the Express. Oh look, the Australians have brought some little personal air conditioners with them. That's not right. If you're Australian, you shouldn't. They might not be Australian. They might have come from the Northern Hemisphere. We've got Team Express down here as well. I counted up before, I think there are 10 or 11 chassis manufacturers with a genuine chance at making a modified A final here this weekend, and Express one of those. I'll go through the list in a couple of minutes. We've got a small squad from Team Iris here as well, down from the Northern Hemisphere. Cars being worked on, tyres glued. As I said, last day of open practice today. Mr. Shinadachi's here with a Kyosho shirt on. We'll check and see if we can find out if they're running a Kyosho car a little bit later on. And then we're going to have to duck outside, I think, because we're not going to fit our way through that very tightly packed area of the pits. I said that we're just here in a suburban street, so that's it. We literally just step out of the pits and we're into this laneway. You're not allowed to paint bodies inside the pit, so we've got a little, you never know what you find out here in the laneway, but this is where body painting happens. We'll duck back inside. We won't kind of push our way back in, but Team Shoemaker are in here on the left, Mika Lolowski, Mattia Polito, Simon Nicholson from Australia. We won't go too close into there. We've been asked not to show some of the cars that might be seen on tables, and then Tamiya here. So Team Tamiya running the new 421X with Atsushihara as a guest driver this weekend. Now you might think that is the end of the pit area. You would of course be mistaken. Come with me, we can go upstairs. You get a lovely shot of my calves as we go up the stairs, because that's just level 1 of the pit area. And in fact, Tony can scan around and give you a sense of just the buzz, the energy, the noise that's going on around the place. We're looking down over Team Infinity here. Naoto Matsukura, 4-5-time world champion, I think he is, across a couple of disciplines. Jesse Davis from Australia, part of that squad as well, making the move to electric for this year. And then we look back over to the merch and tyre area. We're upstairs now on one of the upper levels, and what we find up here is a whole lot of private pit spaces. So racers can, I guess in a sense, rent these places, and some of these rooms are extraordinary. They're all set up with all kinds of tooling and equipment, and we'll see if we can just knock on a door here and poke our nose in. Can we just have a quick look at your private room? We'll give you a quick look. So this is kind of typical of what's up here. So there'll be half a dozen racers pitting in here. They can leave their own gear all here all the time. The air oh, it's beautiful. It's cool in here. We might stay in here, Tony, I reckon. It's pretty nice in here. So it's a bit tight up here, but you can see how long this hallway is. And this is what's... Okay, so this side on your right is a new addition in the last couple of years. I think the rooms are all fairly similar. We might take a chance and just poke our nose in one more of these. Hello. Have a look, and you can see bodies hanging on the wall, all kinds of equipment, and the guys just tucked away up in here, their permanent home here at RC Addict Raceway. Incredible facility. The air conditioner is blazing away. Again, I think Tony will just relocate up to this private pit space up here. Got their own timing screen, keeping an eye on things. Orlovsky, fastest of all so far, just ahead of Ronald Volker this morning, that is. So we'll keep going down. There's pit rooms either side of us here. You never know what we might find if we poked our nose in behind some of these, so we won't do that. We can't see into them easily. And this facility just goes on and on and on. And then we'll duck around to back towards the track now. There's another little space up here for lockers, so racers can keep their own equipment here during the week if they want to rent a locker and keep that all locked away. And we can look back down over the pit. So we've just walked from one end to the other. We've been in those private pit rooms that are along the right-hand side, you can see there. And now we're down what would be the western end of the facility, looking down over Team X-Ray. And then we come to another whole row of pit rooms. These are marked as VIP rooms. So I think some of these are available for rent, and some of the companies have rented some of these rooms for the week. I know Mark Reinhardt's in one of these rooms up here. I think that's his room there, but I don't see him in there. So we won't probably go barging in looking at things that we shouldn't perhaps look at. So yeah, there's 4 or 5 of those VIP rooms. Infinity have one of them. I'll have a quick look in there to the Infinity guys. So this is and you look at the view out over the racetrack. So it's an incredible location to spend the week here, wrenching, working, preparing, and looking straight out over the racetrack here, the western end of the racetrack. And we'll take a look at that track in a moment. The facility it's just an extraordinary place. It just goes on and on and on. Like I said, every square metre is used. And we're coming around now to what is the driver's stand. And you can see drivers out on track practicing and queued up. There's a whole scanning in kind of entry system here. So when you come and sign in for the race, you're given a scan card and attach that to your radio. You come and bump that on. Here's one. Here's an example. So that's how you get in. And like we said before, we showed you that whiteboard downstairs where drivers are booking their practice times. In here on our left is race control. So that'll be a hive of activity over the next couple of days. 14 drivers at a time up here on the driver's stand during practice. That means we can get through a whole bunch of races over the course of the week. Oh, there we go. We'll follow Ludo in for a quick look at race control. So again, this is where the magic happens and will happen over the course of the week. The guy's just getting set here today, making sure everyone's entered and we've got all of the details. We'll go and get out of the way there. There's a few other things I wanted to show you while we're on this tour. So we'll head back downstairs. We might duck around into the pit lane area as cars are going out on track for practice and coming in. Practice here just running on like clockwork. Every 5 minutes the bell rings, drivers pull in, leave the driver's stand, the next group go immediately out. So 30-second changeover at the most. It's an incredibly well-oiled machine in that regard. And so this brings us trackside here, and we've got the next group of cars ready to go out. This is the non-boost spec class. So these are running a 17.5 turn motor that we'd be familiar with, although not necessarily off any approved list. There's a bit of an open range of kind of what would you call outlaw motors. Motors have to be from sponsors of the event, so there's a list of about 5 companies that sponsor the event who provide motors for this class. And they're also using body shells that are off a short list of body shells. So they're Tamiya. We might see if we can have a close look at one of those cars. I'll borrow your car for a sec. So there's a whole range of about 4 or 5 different body shells. There's a Porsche, this is a Honda CRV, I think it is. There's a Nissan Skyline, all sorts of things that are on the controlled body list for this non-boost class. We'll have a closer look at that over the course of the weekend. But just one of the support classes here alongside the headline modified and boosted brushless classes. There's also rally cars, there's front-wheel drive, there's a ladies' fun class, these big wheel kind of crazy things. So that's trackside. You can get a feel for it. We face to the north here, and so the sun is over behind the building. This front straight stays in the shade all day long. And then as the afternoon progresses, more and more shade comes across the track. So by about 4:15 local time in the afternoon, the track is in full shade, and it becomes what is known locally here as happy hour. The grip comes up, the lap times go down. That hour or two from 4 o'clock onwards through till about 6 is an extraordinary kind of period to sit trackside and watch. It's getting a little noisy in there. We'll go back. I just want to show you a couple of other things as we kind of almost at the end of our facility tour. Like I said, it's almost like a shake your head kind of crazy thing that's going on here. 8-9 days worth of practice. There's still another half a day today and a half day tomorrow of open practice before we go into seeding. I said we took 2 steps off the street to get into the track, and I'm about to show you exactly what that means. Before we do that though, remember I said every square metre of the place was used? Here's the footpath being used. So for this event, the guys bring in a, we'll go down the end here and stick our nose in. There's about half a dozen of these air-conditioned site sheds that are available for rent. So there are drivers, groups of friends who've got together and rented a shed, and then some of the manufacturers have rented a shed. We'll just stick our nose in here with this shed full of friendly Australians. Oh, and one friendly Englishman, Tom down in the corner there. So this is the kind of what's going on inside, air-conditioned, nice shade out of the way, out on the street here. Not a bad spot. So there are about 6 of these site sheds because such is the size and scale of this event. No matter how much of the facility is used for pits, there just isn't enough space. I'm going to finish by saying we step straight out here onto the street. We try to be careful not to get run over. And here we are, literally 2 steps off the side of the track. We're out here on the street. All down to your right, my left are local food vendors. I'll come and I'll show you what I had for breakfast this morning. So an extraordinary collection of like amazing Thai street food, freshly made to order. And then over behind there's KFC and there's corner stores just down the road and so on. I had the red Thai curry this morning for breakfast. Doesn't sound like a normal Australian breakfast, but it was pretty good, and this is right where it's cooked. I went for this one up here, the number 3 on the list. Can highly recommend with the poached egg on top, and all the cooking just going on right here. So there's so many things about this race that people love. The track is amazing. The best racers in the world come from all over the world for this event. That's incredible. The location here in Thailand, there's something kind of special about being in Thailand, being here. We'll just go back quickly trackside and finish off this little story. So yeah, being in Thailand in the Mid-East, the Asia Pacific kind of area, there's something special about that. The food is amazing. The price, the travel is relatively affordable. And one of the other racers said to me this morning that, so as we look at the building, we'll just take one quick look up the stairs. We won't go up there. Actually, we will. I'm going to finish up here because I want to show everybody something. So upstairs here is the Thai headquarters of Ride RC. They've provided space for us for the week. So their offices and facilities are up here, but I want to show you one special thing that's just inside the door here. As we look outside, I want to show you this wall of championship bodies. So we'll just pan around here and you see if you can see what sort of bodies you can see of past TITC winners, past world champions. The likes of Mark Reinhard, Atsushihara, Andy Moore, Surakan, Alexander Hagberg. It's just a great collection of body shells here as we kind of share something of the history and the story of TITC. We're going to duck through and go out, give you one last look at the racetrack. I'm going to squeeze past the boys here in the office. We're all recording. So it's one of the homes for some of the media teams. RC Racing TV are here. And then we get back out trackside. It's like a rabbit warren, friends. If you've never been here, it's extraordinary. I've been here 24 hours. I'm still shaking my head at just how much is packed into this facility. It is an incredible race that's ahead of us over the next 4 days. It's almost impossible to pick a winner. There are only 3 past winners of mod touring. I think I said this a few minutes ago, that are not here. So in the 23-year history of this event, there are only 3 people who've won it that are not here this weekend. The field is incredibly deep. We're 6 weeks out from the World Championship. This is already the most important touring car race in the world of an annual basis, but when the Worlds is just 6 weeks away, it makes this event even more important. That's in the mod touring class, of course. The boosted, that 13.5, extraordinarily fast. The non-boosted touring cars are going to be there. The Porsche Super Cup, we talked about those Tamiya cars. The rally cars are so much fun to watch. Watch them drifting and sliding and wheel spinning. I've heard rumours there's a jump that comes out for the rally car class. We'll see about that. Welcome to TITC 2026. Big thank you to Rad Bodies who've come to help support us getting here and bringing you this coverage, to Hobbywing who are there with us, Sweep RC, Team Savox, Ride RC or RC Ride as I said, and Australia's Speedy RC. All working with us here at RC Race Media and Scotty Ernst Productions. Scotty will be here on the microphone from Friday onwards. We look forward to sharing the whole weekend from open practice through all of the qualifying to Sunday's incredible finals here from RC Addict for TITC 2026. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to RC Addict Raceway here in Thailand for TITC 2026. Scott Guyot with you this afternoon through seating and controlled practice. On behalf of RC Race Media and Scotty Ernst Productions, a big greeting and shout out to you wherever you are in the world. Glad to have you with us and we are excited to be here. A couple little bits of housekeeping to get through in the next couple of minutes to let you know. We are in the hush. The track is silent at the moment. It's the only time all week that the track has been actually silent. We're just getting ready to go into this afternoon's first round of practice, which is a controlled practice, followed by 2 rounds of seating practice. Live timing is up now. It is at myrcm.ch. You will find the links to the live timing and to each class or set of class results in the description above the video. So if you look up above the video, whether you're with us on Facebook or YouTube, you should be able to find those links there. But myrcm.ch is the place to find the live timing, anything that you want to look at in terms of results through the afternoon. So that's where we're at. It is 1 round of control practice followed by 2 rounds of seating practice. People have been here for 8 to 10 days practicing. I'm sitting here just gobsmacked by the whole thing, how much practice has gone in. We're really excited to have you with us. I want to tell you a little bit about what's been happening this morning. Before we do that, a big shout out to Rad Body, our presenting partner for this week's coverage. As I said, on behalf of RC Race Media and Scotty Ernst Productions, Scotty will be with us from the commencement of qualifying tomorrow morning, local time, right through finals on Sunday. He's in the air at the moment on his way to Thailand and will be with us right through all qualifying and finals you'll have the other Scotty Ernst, coming to you. Delighted to have Rad Body supporting us, and then additionally Hobby Wing, Sweep RC, Team Savox, Ride RC and Speedy RC. They are the supporters that are helping to bring this first ever live coverage of TITC, a race that has 22 years of history, and we'll talk about some of that today, this afternoon, and over the next couple of days. Reminder that we are streaming to a whole range of Facebook pages, but if you want to watch on YouTube and get the higher quality video there, it is RC Race Media YouTube channel, and you'll find the stream directly there right through this afternoon, and of course through qualifying and finals in the days to come. We're keeping an eye on the chat as well. G'day to Mark Rogers, shout out to you. And Jojo Peace, let's go. We agree it is absolutely time to get on the clock properly. It's still another round of practice, and we won't get too carried away this afternoon, but I will just give you a little bit of the backstory from the morning. There have been 3 rounds of open practice, but for the first time this week we've had timing running live that we've been able to access. So I thought I'd give you a little update on that. In the open brushless class, the boosted 13.5, and we'll talk about that class and what's involved, what the rules are and so on. In the second round of that open practice, Lucas Allerbrook and Ollie Boltnick, very quick, both going 43.7 for 3 consecutive laps, and that's the measure by which we'll be looking for outcomes from seeding later this afternoon. Then in the final round of that control practice, 2 local drivers, Rungcharat and Lomrose, went to the top of the charts, going 43.9 and 44.0 respectively, so a little slower than that second round times of Allerbrook and Boltnick. That's kind of where we're at in terms of the this boosted class, open brushless. We're looking around that high 43 second kind of range for 3 consecutive laps. And again, a reminder, that's what seeding later on this afternoon is all about, to set those heats for tomorrow morning's qualifying. Over in the mod class, Soto Gauta in the Tamiya has been really impressive today. He was super quick in round 2. Mikkel Orlovsky, though, in round 3 of that open practice, going 42.5 to set the fastest time of this morning's open practice for 3 consecutive laps. He was just a 10th ahead of Bruno Coelho. Gota again, that right there as well. Both those guys on 42.6. Mark Reinhard 42.8. There's a bunch of other people going fast. Victor Vilksbeen, very impressive this morning. He went 42.9 for 3 laps. Jin Sawada, likewise 42.9. And at Sushihara, after a tougher one mid-morning, got going in that third round of controlled practice to go 43.0 for his 3 consecutive laps. So that's just a little bit of background to give you an idea of who's been quick today. There have been, like I said, 8 to 10 days of open practice. I wandered around the pits this morning, had a little chat with a few of the drivers and team managers, and the universal declaration is that this is the hardest race in the world. Hardest race in the world to win. The conditions are challenging. The track is incredible but challenging. Grip conditions are high. And the track conditions change frequently through the day. So more than one driver telling me you can be a hero 1 minute and nowhere the next. And so while I can give you those results from this morning, doesn't necessarily dictate what will happen this afternoon. Track conditions have been good today. Grip a little higher than expected. Usually grip builds and builds throughout the day. That second round of open practice this morning, grip was very high. We started to see some traction rolling already. That was around sort of 10:30, 11 a.m. It's now 12:40 local time. We're expecting cars on track in the next 4 or 5 minutes, and we'll run right through till just before 6 p.m. local time. So wherever you are, you can add sort of 5.5 hours from now, and that'll be roughly where we'll wrap up this afternoon after 2 rounds of seeding. What's ahead of us over the next 3 days? Qualifying tomorrow. We're just giving you all the kind of background, the backstory here. Qualifying tomorrow commences in the morning. The groups are split through qualifying. So tomorrow morning, it will be the open brushless and modified classes. They'll run through 3 rounds of qualifying Friday morning local time, kicking off at just after 8 a.m. local and going through and wrapping up just before 2 p.m. local. Then we'll switch over to the other group, which includes our front-wheel drive Porsche Super Cup, our non-boosted touring, our rally, and our ladies classes. So they'll run through the afternoon, do free practice and some seeding tomorrow afternoon. So that's Friday, 3 rounds of qualifying for open brushless and mod in the morning. and then practice and seeding for the other classes in the afternoon. And then on Saturday it flips. So in the morning, 3 rounds of qualifying for the support classes, let's call them that, front-wheel drive, Porsche, non-boost, rally and ladies. And then in the afternoon, the final 2 rounds of qualifying. This is Saturday afternoon, local time, kicking off around 2 p.m, running through till around 6 p.m. Rounds 4 and 5 of qualifying for open brushless modified. And that gets us to the end of qualifying. It's 5 rounds for those 2 main classes and 3 rounds for the other classes to give you a sense of where we're heading. And then Sunday's finals all day, 3 A finals of course. The first of the A finals kicking off for our main classes around 10 a.m. local time. But there'll be cars on track from 8 a.m. A finals in some of the other classes. Front-wheel drive, for example, A final 1 goes off at just 8:15 a.m. So we'll be on track and racing early. We're going to bring you the whole lot. A little shout out to Coop, asking if there'll be a track walk video. It's a little tricky, Coop, to be honest, because the track, apart from this 5 minutes right here, the track has never been still the whole time we've been here. So it's a little tricky to get out on track. We will see if there's anything we can do about that, if we can grab a couple of drivers for a look, but at this stage we've not actually been able to get onto the track to do any kind of track walk video. Those of you who might have seen some of our coverage from other events, that has been a staple part of our coverage. We'll do our best. Coop, unfortunately I can't promise you anything there. Track's still quiet here, but competitors starting to get out onto the driver's stand for this first round. This is controlled practice. A reminder, timing is over at myrcm.ch. Links to that are in the description of the video that you're watching. I'd love you to give us a like and a share and get the coverage up and rolling. As we've said this afternoon, as cars start to roll out and controlled practice is underway. This first round is controlled practice. Times don't count for anything. It is rounds 2 and 3 that are seeding practice for the afternoon. Grabbing a look at some of the drivers out for this one. Jamie Zhao, Peter Knudsen, Danny Lim, Tom Latif, Yang Lee, Adele Bilchik, some of the drivers in this first group. We're just going to stick with this wide shot just for a little minute while we get ourselves organised. We'll mix a bit of a mix this afternoon of live moving camera and fixed camera. Of course, moving camera for the higher heats, but every now and then we've got a few jobs to do. We'll switch back to the fixed cam for a few minutes, and we'll kick things off here. I'll keep an eye on the lap times for you. Fastest in this one thus far, 16.0. For Danny Lim, so the fast lap times are getting down into the low 14s in modified and around 14.6 in this boosted. So let me tell you, if you've just joined us, let me tell you a little bit about this class that we're watching, this first round of control practice. It's known here as open brushless, sometimes called boosted. This is a 13.5 turn motor, but open speed control. It's not quite the spec 13.5 turn motors you might be used to in other parts of the world. There's a small selection of motors from event sponsors that are available to be used, and then open speed control settings, so all kinds of boost and turbo. And the front running cars hitting anything up to 100 kilometers an hour down the main straight here at RC Addict. We just take a look at that back straight now. This is one of the views that we'll have a look at across the weekend. I see the cars coming at us, and this is probably one of the dangerous parts of the track. We've seen more than one car end up in the wall at the end of this back straight and go home in a plastic bag filled with pieces, rapidly disassembled. So yeah, I was just saying about the classes, this open brushless or boosted, it sometimes gets called, 13.5 motors, open speed controls. So it's not really a spec or a stock class that we might be used to in other parts of the world, so we won't call it that. Open brushless is the official title here. Big shout out to Stephen Miller saying g'day. We are super excited to be here across the weekend at RC Addict TITC. This race has such a rich history. We'll talk about some of that history. We'll chat to some people about some of that history. you can actually head over to Red RC. They put a great story up overnight about some of the history of the event that they've been a part of. I've got the question in the chat there about, is it open additive? So that lets us say that it is a controlled tyre. It is an open additive, but from what I can tell, just about everyone is using the same thing. I think it's called Mighty Gripper Yellow. It is open. There's no kind of limitations, but I did have a little bit of a chat to a couple of people this morning, and that seemed to be the consensus was the compound of choice, the additive of choice. People are using a range of cleaners. There's a local cleaner that's available here that works pretty well. Brake cleaner is another one that's being used. And then the kinds of normal tyre preparation that you might expect. So people are super gluing sidewalls for the high traction conditions. I spoke to one of the mod drivers who said his car was a real handful and he felt like it just didn't quite get enough super glue onto those sidewalls, and so he was a little bit tippy. As I said earlier, the grip's been a little bit higher than I expected this morning, so that's what some of the drivers have been dealing with, knowing what they normally do at 10 a.m, but today the grip's been a little higher at 10 in the morning than it has at other days. That is the real challenge here at TITC, at this RC Addict circuit, how quickly track conditions change. Drivers have been having to really stay on top of ever-changing track conditions during the day and then day on day. And we'll talk to some of those drivers later on. We'll ask them exactly about that, what conditions are like today compared to other days they've been here. G'day to Christian Silver saying hello. Glad to have you on board, Christian. Hope we're not distracting too many people from their work day. Or maybe it depends where you're watching from. If you're back home in Australia, it's perhaps getting on toward the end of the day. Just coming up to 10 to 1 here in the afternoon. That first group getting through their first run of control practice. Benning Joe going a quickest there. One of the impressive things here, how quickly we move from one heat to the next, sometimes as little as 10 or 15 seconds from when cars roll in until the next group rolls out. You might have seen the track walk video that we shared just at the start of the coverage. We'll get that up separately so you can have a look later on, and we talk through, not track walk, the facility tour. We talk you through how some of that practice has been rolling and just how quickly things are able to change over from one group to the next. So we continue here with the second group in this open practice, controlled practice, I should say, this afternoon. The heats have been roughly seeded, but as we'll see through the afternoon, there are a few drivers who are perhaps a little out of where they'll end up. And that is one of the challenges of getting through this controlled and seeding practice this afternoon. We'll see some drivers from this heat, for example, who will bump quite the way up. A big shout out again to Rad Body, Hobby Wing, Sweep, Savox, Ride and Speedy RC for helping us to bring this coverage as we're on the wide shot with the drivers in the lower left corner, the lower right corner. While we're on the subject of those who are supporting us, Speedy RC running a very special offer this weekend only through till the 18th of February, a special discount code TITC26. So speedyrc.com.au for all your racing needs, and that special discount code of TITC26 for a little extra off some of the already discounted products available there at one of Australia's leading hobby retailers. Got a whole heap of Australians in the chat. Glenn Wilson saying g'day. Luke Watson getting a shout out from the Bayside RC Car Club. It's Luke's home track in Brisbane, Australia. Host for the 2026 Australian Championships a little later in the year. Classic, old school, a little bit bumpy, 10 scale size track. It will be an incredible Australian Championship later on this year at Bayside in the east coast city of Brisbane, Australia. Great to have the crew from Bayside watching along this afternoon. The really critical part of today's action, of course, comes when we get into seeding in round 2 and 3. It is best 3 consecutive laps to count. I've had a little chat with a few drivers this morning, and the question I've been asking them is how many laps at the start of the run do you think you have before tyre drop-off starts to be a factor? So within how many laps do you think you need to set those first 3 consecutive laps? General consensus among the modified drivers seems to be you've really got sort of 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 at the absolute most laps to get those 3 fast laps in before tyre performance just drops off ever so slightly, a tenth or two over the course of the lap. So by the end of the run, we're probably seeing lap times drop off by 2 tenths compared to the start of the run as tyres heat up and overheat and so on. So that's what we'll be looking for in modified, is the times to be set really in those first half a dozen or so laps. In fact, in open practice this morning, we saw some drivers pulling off after the first 6 or 8 laps, in a sense practicing for that seeding run later this afternoon. Probably in open brushless, we get a few extra laps before tyre drop-off becomes a factor. You can keep an eye on the lap times on screen over the course of a run and see what you think. That's the insight that's been given to me as we've kind of wandered around the pits and posed that question. Mod seems to be around 5 to 6, maybe 7 laps before tyre drop-off becomes a factor. We saw that actually in the form of Atsushihara, who had 2 really fast laps out of the gate in one of the rounds of practice this morning. Then had a little traction roll on lap 3, and then by the time he got up to speed again, that tyre performance had just dropped off and he was not able to kind of lay down 3 quick laps in a row. Next round of open practice, he was fast out of the gate. As I said earlier, set that 43.0, he went for 3 consecutive laps. If you just joined us, this is TITC coverage from RC Race Media and Scotty Ernst Productions. Scotty is on his way and will be here in charge of affairs on the stream from the commencement of qualifying on Friday morning local time. But we are very much looking forward to having Scotty Ernst here with us. But today you've got the other Scotty, Scott Guyatz, with the whole team here as we work our way through controlled and seeding practice. Just had a question on that discount code. The discount code we've been given is TITC26, capitals TITC. Christian asking about controlled tyre and additive. Controlled tyre varies across the classes. There is no controlled additive. Additive and cleaner are open. Most people seem to be using that Mighty Gripper yellow. We'll check on that across the course of the weekend. But as you'd expect, people play that kind of information pretty close to their chest. There's a couple of different cleaners being used. One local and then some guys using brake cleaner, those kinds of things. Control tyre varies across the classes. Let me get that information up here so I can talk to you a little bit about what the control tyres are. Today we'll only be seeing modified and open brushless on track. For all the other classes, it's a day off today. So we've had these 2 classes run through the morning with 3 rounds of open practice, and then this afternoon 3 rounds of controlled and seeding practice. Other classes will return to the track tomorrow afternoon for their own seeding and controlled practice after 3 rounds of qualifying for these 2 biggest classes this morning. Harry G going quickest in this 3rd group thus far. 3 lap times 45.4. So a reminder that we saw the fastest runners in this class get down to a 43.7 this morning. At 45.4 early on. Harry Ju, Logan Rintoul going 46 flat. You can see the times there on the screen. All right, so in terms of mod, the tyre is a sweep racing tyre. It's a specially made tyre and wheel set here for this event. Tyres are provided unglued. I believe it's 4 sets of tyres across the weekend, with A final drivers getting 1 additional set. Pretty normal kind of an arrangement. And the open brushless running that same sweep tyre. So some of the other classes running different controlled tyres. There are controlled tyres in all of the main classes, but the tyre does vary from class to class. So it's the sweep here within open brushless and mod today. Then I believe the non-boost tyre might be a ride tyre. And we'll talk about all of the other support classes. They're all different, all sorts of different classes, some of which you'll be familiar with from your part of the world, some of which will be quite different to what you see back home. We'll talk about all of that tomorrow once we get up and running with their controlled and seating practice. So 325 into this one. That's the end of that group. Watch this. If you haven't been with us through, we had a little sneaky test stream yesterday afternoon. We were ready ahead of schedule, so we kind of went live with a little bit of yesterday's open practice. If you weren't with us, that's how quickly things change over. This car's still rolling back in at the end of their run, while the next group are already out on track. It changes over so quickly that we can't even show you the results table. The results are gone and we're into the next race on the system. I think things will slow down a little bit once we get to qualifying tomorrow. We'll have a couple of minutes between races in which we'll be able to share with you some results and grab some of the drivers for a quick chat. If you have been with us at any of the events we've covered with RC Race Media, you'll know that we try and chat with someone after most races, not just the top qualifier within the class, but chat to someone out of each group just to keep in touch with the story as it unfolds and the kinds of track conditions that we're seeing. A couple of drivers not yet got transponder numbers showing up correctly in the system, so from time to time you will see, as we are seeing in this one, some transponder names popping up on the timing system rather than the actual drivers' names. Where once we get up to the faster heats, I'll be able to keep you in touch a little bit with drivers for whom that might be the case. It's a little bit more challenging in this group. The top 3 lap times as we roll around for lap number 4, we're sitting at 47.8 for Angus Leung. Reminder, this is just control practice. This is not seating yet. Seating comes a little bit later on. If there's anything you'd like to know about the event or the venue, throw us a question in the chat. We'll do our best to see if we can figure out the answer for you. And a reminder that we will be in full coverage mode from tomorrow morning for qualifying. We'll have Scotty Ernst here in the booth. I'll be down trackside with the microphone, grabbing drivers straight off the driver stand right through qualifying and finals. We'll try and go for a little wander around the pits later on this afternoon, perhaps at the conclusion of that final seating round. See what we can do. See if we can grab a few drivers for a chat. G'day to you, David Miller, joining us for the afternoon here. If you've not been to RC Addict before, it's quite the experience to wander around this place. I came here directly off the plane on Tuesday afternoon, got here about 5:30 in the afternoon and was just amazed to what I found. incredible number of people, every square metre of the place used. We took you on a little facility tour, which we shared with you a little while ago, but we'll also upload that separately. So if you've not been here before, you can get a feel for what the place is like. The main pit areas are filled to the brim. There are private pit spaces which local racers rent from the facility. They're lovely air-conditioned private pit rooms high up in the main building. There's some VIP rooms. We had a look in a couple of those, and there are some temporary pit facilities brought in especially for this event. 6 air-conditioned site sheds out, literally on the side of the street, on the footpath. You take 2 steps off the street and you are trackside here. It's incredible. Just a local suburban Bangkok street. You'll catch on the footage, that wide shot there. Palm trees surrounding the track. The track faces to the north. Driver stand faces to the north, so we do get a little bit of shade right in front of the driver stand all day long, and you'll be able to see that just the front straight right in front of the driver stand stays in the shadows all day long. And then as the afternoon progresses, those shadows lengthen across the racetrack. By about 5 p.m, most of the track in the shade, and grip levels go even higher and track lap times go even lower. So that does raise an interesting question, and we'll talk a little bit about this further into the afternoon as we get into that seeding practice this afternoon. While your seeding results can come from either the first or second round of seeding, certainly for the modified class, that second round of seeding practice will be in what is locally known as happy hour track conditions. So while you technically could seed well out of the first round of seeding practice, it is quite likely that track conditions will be better and faster in the second round of seeding. We tried our hardest to get you the results there on screen. They lasted literally 2 seconds before things moved on. So that is just how quickly things are turning over this afternoon. They've literally allowed 5 minutes exactly for each controlled group in this controlled practice this afternoon. There is no messing around as they work their way through, running to a pretty tight schedule and sticking pretty close to it, it's got to be said. The organisers here have stayed very close to the schedule that they had set for this event. We continue on in controlled practice. We're not too far away from getting some moving camera pictures for you. Another group or two, and we'll be on the way with the moving pictures. Shows Timothy Hillier sharp out of the blocks here. And we've got a couple of non-transponder numbers showing up in this one, so I'll try and work out who that is for you as Hillier goes to the top and is displaced by Henrik Heitsch, the German. And first car's coming through now for the third lap, so Heitsch going 47.7 as he wraps up his first 3 laps. Tim Hillier going 49.9, so one slower lap there in the mix. You'll see that drivers coming and lining up ready for the next group. That's how it can change over so quickly. The drivers knowing exactly where they're standing. They stand along the driver's stand right behind the driver they'll be replacing. And with lap times in the 14-15 seconds, even if you've just started a lap, it doesn't take long to get back around to the pit lane area and off the track. So Heitsch getting things moving down to 46.3. Wagner at 46.4, Hillier 47.2, G 49.7. So the front 3 in this group comfortably quicker than the rest of the field at this early stage. As I hear the sound of scraping Lexan in the background and look down to see 2 cars now sliding upside down in front of the driver's stand. Curbs are an interesting thing here. We haven't talked too much about the track yet. The curbs a little bit differently shaped at different parts of the track. So the curbs down the right-hand end as we look at the screen, generally a little bit slower, and you'll see some drivers using some of those curbs at different times. Not surprisingly, grip levels on the curbs change as well, and when it gets really hot, those curbs can get a bit sticky, and so you might start to see drivers avoiding the curbs as grip conditions change. And then the curbs down the left-hand end are just a little bit steeper, and so there's potential to get in a little bit of trouble if you take too much curb, more particularly on the left-hand end. I hear another bang in the background. Glenn asking about the body shell of choice for open brushless. To be honest, Glenn, that's not a question I've had time to explore yet. We'll see if we can find that out, or if you're in the chat and you know someone here and you can find that information and share it with all of us. What is the body shell of choice for open brushless? We'll see if we can get a little more insight. Once we start doing some of the interviews, we'll be able to ask some of those kinds of questions of drivers as we go into qualifying tomorrow. Three minutes down in this one. So we are in Group 5, 9 groups running here in Open brushless. I think there was around 95 entries on the original entry list. See if we can get a feel for what that has shaken out as. So the bell rings, and it is still Manuel Wagner 46 flat for his 3 consecutive laps, 46.3 for Henrik Heitch, Tim Hillier 47.2. And you will potentially have noticed that those 3 consecutive times did not change once we got halfway into that run. So that's what we were talking about earlier, and particularly to pay attention to in seeding later on this afternoon, is that drivers are under pressure to get 3 quick laps early in the run. A very limited opportunity to improve late in the run, unless you've made some mistakes early. We're rolling now into group number 6. Things move pretty quickly. Kiwi Dave, that is an excellent question. Where is the best milkshake in Bangkok? If you've ever had a great milkshake in Bangkok, I need to know. For those who I've not met before, I have a small, let's call it an addiction to a good chocolate milkshake. Wherever we go, we try to find the best one. So if you've got a recommendation for me, best chocolate milkshake in Bangkok, let me know. I did grab a chocolate milk last night at the 7-Eleven just down the road from where we're staying. It was pretty decent. I wouldn't call it the best chocolate milk I've had in the world, but I'd have another one. I probably, look, if we're honest, I will have another one. It was called Dutch Milk Selected. So there you go. There's my first recommendation. The Dutch Milk Selected from the 7-Eleven. But if you've got a recommendation for me for a great place to get a chocolate milkshake here in Bangkok, let us know in the chat. We'll see if we can test that out for you. Shimazaki out front early in this group. We're on track with Group 6, round 1 of just controlled practice. 45.3 for his 3 consecutive laps. And that's a little quicker than the 46 flat we saw in the previous group. Yunwoo Kim, 46.1. Still got a few drivers without transponders. I'll see if I can work out who is who. So I think we've got Jordan Caruso in this heat, who has been looking quite good. And in fact, I think that's Jordan sitting up there in P2 at the moment on a 45.3 as Shimazaki gets his 3 laps down to 45.2. So Caruso has been looking pretty good through controlled practice. And I think that might be him, that transponder number showing up there in P2. Let's see if I can confirm that. I'll follow him trackside for a moment. Yeah, it is. He goes 14.9 that time around to drop his 3 fastest laps down to 45.3. We've got Shimazaki in 45.2. Yunwoo Kim 46.1. So 2 drivers going inside the previous quickest set, as Caruso goes to the top of the boards with a 15.1 to take his quick time down to 45.2.
45.242. 8/100ths of a second quicker than Shimazaki. So just keeping you up to date with who's who for some of those transponder numbers that we can't see. John Puce reckons that Vergunst and Nicholson know where to get their strawberry milkshakes. John, that may be true, but strawberry milkshakes are not worth drinking. You can have that discussion with me all day long. The only true milkshake is a chocolate milkshake. So I don't care where the best strawberry milkshakes are. Not interested. I will ask them, but it's got to be chocolate. Caruso continuing out front, 15 flat last time. Dropped his 3 consecutive laps down to 45.20, taking a couple of hundredths of a second off. See whether he can repeat that earlier 14.9 that we saw from him early in the run. 15.3 that last time across the line. We probably will see lap time starting to fade from here as we go inside the last 2 minutes for this run. That's what I mentioned earlier about tyre fade with the heat of the run, the heat of the tyres, but also, of course, they're no longer fresh. 15.5 last time across the line for Caruso. Shimazaki 15.3. Yeonwoo Kim going 15.6 that time by, so those lap times really starting to fade. Caruso that time 17.6. So whether he slowed down intentionally to just cool things off, or whether he had a little problem just out of my sight. It's 15.3 that time, so back up to speed again. He's going to have to get down 3 laps in that 15.3 or under range to improve his best 3 times. And the bell rings and calls an end to group number 6. For all you Australians watching online, big group this one. Lachlan Pearson, Justin Vergunst, Sam Moffat. Huge crew of Australians here. Dave, I haven't seen any sign of treatment while I've been here. Dave in the chat asking whether the track has been treated. Haven't seen any treatment be applied while I've been trackside. But I'll have to see if I can find that out for you. Okay, so I'm just been told perhaps they do spray with sugar water. Maybe that's early in the morning or late at night when we're not here. So we'll see if we can confirm that, but that's what we're being told. Back straight. One car upside down on the back straight. The cry goes out from the race director as we go live to moving cameras now. So this is Group 7. Shin Sawada going nicely. He's got his fast 3 down to 44.6. Remember, we were at 45.2 in the last group. So Sawada getting things moving here. 44.6 is starting to get down towards where we saw earlier. We did get into the 43s. Some of our fastest drivers who are a couple of heats away. We're going on board with Zacchaeus Lamb for a couple of laps. Lamb, we talked about this yesterday afternoon for those who joined us for that sneaky little preview. Lamb taking the win at the Asian On-Road Championships in this spec class last October over in Korea at that incredible racetrack in Seoul. He did arrive a little later than some of his opponents, only arriving in time for practice on Wednesday. So he's had the one full day of practice yesterday, a couple more runs this morning. So a little bit on the back foot compared to some of his fellow contenders, if you like. But starting to look pretty good. There's an incredible photo actually on his own Facebook page. So if you go find Zacchaeus Lamb, he shared a photo yesterday. Took a whipper down, I think it was down the back straight, and actually tore the steel chassis, tore a hole in the steel chassis. It's quite an unbelievable photo. The cars that do come to grief down the back straight here at high speeds, we've talked about this class, cars topping out around 100 in kilometres an hour terms. Mod cars going quicker again, 120. If they do come to grief towards the end of that back straight, it is a lot of damage that is done. And if you go find Zacchaeus Lamb's Facebook page and have a look at that photo, you'll see what I mean. Shin Sawada still out front, 44.6 for his 3, 45.7 for Mamesh as the bell rings. Utapong in 45.9. So Sawada quickest in that group, leaves us with 2 groups remaining in this final controlled practice before we go into seeding here at TITC 2026. Coverage brought to you by Rad Body with Hobbywing, Sweep, Team Savox, Ride RC and Speedy RC. A reminder, Speedy RC have that special discount code of TITC26 on board for any online purchases through the 18th of February. So TITC26 over at Speedy RC. Very excited to be able to come to you live from TITC. It's a race that has had such mystique, such an incredible reputation, and for the first time this year we feel like we're able to get here and bring you the live coverage right through practice today, qualifying Saturday, Sunday, finals, qualifying Friday, Saturday, finals on Sunday. Scotty Ernst will be joining us live from the start of qualifying. He's en route at the moment, and the whole production team here from RC Race Media in Australia bringing you the pictures. There's a whole lot of coverage coming out of this race this year. It's kind of getting the coverage that it's always deserved. RC Racing TV are here, Red RC are here. Nicole starting her own channel over at Trackside RC Media, producing some fantastic photos from pit side and trackside. So there's a ton of content to go find. We will be live across the course of the next 4 days, bringing you every moment of the on-track action. Plenty of interviews through qualifying and finals. And some walkabouts when we can break free and get a little wander around the pits to chat to teams and drivers. We'll try for one of those a little later on this afternoon. Nico Catalani opening up, going 44.7. His first or 3 fastest laps to date. Sutin 45 flat. Suzuki 45 flat as well. Kono 45.1. So Catalani 45.7 at the moment. We're on board with Martin Hoodie X-Rays. Martin Hoodie here with a big strong squad in the white body shell there as we come to that centre hairpin. He's looked really strong all the way through open practice. Looking at 3 laps for Martin, going 45.3 at the moment, so a couple tenths back from where he would like to be. Stick with him for another lap or 2. Got our leader Nico Catalani on screen. 44.7. First set that time early on in this run. Got Ko John Vasan as well on screen as well. The two running close together. So continue on board with Nico Catalani, 44.7, I should say. He set that early on, going 15.2 at the moment. They're still respectable lap times, but not quick enough to drop that 3 consecutive laps any further than where he sits at the moment. Bayside RC back in the chat, giving a shout out to Lockie Pearson. Pearson, one of Australia's young talents. I think he's 14, 15 years old, something like that. Already heaps of experience, and he's made the trip over here again this year as he continues to grow. So shout out to Lockie. And that's the end of Group 8. That gets us up to the last heat of our open brushless and some of the quickest drivers of the weekend. We'll run through some of these names for you. Lucas Ellerbrock's in this one, Adam Izzo. Rang Charat's in this one, Ollie Boltnick, Boa Ginting. Lomrose was super quick in open practice this morning. Thomas Bemel, Suda Prawat, Karania, and Lincoln Codd, another one of the young Australian talents here this week. So we'll let things get settled and see if we can pick up as Ellerbrock opens up with a 14.5. So picking up with Adam Izzo here, 3 laps into this one. He's going 44.2, just fractions of a second behind Lucas Ellerbrock, who is also 44.2. So Ellerbrock from Izzo, Lomrose 44.2, 44.2, 44.6 Lomrose. So a little bit of a gap there. I think that gap likely to get filled up. If we can go on board with Ellerbrock for a couple of laps. He continues to be out front, 44.20 lap time, last time by 14.7. A 15.1 for Izzo. Rangcharat going 14.9 across the line last time. Lomrose gets across the line now for a 14.9. And Ellerbrook hits the line again, 14.8. That fast 3 laps still at the 44.2. Oh, we're 8 laps in. And the question we're asking ourselves is, can anyone go faster in the last part of the run than, say, lap 8? Doesn't really matter for this round of controlled practice. Matters a lot for open practice a little later on in the afternoon when those 3 consecutive laps are all important. The main objective this afternoon, of course, is to try and get yourself into the right group. But for the front running drivers, they want to be in the top group to get the best opportunity for a clean run. Pick up a lap with Vermeerl here from Germany, going 46.2 for his 3 consecutive laps. Still Ellerbrook out front over Izzo, 44.2, 44.2. Rangcharat going 44.4, 44.6 to Lomrose, Boltnick 44.9. We did see Ollie going super quick this morning. He was down in the 43s in that second round of controlled practice where the track was surprisingly quick. Lincoln Codd going 15.1 last time across the line. He's at 45.1. Bowie Ginting likewise. Pick up Lincoln Codd for the last lap or 2. Oh, we've still got a little over a minute to run in this one. A young Australian national champion. making the trip over with the big, strong Aussie contingent. Got going 15.3 last time across the line, 14.9 quickest of the run so far for a 45.13 consecutive lap basis. Still Ella Brock out front, nothing's changed. Is A in 2, nobody going any quicker late in the run here as we go inside the last minute. Last opportunity here for these drivers to kind of systems check and get both themselves and cars prepared for seating practice this afternoon. Fascinating to see the way the competitive order shifts and changes through different times of the day as track conditions change. The other question we're asking ourselves is about tyres. Who's running on fresh tyres? Who's saving tyres? I think we can expect all the front runners to be on fresh tyres for both seeding rounds this afternoon. But come qualifying, there's not enough tyres to run a fresh set in every round. So there's the tyre games come to play in qualifying. I move now into modified, and you'll start to see once we get back on track some of the speed differential at the end of the back straight. It's really just the end, the last sort of half the back straight where the difference becomes really apparent. And you'll remember earlier that I spoke about how important it was to get in the right seating group. These controlled practice and seating groups are roughly sorted, but there are a couple of drivers who are well out of position. One of the ones I want to point out in this heat is Korea's Ji-hyun Yu. He had a breakout performance last October where he qualified second to Ronald Volker at the Asian On-Road Championships at home in Korea. He's looked really quick throughout the week, but not a well-known driver, so has been kind of grouped in with this group. I'm keeping an eye on him as he comes past me, and we'll keep an eye on his lap times. He goes 14.6 across the line that time. We're going to be setting the pace here in this one. Kimi Yam is also really quick in this group. Both those drivers well down into the 43s for their 3 consecutive laps. Joe Richardson, 43.9 as well. And Kazuki Yamashita, 43.8. So there's 3 or 4 drivers already into the 43s in this one. Probably 4 drivers who kind of stand out a little quicker than the rest of the drivers in this group. So we'll go on board with Ji-hyun Yu. I just talked about him a moment ago in the all blue. Not a name widely known around the world, but an emerging talent here in Asian touring car circles. Yu going 14.4 last time across the line. Yamashita going 14.9. Richardson 14.6. 14.8 for Tong Chung. Aho 15.3, everyone else in the 15s last time across the line. You going 14.8 that time. Stuck there at a 43.9. Kimi Yam making the most of those first 3 laps to go 43.3 for his quickest 3. We'll see how long that stacks up as we run through the rest of our heats in this mod class. We've got 6 heats altogether, 6 groups altogether for this open practice session in the modified category. So Kimi Yam seems to have pulled off the track now, has done his fastest 3 laps, and I spoke about that a little bit earlier. Some drivers pulling in after the first, if they're practicing for seeding, if they're using this as a warm-up for seeding, then really after that first 6 or 8 laps, there's not a lot to be gained. If you've had 3 good laps early, we'll see some drivers pull in. If you're using this as a practice run, a shakedown for qualifying, where you need to run the full 5 minutes, then we'll see some drivers continuing on. Yummy's out running again, I think now. Still sits on top 43.3, 43.8 Yamashita, so a half-second gap back to Richardson, Ji-hyun Yu, who we've been following on screen. See if we can pick up Yamashita for the last lap or so. We're well inside the last minute here. That has been Kimiyama, really impressive, 14.3. That is a solid 3 laps, solid 3-lap pace. Coming to you live from RC Addict here in the northern suburbs of Bangkok, Thailand. This incredible race that has built such a reputation since it first got started in 2003, all the way back in 2003. Surakan winning the first couple of editions of the event back in that period. It really exploded into life from 2005 onwards, and entry numbers built and built, and the reputation of the race grew and grew to the point where it is widely considered now to be the most prestigious and the most difficult of the annual touring car races. Races flying in from all around the world for this one. Just about every leading touring car racer on the planet here in Bangkok for days and days of practice. Taking on special significance this year with the World Championship race in China just 6 weeks away. And so last bragging rights, potentially the last time most of these drivers will be together ahead of that World Championship event in 6 weeks' time. There are new cars on display. There are new cars in use, not so much on display. Sergeant Ivan, and shout out to you, always says hello. Great to have you on board, and greetings to you back there in Finland as well. Great to have you on board here. Yeah, I was just saying there's a few new cars in use, or development cars, we should say. We've seen an interview with Ryan Maker of RC Maker talking about some really significant developments to his car that they're running. We know Shoemaker have been working on a new car development parts for the MI9 platform that they've been so successful with the last couple of years. We can't show you any of those cars, but we know they're in use here across the weekend. Opportunity to try cars in the heat of competition before that World Championship race that gets going in just a couple of weeks. All right, let's have a look at what's happening on track. Patrick Gollner leading in this group. Gollner, I think, might have been in the A final just a couple of weeks back at the Euro Touring Series. He's going 44.1 for his 3 consecutive laps. So that 43.3, was it, from the race before, looking all the stronger. Australia's Jesse Davis is in this one. JQ, Joseph Quagrain, is in this one. We're on board with JQ at the moment, the all-green body shell. He's been doing a little more touring car racing in the last couple of years. I had a chat with him earlier and asked him what it was about this race that he really enjoyed. And his response was, I mean, all of the usual things. Fantastic track, incredible place, great food, great people. But also the opportunity to come here and practice for a driver who doesn't do a whole lot of on-road racing or touring car racing, the chance to actually come for day upon day and get some real solid track time. One of the things that attracts him to this race. We go on board with Patrick Gollner. I think that's Patrick rocking the race paint, 44.1, his 3 laps. Has been one of the drivers to look out for. Got one upside down just off the inside of the back straight. Looks to be safely off the racing line at the moment, so no call from race control for any care on the back straight. Go on board with Jesse Davis for a couple of laps, making the move on a semi-full-time basis across from Nitro, this past World Championship A finalist. I think he's been on a podium maybe at a World Championships or very close to it in Nitro categories, having a full tilt at electric this year, certainly trying to do a full season at all the main races in Australia and here at TITC. He's going 44.5, 15.7 last time across the line. So the time's just bleeding away in this group now as we get deep into it. We're inside the last minute. Just really going to show that how important it is going to be to get out of the blocks fast this afternoon in those seeding rounds. You're going to have to do your fast 3 laps in the first, I think 5, 6 at the outside is what it's looking like at the moment. So that was Jesse Davis. We followed home. Goldner going 44.1, Davis 44 high, as well as we have already flipped across to the next group. Group number 3. And the hits keep on rolling. Ryan Maker's in this one. Simon Nicholson, a couple of fast Australians. Jeff Hammond is in this one. Dario Balestri, fantastic to see Balestri's name popping up here as well. So Balestri in this one. Multiple World Championship winner. So we'll let things get underway and we'll pick up a couple of cars to have a look at what's happening. This group 3 of 6 of our controlled practice. Round number 1, a reminder, it is controlled practice this afternoon and then 2 rounds of seeding practice to follow to wrap this day. Those seeding practice will be used to set the qualifying sort for tomorrow's first 3 rounds of qualifying action. So 43, first man in the 43s in this group, Simon Nicholson. We go on board with Ryan Maker, owner and designer of RC Maker. I talked a moment ago about how I've seen an interview with him this week where he talked about having a whole bunch of development parts on board that car this week as they work towards a second iteration of the RC Maker. This one called, of course, the SP1. He sits in P3 44.2 for this one at the moment. Simon Nicholson 43.9. Jeff Hammond, the second of the RC Maker cars in this group, also on a 43.9. So we're picking up Simon Nicholson, who leads this group 43.9. Last time across the line, 14.6. 14.6 again at that time as he gets across the line. So dropping that consecutive lap time down to 43.8. Or continuing on at 43.8, I should say. Still 43.9 for Jeff Hammond. A couple cars in the 43s, but only 2. And we're 3 minutes in, so we've been watching how quickly those lap times drop off. The question is, can anyone get down to that kind of speed again late in the run? Maker last time across the line 14.7. Nicholson, who we're on board with, going 14.7 last time across the line. We'll pick up Jeff Hammond, who sits P2 in this one. 14.9 last time across the line, of 43.9 for his 2 consecutive. For Hammond and Maker both together in this one, the RC Maker boys. Anthony Caretti is in this one. Quan Jin, he's going 44.1. Brandon Solomon from South Africa going 44.6. Dario Balestri looks to be around the 44.9 for his 3 consecutive in this one. He's showing that transponder number. Actually, I'll check that. We've got 2 nameless transponders. I'll check which one's Dario in a moment. So we're down deep into this one. We think Balestri is off the driver's stand. It's a little hard to tell from our vantage point exactly who's who. And Nicholson continues 43.8, 43.9, 43.9 for Maker. So Maker probably the strongest towards the end of that run. Quan Jim as well, looking strong towards the end. That augurs well for qualifying, where it's 5-minute pace that counts. They'll both be looking for a little more early pace in seeding this afternoon. We're into Group 4, and here's some big names for you. Naoto Matsukura, multiple-time world champion. Alexander Hagberg, likewise David Ronnefalk, a past world champion. Hagberg's won this race twice in the past. All but 3 of the past winners here this weekend. We've spoken about that. Ronnefalk first across the line going 14.1. So we'll pick him up in a moment. Trouble on the back straight just as we go on board with David Ronnefalk. Someone went upside down in front of him. That is a challenge because now that's going to compromise every driver's first few laps in this run. They're being forced to slow down the back straight. We've spoken about how important it is to get those fast laps early. We'll stay on board with Ronnefalk. We'll see what he can do. He did that 14.1 on his first time across the line. Matsukura's gone to the top, but 42.7, so somehow Matsukura managed to sneak in 3 laps before that back straight accident. So Matsukura now 42.7. We'll stay on board with Ronnefalk for a couple of laps as he gets back up to speed. We'll let you know what he's doing. He goes 14.4 that time across the line as we follow him down the back straight. That time through, Ronnefalk 14.4 again. 14.4.5 going to 44, 45.2, so not yet kind of back up to speed. Matsukura on top, 44.2. EC Kim, a 43.6. Ronnefalk now jumps up into the mix, 43.4 with a 14.5 that time across the line. So probably might have been the guy who was most impacted by that lap 3 accident. Happened right in front of him down the back straight, had to get out of the throttle. Lost that lap and the subsequent lap or 2 while he got back up to speed. Matsukura must have just been in front of that accident and we saw him get through and post those fast times. We'll see if we can pick up Naoto actually. So we're going to pick up Matsukura, now continues out front, 42.7 for his fast. Remember what I said earlier, Orlovsky quickest in the final round of open practice this morning of 42.5 was his 3 consecutive lap time pace. So Matsukura absolutely in the mix on a 42.7 relative to that pace we saw at about 12.30 this afternoon. So an hour or 2 ago now, and we'll wait until we see the fastest group out in another couple of heats and see how that stacks up. But Matsukura 42.7 as we continue on board with him going 14.6 that time across the line, matching to the 1,000th of a second David Ronnefalk 14.608 last time across the line for Ronnefalk. He sits at a 43.1, 43.4 for Tim Wall, Antoine Brunette 43.6, Kisi Kim 43.6, Alex Hagberg 43.7, just a smidge off where he would want to be, twice a previous winner of this race here, the TITC. So we'll just pick up Hagberg there, running the race paint in this one, the green and white. Follow him for a lap or 2. He just sidesteps there, makes a little bit of space. So Hagberg a little slower lap that time as he sidestepped. And the bell rings out, and it is Naoto Matsukura 42.7. That's the quickest thus far in this round of controlled practice. And the timing is gone. Just as I was going to try and write down some lap times, the screen's gone on me already, but Matsukura 42.7. I think that sits him at the top of the charts for this. Reminder, this is control practice. Seating practice gets underway a little later this afternoon. 2 rounds of seating practice to set the qualifying sort. If you're looking at the screen, you can see some of the most famous faces now and across the history of this sport. Victor Wilks in this one, Mattia Collina, Gilles Groskamp, Koki Kato, one of the emerging Japanese talents. Jin Sawada's in this one. He's been quick. Nicholas Lee, Andy Moore, a previous world champion at Sushihara, multiple world champion. Pekko Ivanen is in this one as well. We'll let things get going. I'll get a lap or two in. We're on board with Victor. He's looked really sharp this morning in open practice. One of the drivers that I watched really closely through those final 2 rounds of open practice, and I thought his car looked really good. There was one moment where he just went up on 2 wheels, but shut the car down in time to not traction roll, and he started pretty brightly, 43.2, but Jin Sawada jumps to the top going 42.8. Sawada, a past A finalist here at the TITC. Nicholas Lee, he sits in P3 going 43.3. So it's Sawada over Vilk, who we're on board with. Nicholas Lee, Yannick Asawa, 43.4. Groskamp, it is that transponder number showing up there in P5. I'm pretty sure it's Gilles Groskamp. He's going 43.5. 42.69 now for Jin Sawada, so getting inside the time set by Naoto Matsukura in the last heat. We'll see if we can find him on track. We're going to go on board with Sawada. I think that's him there in the orange and white rocking the race paint. Fantastic to see a little more race paint in action today. It's been all one colour bodies right through controlled practice. That's the orange and white there. We've got Sawada on screen, still 42.697. We're 8 laps in. The question is, can anyone improve lap times at this point? Victor Wilk going 15.5 last time. That's a slower lap for him. Sawada went 14.4. Crosses the line that time, goes 14.5. Probably the smallest opportunity with a really clean lap this time that he can drop his time a smidge further. We'll see as he comes to the line. It goes 14.4 that time, still stuck though on a 42.697. Vilk 43.2. So quite the margin from Sawada. He's been a former A finalist here at TITC and definitely one of the names to watch. The X-ray pilot, Japanese driver Sawada. We've been on board with him. We're on board with Japan's Koki Kato for the last couple of laps, and we'll stick with him for another lap or two. Kato going 14.7 last time across the line at 43.6 for his It's still 42.6 for Jin Sawada out front. Still Vilk in 43.2, 43.3 for Nicholas Lee as the bell rings out. And that leaves us it's 4 minutes. So I should be letting you know, folks, that these control practice round is 4-minute runs only. So if you've been confused, as I have, at how I just expect us to be kind of, going into the last minute, and then it's all over. So we are running 4-minute practices. We're with the top group now. We'll get on board just as quickly as we can. One less turn, Marshall, in the chat saying on-road looks very fun and very precise. It is both of those things. It is very fun. It is very fast as we go on board with one of the fastest of them all, Mikhail Orlovsky, in the all-blue body shell there, working the left side of the racetrack. I think Orlovsky earlier didn't have a transponder running. I'll see if that's still the case now. I think it is. So he'll be showing up as that lone transponder number. No, looks like the team in race control have got him sorted. So Reinhardt first across the line for 2 laps. We'll wait till we get everyone across the line for 3 and see where we lie. It has been the names you would expect. Orlovsky, Coelho, Reinhardt have been super quick early on. 3 laps down, it is 42.4 for Bruno Coelho. Ronald Volker going 42.4 as well. Sauter Gota 42.6, the Tamiya driver, the Japanese Tamiya driver, has been super quick today and really marking himself out as one to watch as we head into seeding practice a little later on this afternoon. So it's Coelho, Volker, Gota, Reinhardt, Lauter, Sabue, Nagashima, Orlovsky off the pace at this stage, 43.2. Jumps a little further forward there. So we're picking up. Bruno Coelho continues to lead away 42.2. The big story for Bruno coming here 1 year ago for the first time with Infinity with that prototype car. They've now got a year under their belt and comes back with a whole lot more experience. It might have been Orlovsky who's been the quick man through some of the open practice sessions, but is Coelho this afternoon as he goes 14.00 fast lap of the run for him for a 42.289, 2 tenths clear of Ronald Volker. Gota a little further back of 42.6, couple tenths away. 42.6 also for Reinhard. Lauter, it's 42.9. Sabue 42.9. Orlovsky 43.1. And 9 laps in, we probably won't see a lot more change now, but we'll stick with Bruno for another lap or so. Going to pick up Ronald Volker, I think it is, who's running the aqua body shell. Been running that colour all week long, so we'll stick with him for a lap or 2. And then I want to find Sauter Gota for you to have a look at as well. So that's Volker just getting through some traffic, and in fact he's ranging up on the back of Gota now in the Tamiya. So we've got Volker and Gota on a track together. Just about a second or so between them. Coelho 42.289, 42.485 for Volker, Gota 42.6. Reinhard 42.6, 42.9 for Lauter. Sabue 42.9, Orlovsky still 43.1. So 14.007 hot lap of the run, a 14.1. I said it was Coelho, 14.1 for Reinhardt. 14.0 also for Volker as we continue to look at Volker and Gota together on the racetrack. Big noise in front of him, not sure who that was. Someone getting in trouble. Volker gets past Gota and Gota's pace. Big late move Well, we'll have to check and see. I don't think that's legitimate because that's showing a lap time of 13.0. Mark Reinhard showing on top of the boards at a 42.0 deep in that run, but the lap time showing at a 13.0, which would be 1 full second faster than anyone else has done. So probably think that's not quite an accurate lap time, or Mark might have not completed a full lap there. So let's say it is Bruno Coelho who is the quickest, and that is the last time we'll see the mod drivers on the track when the times don't count for anything. Take a breath. What do you think of that, folks? Jump in the chat. Tell us what you noticed. What did you see? What did you like the look of? Stephen Miller saying he liked the way Naoto continually puts his wheels in that tiny little area between the white line and the curbing or the ripple strip. That is the kind of precision that is necessary here at TITC. Super close. It is also the first time now that we're going to have marshals out on track as we move from controlled practice into seating practice. So those mod drivers that we just saw will now come out onto the racetrack. And for the first time this week, we'll have marshals available. I'm looking at the racetrack and I'm telling you, I do not want to be marshal number 9, who is right in the middle of the back straight. If something goes wrong, that is in the firing line. 6 and 11 at the end of the back straight. They're the 3 marshal spots that I don't want. Sota sitting there at number 8 right by that centre hairpin. That's probably another spot that you have a little potential to get in trouble. There's a few marshalling spots that I would not want. Good evening from Scotty in New Zealand. Great to have you with us, Scotty. What's the time in New Zealand? It's probably 8 or 9 o'clock at night, I'm guessing. Let me think about that. 1, 2, 5, 8 o'clock? 8 in the evening, something like that. We'll be over in New Zealand in just a couple of weeks' time for the first round of the Asian Buggy Championship for 2025 at Counties RC. Up there in Pukekohe, just outside of Auckland. Always a favourite trip for us every year to get to Counties. A great crew there. And a fabulous race. So we're into our seating practice now. There you go, Scotty telling us it's 8 p.m. in New Zealand hours. Great RC scene in New Zealand. On-road, off-road, 10 scale, 8 scale, oval, dirt oval. It all happens over there. So folks, let's just take a breath, catch you up on where we're up to. This is seating practice now. We're into for the open brushless and modified classes this afternoon. There's a whole bunch of support categories. We won't be seeing them on track this afternoon. Broadcast brought to you by RC Race Media and Scotty Ernst Productions. The one and only Scotty Ernst is en route to Bangkok, where he'll join us tonight and live on air with you tomorrow to take you all the way through qualifying. My name's Scott Guyett, trying to fill in the boots of Scotty Ernst this afternoon just to keep things rolling through our 2 rounds of seating practice. We're at RC Addict in the northern suburbs of Bangkok. Races have been here through 8 to 10 days. People are saying lovely things in my ears, which I will not share with you around the world. But we are just excited to be here. We're excited to be here to share this race with you. There's a whole load of media content being produced out of TITC. Sometimes it's a little hard to know what's happening here, but not in 2026. We will be live for every moment of qualifying and finals through Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Scotty will lead the show with us. We'll be doing post-race interviews right through qualifying and finals. We'll try and do some walkabouts. We'll see if we can get one of those up later on this afternoon after seating practice finishes, so we can go say good day and unpick a little bit of what goes on this afternoon. Super high group, actually just clouding over a little just at the moment. So temperature around 35, 36 degrees Celsius. So just a little under 100 degrees in the Fahrenheit scale. And things just kind of clouding over just over the last few minutes. Just going to have a little look at the radar situation and see whether that's anything more than just a little bit of cloud cover. So yeah, we're here at RC Addict. This has been the home venue for the championships, TITC, over the last decade or more. There's a little bit of rain out to sea. I'll just check the radar and let you know. Doesn't look like it's going to be any kind of threat to us in the near term, but we should be able to get through some seating this afternoon. So about 300 of you all around the world watching. Jump in the chat. Tell us where you're from. Scotty from New Zealand. He's been chatting. Throw us a like wherever you're watching. Share the feed across your networks. We would love to see as many people as possible. You can follow us for content all the way through the weekend. And just a little sneaky self-promotion. We'll be doing some written stories over at the Action RC Facebook page. So if you come find me at Action RC, every night I'll just write a little written reflection on the day's activities. Won't be posting content there through the day, but each evening I'll see if I can share some thoughts. I do love a written story, so that's where that will be happening. Augsef joining us from Brunei. My apologies, Aug, if I've just butchered your name. That's the best I can manage, but joining us from Brunei. Fantastic to have you on the channel with us this afternoon as we work our way through this controlled and seeding practice. I want to give a big shout out to Rad Body. They're our major partner for the broadcast right through the course of this weekend. Fantastic to have them on board. And we could not be here without the support of companies around the world. And as they support us, we would love to encourage you to support them. Hobbywing Electronics are with us. Sweep Racing, they're the control tyres for these two classes we're watching this afternoon. Tim Savox are on board with us. Ride RC and providing a home for us right here at RC Addict. They're on board with us. And Australia's Speedy RC. And a reminder, we'll let you know about this a couple of times each day through the day. Speedy RC running a special discount code through the 18th of February. For anyone who's watching on the stream, that discount code, guess what it is? TITC26. All capitals, TITC26 over at speedyrc.com.au. So big thanks to them, to Ride RC, Team Savox, Sweep, Hobbywing. You can see those names across the bottom of your screen. And our major partner, Rad Body. Brian Lee making the comment that if it's world's level competition, it sure would be nice to see a few of the Americans competing. It for sure would. There were American A finalists last time around in the World Championships. Jacob Cruz, one of those. Would love to see them down here. We had a couple of American drivers visit South Korea last year for the Asian On-Road Championships. Jacob was there. But yeah, would love to see some of the American drivers making the trip here. It's a little tricky to get here, but it is absolutely worth it. An incredible facility, an incredible race. We've got Graham Mays jumping in from New Zealand. Brian Hawaiian. You would think Brian was watching from Hawaii with a name like that, but it's not. He's on the east coast of Australia, up there in Hervey Bay, a couple hours north of the capital city of Queensland, Brisbane. We've got Michael Sherman in the chat. Michael, I think, might be Michael Sherman of Speedy RC fame. We're just talking about him a minute ago. And Let's Race RC, the channel from New Zealand, bringing all the race action from New Zealand. So if you want to know what's happening down in the land of the long white cloud, track down Let's Race RC. Great to have the guys on board with us. We look forward to catching up with them, as I said, in New Zealand a couple of weeks' time. Chaos RC saying g'day as well. HC Mary, another from Brunei. So we've got a couple of watchers in the chat from Brunei. Brian Hawaiian saying he wants to see Bryce Butterfield here next year. That would be fantastic. Imagine having Butterfield down here. Someone like Kevin O'Bear as well. Jacob Cruz we spoke about a minute ago. Got a shout out from Manila. Super RC scene. We've been privileged to go over to the Philippines, to the Philippine Masters the last couple of years. The race on a break this year as the guys work on a new facility. We look forward to the next opportunity to get over to Manila, to the Philippines. Great to have you here, sir. We're going to give you a little bit of an update. You can see the timing on the screen there as we work our way into the second group here of our timed practice. A couple of drivers in this one that we saw go quite quickly in controlled practice a little earlier. This seeding practice, it is 3 consecutive laps to count. That's what we're looking for. And as we've seen right through that previous round of control practice, generally those 3 laps need to come pretty early on because it gets quite difficult to continue to carry the pace deep into the run. The sun just coming out from behind those clouds as I say that, so track temperatures will spike a little bit again. Michael Stone goes 15.2 on his second tour. Chow Mound 46.1, fastest of the first couple of drivers across the line for their 3 complete laps. Stone getting across 15. Harrison Fan, Chow Man 45.6 continues to drop his fast 3 times. Harrison Fan 46.1, 46.1 also for Stone as Shija Dai goes to the top of the boards on a 45.5 with a 15.2 on his 4th lap across the line. Oh, just every now and then I hear the sound of Lexan scraping. I heard it just there in front of me, just off camera to your left, but I think it's just a body tuck. Yep, that's car number 4. So that's going to be Saktarat out of this one. We do now have race numbers appearing on some of the body shells. That's going to help us track down who's who in these groups, particularly where there's lots of one colour paint jobs still being run. Simon Wang to the top going 45.4. So Wang over Dai, Man, Stone, 45.4, 45.4, 45.6, 45.9, those 4, and Harrison Fan, 45.9 as well. There's 5 drivers in this group that are comfortably quicker than the rest of the field. Let me go back over to the chat and see. We've got Robert Manuel jumping in to say g'day from Japan. Dana Dow saying, g'day, great job guys from the USA. We, I've got to tell you, are super excited to be here in Manila since the opportunity arose. It was only just a few weeks ago that we were able to confirm that we could get here. I found out about a week and a half ago that I would be joining the team and able to make the trip. Been here since Tuesday afternoon. It's now Thursday afternoon. And my head has hardly stopped spinning since we've been here. Fantastic to see this facility, to see this race in the flesh. Things just going a little dull again. There's just a little bit of mixed cloud cover around today. It's been largely clear and sunny the last couple of days. There was some rain earlier in the week. Sunday, I think it might have been Sunday afternoon, might have been some heavy rain that interrupted proceedings. Not any signs of rain just for now. But hopefully we'll get through this afternoon's seeding without too much trouble. A little breeze blowing, which is, I've got to tell you, very welcome. And the temperature has just dropped a little in the last half an hour or so. We were up around that 35, 36 degrees earlier. Showing down to 33 or 34 at the moment. And a little bit of cloud cover just taking the heat out of the day and potentially out of the track. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with lap times. So if you've not been with us at an event we've covered in the past, RC Race Media and Scotty Ernst Productions bringing you this one, the RC Race Media team. As you can tell from my accent, coming from the land down under from Australia, you might have joined us for the 10 Sky World Championships last year or some of the Asian Buggy Championships, but we're very excited to be here trackside at TITC. As I've said a couple of times this afternoon, Scotty Ernst will be with us live from tomorrow morning for the start of qualifying. He will lead us through the weekend. There's another one of those scraping, crashing Lexan sounds I was just talking about right beneath me. Go back and have a little look at the times. It's still Wang on top, 45.4. Dai 45.4 as well, 45.6 for Man. Stone 45.8. So Stone has just dropped his top 3 times by 1/10 of a second. Unusual to see times improving late in the run. I'll just keep a little eye on Michael Stone out of the corner of my eye here as I continue to chat to you and watch him over the last couple of laps. 25 seconds to run. We're now into full 5-minute runs. So we did just run through that last round of control practice at 4 minutes. We are now into full 5-minute runs. Of course, 5 minutes will be what qualifying is once we get going tomorrow. Simon Wang done his time 45.4 holding up. And you'll get the sense with me that the pace of the day has just slowed down just a little. We've now got marshals on board, so we're now taking a minute or two in between each heat to move marshals in and out. We've not been running with any marshals, which has let those practice runs just go through so quickly, at times 10 to 15 seconds between groups. And now we're just slowing things down a little bit. I'm going to take a little break. We're going to stick with you on the wide camera for a minute. I'm just going to shovel down some food here before we get to the faster groups. We'll leave the wide screen up. You can keep an eye on the times. Ty Moylan saying g'day. The young terror from Australia. Ty, absolutely one of the quickest young talents. I think Ty's 11, 12 years old, something like that. Love to see Ty get over here with his dad Tim at some stage as his development continues. Ty and Tim, of course, well known for running a lot of nitro, but they do a little bit of electric racing as well. Great to have you in the chat, Ty. I'm going to take a couple of minutes off. We've got a lineup of fantastic Thai street food across the road. I've just had a little package delivered to me. Looks like a little bit of a rice bowl with a bit of fried egg, maybe some chicken teriyaki, something like that. I had a red Thai curry for breakfast yesterday. It was absolutely at my limit as an Australian. It might have been mild here. It was not Australian mild. So I'm going to take a break. We'll have a little bit to eat and a drink, and we'll come back with you as this seating practice continues. Enjoy the show. Don't forget to tell us in the chat what you're enjoying, any questions that you have, and we'll see if we can rustle up some answers for you. I'll be back with you in just a few minutes. Thanks for joining us here at TITC. Just a reminder, if you've just jumped in, we're just taking a very quick break so we can shovel down some food. We'll be right back with you with commentary as this seeding round continues. We're here in group number 3 at the moment. Just taking a quick break to get some food on board. Be right back with you in a few minutes. All right, friends, wherever you are around the world, I'm back. I've got to tell you, I just had a fabulous plate of garlic chicken and rice. All the flavours of Thailand with none of the spices that mild-hearted, terribly pathetic Australians can't handle. The food's amazing. We've got a whole, if you watch our facility tour, our venue tour, you might have seen that at the start of today's coverage, or we'll be sharing that separately. We go and visit a couple of the street vendors just across the road here from us. This track at RC Addict is just literally in a suburban street. We've got street food vendors across the road. There's a KFC behind that. There's a service station up the road where people have been getting coffees and cold drinks. It's a super well stocked location with plenty of good food to choose from. Just really bringing you that update completely for Lee Cheeseman. Lee's been very interested in what we've been eating here. He wants a daily kind of update on street foods that we're getting into. Last night went and had dinner at the local Chinese street market. There were some things that we ate that we have no idea what they were, but we had a great night. Just at a local market on the street, half a kilometre or so from our hotel, down closer to the city centre of Bangkok. Could not tell you where we were, no idea, but pretty good food. And is one of the highlights of TITC being here, is being able to get into some of the different cuisine and culture. Dana Dow asking for pictures, please, of the food. I'm sorry to say that I was 3/4 of the way through the bowl, hoovering it down before I even thought I should take a photo. So if that's the photo you're after, I'm sorry. If you find some bits and pieces I shared on the Action RC Facebook page, I did share a photo of some food that I had yesterday. I will try and be better across the rest of the weekend about capturing some of that. All right, seating practice continues. It is a top 3 lap time, fastest 3 consecutive lap time basis that we're looking for. Remember, there are 2 opportunities this afternoon to do this seeding. It is each driver's single best result across the 2 that will count to sort them into qualifying positions for tomorrow. Typically, we would expect lap times to improve through the afternoon, and so we would think the seeding round, the second seeding round a little later, might be the quicker of the 2. But as I've just been telling you before our quick food break, there's a little bit of cloud cover around, so the sun, direct sun, is not on the racetrack at the moment. And so temperature's just, I mean, it's still warm, it's still hot. There's seen some talk in terms of weather about maybe some thunderstorms tonight. Oh no, there's trouble. Chat, there's trouble. Someone's just delivered me ice cream. I can't. We're going to have a short break while I have a little bit of ice cream here. Oh, it's KFC ice cream. We don't have KFC ice cream in Australia. I'm going to give you a live review of the KFC ice cream with chocolate sprinkles on top. Let me see if I can take a photo of this just for you, Dana, of this KFC ice cream. We'll get back to the on-track action in a sec, folks. It's continuing on screen there with live timing and a little bit of what we can show you. We're just taking a quick break here. We've got a long 4 days ahead of us, so we cannot kill Matt, our main cameraman, too early in the weekend. Fortunately, I don't have to do too much commentary over the weekend, so it doesn't matter if I run out of voice today, but we've got to get everyone else through the next 4 days. So I'm just taking a little bit easy this afternoon. All right, I'm going to try this ice cream. This is the kind of quality coverage that I'm sure you thought you were tuning into this afternoon, right? That's quality television right there. It's a soft serve, but it's kind of sprinkled with chocolate. I want to say it's chocolate cookie crumb. Pretty good. I approve. I will try that again. Not exactly sparkling Thai cuisine, but pretty nice on a hot afternoon. Let me take another minute or so just to wolf down this ice cream, and then we'll follow through the last few heats. We're at group number 5 of 9. In this one, it is Wagner out front. We saw him go quick in that round of controlled practice earlier. Henrik Heitsch He was really quick in this one. Tim Hillier was quick earlier on. He's a little bit further back this time around. We're 3-4 laps in, so there still is opportunity over the next 3 or 4 laps for this order at the front to shift around a little bit. Once we get to sort of 8 to 10 laps, it's not common to see changes after that. So keep an eye on this over the next couple of laps. I'll finish off my lunch break and be right back with you. There we go. Just before I took a quick break, I said that it was very possible that the order might shift around just a little bit over the next couple of laps. And Tim Hillier it was who jumped right to the top, going 45.2 in this group number 5. If you want to keep track of live timing and scoring, it's over at myrcm.ch. All the links are in the description of this video. So if you just scroll up from where you're watching or click into the description, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube, you'll be able to find all the links to the live timing. So it's 45.235 for Hillier in this group number 5. That leaves us with 4 groups remaining. Coverage coming to you courtesy of Rad Body. You can see our partners there on the screen. As I said before, the companies that support the kind of coverage that we're able to bring you. Others that are here covering Red RC, RC Racing TV, Trackside RC Media. There's a whole bunch of coverage coming out of this event, and the companies that support the media and enable us to share the stories, we encourage you to support them and tell them you heard about them right here on RC Race Media. That's Hobby Wing, Sweep, Team Savox, Ride RC and Speedy RC with us, along with Rad Body. If you've just joined us, my name's Scott Guyot here on behalf of RC Race Media and Scotty Ernst Productions. Scotty will be with us tomorrow for qualifying. Now let me go back to the chat. Grand Prix 3D, the mighty Andy Cook, I reckon that is, just confirming that what I ate on my ice cream was chocolate cookie crumb. Dana Dell likewise saying yes it is, enjoy. I reckon Andy Cook's probably been to TICC 1 or 2 times in his life. Let me ask that of those of you who are watching on. Have you been to this race before? So jump in the chat, tell us if you've been. Was it here at RC Addict? Was it at RCS? Was it at Huge? I think the race was there a couple of times. So if you've been at this race before, jump in the chat, tell us about it. Tell us where it was, when it was, and your favourite. Let's have your favourite memory from your visit to Bangkok for TITC. Tell us a story. Share some stories with one another. We're not too far away from going back to moving cameras for the last couple of heats of this round of seeding. And then we'll be moving into modified, of course, for seeding. Andy Cook saying first 3 TITC events right back at RCS Raceway. So that was 2003, 4, 5, I think. Cookie, if my history notes here are correct. Surakan winning the first two, and maybe Hara in 2005. I haven't got. Oh, hang on, I've got it right here. I've got my notes. Let's go back and do a little bit of history, shall we? So 2003 Surakan, 2004 Surakan, 2005 Hara. This is mod touring, of course. 2006 Mark Reinhard, the one time that Reinhard has won this race. Andy Moore in 2007, the first of 2 wins for him. Timu Lino in 2008, the Flying Finn. What an incredible driver he was, an incredible record, both in off-road and then later on in on-road as well. I feel like I might have seen Timu make the final at one of the more recent 200mm Nitro World Championship finals. Still 20 years on, incredibly quick. In 30 years on from when he first appeared on the world scene. But yeah, that's those first few events held over at RCS. Surakan taking the first couple, then Hara, Reinhardt, Andy Moore, and Timu in 2008, the year that RCS also hosted the World Championships. Mr. Raxon RC throwing in some greetings from the Pilbara. Raxon, I don't know if we've met yet in person. I look forward to it. I always enjoy the stories you share from races you get to across Australia and across the Asia Pacific. Go and track down Raxon RC's channel. Always sharing a heap of content. And he's giving us a quick shout out to Chris Schmidt, who's here from Perth in Western Australia at TITC 2026. John Puce was here in 2020, his only visit. Throwing down in the open brushless class. That's what we're looking at the moment. There was a question earlier which we answered in the text, but just to remind everyone of what this class is that we're looking at, this is open brushless. It is a 13.5 turn motor, but it is not normal 13.5 spec rules that you might be used to around the world. Some national series run a 13.5 spec motors. These motors are a little bit quicker than that, and the speed control, timing, turbo, etc. is all open. So open brushless, sometimes called boosted. They are substantially quicker than a normal 13.5 spec class. Only a few tenths of a second a lap away from the kind of times modified cars are doing around here. So this is the biggest of the two classes we're looking at this afternoon. There's around 95 entries in this open brushless class. I'm of the understanding that once you win this class, the kind of expectation or the unwritten rule for TITC is that you move on and you don't compete in that class, in this class again. So we don't have kind of repeat winners in the same way that we do in the mod classes. And if we look at some of the more recent winners, none of them running this class here this weekend. Soren Sparbia winning last year for Mugen. Before that, it had been 4 in a row for Automatics. Simon Lauter, who's running mod this week. Tim Wall, running mod this week. Dominic Vogel and Max Mackler. Had a chat with Max this morning. He's here, team manager on behalf of Automatics. Loves the race, but has got those team manager duties going on, and so not racing this weekend. So that is what we're looking at, open brushless. It's round 1 of 2 rounds of seeding practice. Adam Frankish saying he wishes he was here again. Best event, best track in the world. I've not been to every event or every track in the world, but I can see exactly why this is held in such high regard. It's an amazing facility. I wrote last night about how this event feels like it is kind of perfect in its imperfections. The track's incredible. The pits are crowded and buzzing and noisy and a little bit chaotic at times, but there's an atmosphere that's just pretty special. So I can see exactly, Adam, why you would say best event, best track in the world. Wish you were here again. The Absurdist jumping in. What have we got here? Orlovsky, Coelho, Reinhard, Volker and Sabue will be battling for the win. Can't disagree with any of those. Can't disagree with any of those. Maybe Sota, the Tamiya pilot, might have something to say about that. All right, let's start paying a little bit of attention to what's happening on track. We are in Group 6, seeding round 1, and in this one, it is Jordan Caruso out front going 44.5. Tim Hillier was quickest earlier on at a 45.2, but Caruso has well and truly eclipsed that at the moment. I'll keep an eye on Jordan. We'll be back on board with moving cameras from the next group. Just giving our team the chance to rest a moment, grab some food and drink, get some hydration on board. So Jordan Caruso, 44.5, 44.8 for Shimazaki, Elvis a 45.1, 45.6 for Yeonwoo Kim, and Daewon Kim a 46.6 a little further back. Out. My screen's flashing up with a message from Casey Dawson. He wouldn't be watching this. Oh, no, it's all right. Casey's sending me some bits and pieces for the Asian Buggy Championships in a couple of weeks' time. If you happen to be online with us, Casey, look forward to seeing you guys over there in New Zealand in a couple of weeks. Just going back to Adam saying also the best atmosphere, a festival, almost a celebration of our sport every year. Scotty, would you agree? I absolutely would agree. It's one of the things that I love about big races like this. They are about who wins, but they're also a celebration of our sport's a great way to put it. I sometimes talk about a gathering of the tribe, and that's what's going on here this week. 320 some races from all around the world, from all different cultures and communities and backgrounds, gathered here to do their best in a great facility, to race hard, to have a crack, see what they can win. And the best comment of the day so far going to Terry Norman. I need to find someone to lend me a car for a few laps. That is absolutely true. We do need to find someone to lend me a car for a few laps. Hashtag media race. Could it be RC Race Media versus Red RC versus RC Racing TV? We'll need in the ladies' Wild Willy class. Rally cars, yes. People are in my ears saying we need to get a media race happening in the rally cars. You'll see those on track tomorrow afternoon. Incredibly fun. One of the support classes here, Tamiya rally cars, treaded rally tyres, they're wheel spinning and sliding, and Masayuki Miura rarely is the grin off his face. He's just hot lapping a Tamiya rally car with a Ford Focus body. You'll see it tomorrow afternoon, all gold body shell. It's incredibly fun to watch. Yeah, we need 10 of those rally cars for a all-in media race. All right, so we're back on board with our moving camera. Matt's back. Robbie Story saying, let's go Caruso, all on the Jordan train. We were on board there with Lockie Pearson. I think you just saw him backflipping and getting in a little bit of trouble there in the run to the line. Happened just as I looked away. We're going to check and see if we've got a replay there for you. But in the meantime, Shin Sawada, he was quick in that open practice round, so I'm going to see if I can spot Shin and we'll get on board 44.7 at the moment. So we're picking up here with Shin Sawada. and also Christian Mamesh. So they're together on the racetrack and they're together at the top of the boards. Sawada it is 14.8. Fast lap 15.0 last time across the line for a 44.7. And 44.9 for Mamesh as they work their way through a little bit of traffic, both sneaking through on the inside there on that run to the line. We'll keep following those guys for a little bit. Let me tell you a couple of things about the track that I've noticed, and some of you who've been here before may be able to add some extra or correct me before I jump into that. G4, ZZ4. There's a question in the chat about what time we kick off tomorrow Oz time. We'll let you Google the time difference depending on where you are in Australia, but it is 8 a.m. local time. So 8 a.m. local, I think that makes it 11 o'clock in Queensland, 12 o'clock Australian Eastern Summertime, and maybe 9 o'clock in the West, something like that. I'll let you do the Googling, but it is 8 a.m. local. We'll have all that info up later on. We'll be on air around 8, both Friday, Saturday and Sunday. We'll open each day with a little introduction to what's happening and then get straight on the racetrack. And a reminder that Scotty Ernst will be with us through the weekend. Continue to follow with Sawada and Mamesh. I was about to tell you a couple of what I think are the key points of this track. Right here where they are now, the boys. That triple right-hander off the back straight. Very fast entrance into it, and then it tightens up all the way through. Particularly deep in the run, you'll see cars getting a little out of shape at the end of that triple right-hander, just as they grab that curb and try to accelerate and punch out of that into the very tight left-hand hairpin. The second of, I think, what are the three key points of the track, that infield, what we're calling the infield hairpin. Little tight, narrow chicane, not tight chicane, but narrow through into a really heavy braking area. Very, very easy to make a little mistake and get out of shape. And the third is the right-left combo after the start-finish loop. So drivers come, as we continue to watch Mamesh and Sawada switching positions, super close together, still at the top of the boards. So yeah, this right-hander right after the start-finish straight, and then into, again, a sweeping left-hand hairpin. I think those are really the three critical points on this track, both in terms of lap time and potential for mistakes. At least that's how it seems to me. If you've been here before, you think there's some other critical points on this racetrack for lap time or for mistakes or opportunities for passing, tell us about it. Which part of the track do you love the most? This classic RC Addicts. It's a multi-layout facility. This is the kind of classic layout. There was some talk about a different layout being run for this year's event, but a couple of weeks back, the decision was made to revert to this classic and much loved layout. I've not spoken to anyone who's here who has not enjoyed driving this layout. Inside the last 30 seconds, still Sawada, Mamesh, Zacchaeus Lamb. We were talking about Zacchaeus earlier. Valentine Hetrick. Valentine's here with the small Irish squad. I had a chat to some of the guys, and in fact Andreas Myberg is in this heat as well. 2 of the 4 Irish pilots. And 2 of them going nicely here. So Sawada 44.79 is the time on the boards as he finishes off his run, and the countdown is well underway. So drivers in Group 8 rolling around. It's all different. The whole rhythm of the day has shifted now, with marshals coming and going between heats, drivers getting the warm-up lap to roll around to the start grid. All week long we've just been used to cars rolling in and others rolling out almost instantaneously, a 10-15 second changeover. Now we're back to a more normal racing rhythm of a couple of minutes in between heats. $44.517 is the number one time on the boards at the moment. Continues to be Jordan Caruso. So we'll keep an eye on that. All the links to the live timing are up in the description. If you've just joined us, you found the video, find the description, you'll find the links to live timing as we roll out here for group number 8, the second to last, the penultimate group in this open brushless seating round number 1. We're going to open up with car number 1 of Eric Lamb. We'll keep an eye on what else is happening. We'll move around and look at some other cars as well. It is Suzuki, Martin Huddy. Going 29.8 for 2 laps, 14.88 last time across the line. Ji-Hoon Jun, quick there as well. We'll get everyone across the line for 3 and we'll see where we're at. Then we'll start to take a look at some other drivers as we continue to follow on with Eric Lamb. Couple more cars to get across the line, but it is Huddy who's gone 44.696, chasing Caruso's 44.517. So we're going to see if we can track down Huddy's car and go on board with him in a moment. So we're on board with Huddy now, who's 44.691, still just a tenth or so shy of Jordan Caruso's time, leading this one. Takayuki Kono, 44.7. Jopra 44.9, Suzuki 44.9 as well. So they're all chasing Jordan Caruso, currently sits on a 44.5. Somebody did say to me yesterday, keep an eye on Jordan Caruso, not without a shot at putting a car into the final, and certainly on the strength of the pace we've seen from him so far in this seeding practice, that's a pretty good shout. So we'll continue to keep an eye on Caruso's progress across the weekend, one of the big Australian squad that are here. Huddy continues 15.1 last time across the line. He's got a heap of traffic, gets around one car. That was, let me see, that might have been Kono that he got around. So Kono sits second on the board, just maybe has the slightest straight line speed edge as I look sideways from my vantage point and watch them down the back straight. Huddy continuing to be in heavy traffic, continues to be out front, 44.6, so not able to lower that time. It's 15.2 last time across the line, so he needs 3 in a row in that 15.2 kind of range to try and get any improvement on the 44.6. 15.3 that time across the line, so that's not going to help. He's going to need 15.1 probably this lap if he's to take anything more away from the 44.6 that he currently holds. It's 15.3, so not doing quite enough deep in this run now. We're on lap number 13 with 3 minutes in, 2 to go. We'll continue to stick with Huddy just for the moment because he has got Takayuki Kono right behind him. In fact, no, it's not. It's Suzuki. Kiyokazu Suzuki is behind him. I'll see if I can track down Kono, who sits P2, but we'll stay with Huddy just for the moment. I think that actually might be Kono just in front of Huddy that we're just catching a glimpse of in the race paint. The yellow, blue and white. I'll just check a number as he comes past race control here. That's the car number 4, so that's Suzuki. Top 3 or 4 cars running very closely together on the racetrack, which makes it a little tricky for us to kind of figure out, but we'll follow this whole group keep track of Hoodie's progress through. The traffic continues to sit on that 44.691, a 15.1 that time across the line. So there is opportunity here if he is good enough over the next 2 laps. 15.1, 3 of those in a row would do something about his overall time. So we'll stick with him, because there's an opportunity here for him to threaten the time of Caruso. That time across the line, let's see, it's a 15.6, so that's expensive. Probably not going to see him now improve that time. So it is a 44.691 for Hoodie. Deep in this one with one group left to go. Caruso sits atop the boards with a 45.517. Just about the whole field now, that's right, nose to tail. Someone just pointed out to me the whole 8 cars in the field here, almost nose to tail. They start spread out, but somehow they've conspired to link up deep in this one. And we are done. And it is Hoodie who takes that group, 44.691, just a smidge shy of Caruso's 44.517. Go back and see what's happening in the chat. Ads saying, so good hearing Scotty presenting TITC. Thank you, mate. Even better when the other Scotty is here tomorrow and I can get back to my comfort zone. But it is fabulous, fabulous to be here. All right, we are up to the ultimate heat, the last heat of our open brushless class. Buddy goes to P2. Harry Sue, I think it is, in P3. The Wada hanging on in P5 at the moment. Can probably expect that to change a little bit in the next 5 minutes. We'll get them all the way and then we'll pick up Lucas Ellerbrock in a moment. Car number 1 and first away. So Ellerbrook was quick in the second round of control practice this morning, just drifted off a smidge in the third round. So we'll see what he's got to work with this afternoon. Goes 14.6. No, that was Boltnick. Oliver Boltnick going 14.6 first time around. Ellerbrook going 14.9 first time across the line. Second time goes 14.6. We'll get everyone through 3 laps and we'll work out where we sit. You can see through 2 laps now, if you look at the screen, Boltnick sits on top. Rungcharat in 2, Izay in 3 as Ellerbrook moves around a little bit. Ellerbrook going 14.6 last time across the line. That's where the fast laps are at the moment. So we are officially into the 43s, 43.889. Remember, coming into this one, it was Jordan Caruso on a 44.5 who led. We have now the first 5 cars inside that time. So Boltnick on a 43.8, 43.9 for Adam Izay. He was quick in round 3 of open practice. In fact, that last round of control practice that we saw a little earlier. Natawat Rungcharat sits there in P3 of 44.0, 44.0 for Ellerbrook as well. Lomrose going 44.3 to get inside Caruso's time, as does Sudaprawat in at 44.4. So Caruso now going from first back to 6th or 7th. 6 cars inside the previous pace setter, Boltnick at the front. So let's see if we can pick up Ollie. They're on board with Boltnick now, who continues to lead this one, 43.845. He's joined in the 43s by Adam Izay, the second man into the 43 second range. for our 3 consecutive laps. The pace continuing to build this afternoon. We think we'll probably see them go even quicker in the second round of seeding as the heat comes out of the track as the day continues. But for now, it's Boltnick on top, holding down provisionally seeding position number 1 of 43.845 for his 3 laps. Izay in 2, Rungcharat, one of the local drivers, in 3. So many fast tyre drivers here at RC Addict. Lucas Ellerbrook, we started the run with him, sits back there in P4 and a 44 flat, 44.3 for Lomrose. Sudapro at 44.4. They are the 6 cars inside the former leader, Jordan Caruso. We're 10 laps in. We're probably not going to see, commentator's curse coming up, we're probably not going to see too many changes here in the front 5. We'll see if those lap times are fading off at all. Just a little bit, so 14.8 last time for Boltnick, 15 flat for Izay, so that's off the kind of pace that's needed for the Connor laps to get a 3-lap consecutive run faster than they've already got on the boards. Need to be well down in the low 14s. Mid 14s at least, so 14.8 last time across the line. We're mostly in the 15s now. We'll see if we can pick up Adam Izay. Taking a lap with Australia's Lincoln Codd at the moment. In the blue. Tough run through the sweeper for him. Beautiful picking up Adam Izay there on a screen for the last couple of laps. Izay going 43.941, one of 2 drivers into the 43s in this one, Boltnick and Izay, the 2 clear at the top. A massive 1/10 of a second clear of Natawat Rungcharat, who sits just a 10th back, 44 flat for his 3. Not expecting to see any more changes here deep in this one, so it's going to be Boltnick who will top seeding round number 1 in open brushless. I'm going to write these times down so we can compare them a little later on. 43.895, that is moving. Some of the very best spec class racers in the world here this week. So Boltnick it is, 43.845, who tops seeding round number 1 here in the open brushless category. Reminder, if you're just ducking in to join us, that this open brushless category is 13.5 turn motors, but not your normal spec 13.5s, and it is open ESC settings. So plenty of timing and boost on board, and those cars absolutely ripping. G'day to Marcelo, for Andrew Salvaggi's in the chat, Horse Sunray, OSD Scott, and the RC Race Media chums. Slicker than Vin Diesel's noggin in a sudden downpour. Wow, that is some writing right there. I wish I could write that good. Slicker than Vin Diesel's noggin in a sudden downpour. I'm not even on camera. You can't even see my hairstyle to know that that's actually true. Great to see you guys. Great to have so many of you joining in from all around the world here on seeding day at TITC 2026. I'm going to take a short break for a couple of minutes with the words. We'll leave you with the images for a couple of minutes, and I will be back on deck before we get to the fast heats in this first round of seeding practice this afternoon. We're into the modified class. I'll be back with you shortly. We're back, baby, as we get on into this first round of seeding practice. I said to you earlier, remember this man's name, not just for this week, but over the next year or two. Ji-Hoon Yu going pretty nicely, 43.3 in this one to sit on top of the pile after he took 12 laps. And then I think, as I look out across the track, looks like he's pulled in. So we've seen a few drivers do that. Once they know the performance has gone out of the tyres, in a seeding sense, there's no point in continuing. So quite a few of the drivers pulling out once they've kind of had their initial shot at a fast time. You, one of those, Ji-Hoon, running for Automatics, I think, here this week. Came to prominence at the Asian On-Road Championships over in Korea last October, where he qualified second for Ronald Volker. Ronald was on something of a tear that weekend and went through the final series undefeated. Ji-Hoon got tangled up in some big battles with the likes of Mark Reinhard, but in the end, finishing, I think it was fourth overall, but qualified second. That was a kind of a emergence, if you like, for the Korean driver, and one to keep an eye on through the rest of the weekend. So you'll see that our timing sheets haven't updated here. There we go. We're just updating now. Just been a few little delays in the timing system here. Obviously, we're hooked into my RCM, the same as some of you will be for the timing, and we're a little bit at the mercy of that system updating. So got a very special shout out to do to Bowie back home in Australia from Matt. Thanks for the crack about slicker than Vin Diesel's hairstyle. I know you were talking about the coverage, not about my haircut. Just that I'm a little sensitive about being thin on top. Typical middle-aged white man syndrome. All right, let's see what we've got here. We're in group number 2. You're watching this first round of seeding practice here at TITC from RC Addict. We've got some names in this one. Jesse Davis, said earlier, has made the big move across from nitro to electric for the season, having a full tilt at it. Porsche Mangalit's a name to watch out for. Patrick Goldner, I think, was in the A final just a couple of weeks back over at the Euro Touring Series. Joseph Quagrain, JQ, in this one as well. Patrick Goldner going to the top. We're on board with Jesse Davis at the moment. I talked about just a moment ago about how Jesse's made the move to have a proper season-long crack at electric touring back home in Australia. He'll be at all the big races across the country. Lives right up in the far north of Australia, far northeast, in a city called Townsville, city of about 200,000 people. No electric touring car racetracks within 4 hours of him in either direction. So he's got to travel to get to the races. Great to have Jesse over here. He sits in P2 going 43.9. Patrick Goldner going a 43.1. That takes him to the top of the charts, ahead of Ji-Hoon, who we saw in the last one. We'll see how long that time from Goldner lasts as we continue through seeding. In fact, we'll see, first of all, whether he can improve on his own time. Let me see if I can track him down and we'll give him a follow. They're on board with Patrick Goldner now going 14.5 last time across the line. 43.115 is his 3-lap time. He is well clear, 43.9, so 0.8 clear of Jessie Davis. Portia Mangalit, I mentioned her a moment ago. 45.116 for third, quick in this group. Chan Hai Lei, 45.3. JQ, Joseph Quagrain, 45.5 for his 3 laps. Tack Law, 46.1. But Goldner it is, continuing out front, 43.1. Last time across the line going 14.6. We can do the maths on 3 laps. They need to be down in the 14.3 kind of range, 14.2 to 14.3 to improve on his 43.115. That is really the story of seeding this afternoon, as we've talked our way into this afternoon, that you've got to do those fast 3 laps almost straight out of the gate. Almost straight out of the gate. It's got to be just about the first 3 laps. Give a bit of shout out to Wayne and Brendan Solomon representing South Africa. Great to have some of the South African crew here at TITC and in the chat. What time is it in South Africa? I have no idea. What would it be? Early in the morning? Something like that, wouldn't it be? Let us know. What time is it where you are, where you're watching from? But just added some viewers from Live RC. So if you've just happened to have joined us over in the US, it's probably in the middle of the night. What are you doing? Go back to bed. But great to have you with us here from the US as well. Goldner continues 43.1. His 3-lap pace hasn't changed since very early on. He's running there. We're still on board with him. That's Jessie Davis right behind him. Who sits P2 of the 43.9. So Goldner will have big ambitions here this week. And that ambition will start by seeding well up into a high group for qualifying tomorrow. A little sideways there. Remember I spoke earlier about the end of that triple right-hander being really challenging for the mod cars late in the run as the tyres heat up. That's an example right there of exactly what we're talking about. Late in the run, right here at this, the third apex of the triple right-hander, off the back straight is where things get a little bit tricky. Goldner continues inside the last 20 now. Davis, Mangalit, Quagrain, Lai, Law, Golovko, Mountain Park from South Korea, 47.2. Alfahan, Indovino, and Dobrijevic. Before we get too much further into this seeding time, chat, the question is, who have you got to top this first round of seeding in modified? So before we get too deep, before we get to the faster kind of group, and before you get too many clues, I want to know, who do you got to top this first round of seeding? Mailman telling us the time in South Africa is the same time as Austria. Another shout out from South Africa, JP. Thanks for following us along, JP. Oh yeah. We do normally run a list, but we'll let Scotty do that tomorrow when he's here with us. Well known for keeping a list of all the countries in the chat. I hope you come back and join us for qualifying tomorrow and Saturday, finals on Sunday. All right, so it's a line-up here as we get set. They're coming around on warm-up laps. We've got Ryan Maker, Ryan Ignatius, P.Y. Tang, Ahn Jung-hyun, Kwon Jin, Anthony Coretti, Simon Nicholson, Dario Balestri. There is a name, multiple times world champion, one of the absolute best to have done this sport, particularly in the Nitro On-Road categories where he's made his name. Jeff Hammond's in this one, Brad Portelli, fellow Australian. We've got a whole crew of South Africans in the track. Great to have you guys here. I hope you're enjoying your Thursday morning, wherever in South Africa you are. Not a country I've had the pleasure or the privilege to visit just yet. Maybe one day. We're set here. There's our first nomination. RC Carvid saying Bruno will be the man who top seeds. That's what I want to know before we get too much deeper into this one. Who you got top seeding? It was Bruno in that last round of controlled practice. It's been Orlovsky. Goto's been quick in the Tamiya. Volker's been quick, so there's a shout out for Volker in the chat as well. All right, we'll get things rolling here. Good shout out from Adam Frankish saying Mark Reinhardt will give it a shake. He absolutely will. I said this last night. I watched a heat yesterday, an open practice run where Reinhardt and Orlovsky, they were about 2 seconds apart when they started. The distance between them never varied by more than 5 feet for the entire 5 minutes. It was incredibly close between the two of them. As we've been on board with Ryan Maker, you saw him getting loose there, coming on to that main straight. That is not going to do his 3-lap pace any favours. 16.3 that time around. He really needs those laps down in the mid to low 14s. So he continues to be on top, 43.441. That's 3/10 slower than Patrick Goldner from the last race. Jeff Hammond going 43.4. Simon Nicholson 44.0. It's an Australian trifecta at the front of the field. We might see if we can find Hammond, who now goes to the top on a 43.4. So we switch over and pick up Jeff Hammond, car number 10, the Australian 43.4. We saw him just get a little bit loose on the last lap, so that won't have been a quick one. It's not, it's a 15.2. I just caught that out of the corner of my eye as I looked for him. Just saw him getting a little bit loose. So we'll see what he's got now with a clean lap. He's got a little bit of clear track in front of him for a lap or two. He sits on a 43.4. Goes 14.6 that time across the line. There needs a couple faster laps to improve his top three overall. Continues to be Hammond over Maker and Nicholson. 43.4 the fastest in this one. Patrick Goldner, remember, 43.115 sits on top of the list right now. That's Hammond, Maker, Nicholson, Quan Jin, Dario Balestri. Let's see if we can find Hammond getting in a little bit of trouble. See if we can find Dario for a follow. So we're on board with Dario Balestri, giving you a look at the former world champion Nitro classes. I don't know my Nitro on-road history too well, so someone jump in the chat and tell us how many world championships and which ones has Dario Balestri won. 10th scale, 200mm, 8th scale, possibly both, maybe not. I'm not up to speed on my Nitro on-road classes, but Balestri, one of the best. Jump in the chat, tell us a little bit about him. What are the world championships that he's won? It gets a little sideways there as we watch him. Last time across the line of 14.9. Quickest last time around 14.7 for Jeff Hammond. Nobody improving late in the run here with a minute and a half to go. Fabulous to see Balestri here in Thailand, joining fellow Nitro specialist Mr. Davis, Jesse Davis from Australia, two of the drivers who are better known for their Nitro exploits in having a run here at TITC 2025. So we're winding down in this one. It's Hammond who's continued out front, 43.4. Just 5/100ths of a second ahead of the boss, Ryan Maker. So Hammond 43.4. 3.6. Maker 44.441. 43.441, I should say. So Patrick Gollner still on top, 43.115. We followed along there with Dario Balestri. Trying to get my IFMAR Hall of Fame records open here. There we go. 13 titles, ads telling us. 2 IFMAR World Championships, 11 EFRA European Championship wins. Which ones, ads? That's the question. Which IFMAR Championships has Balestri won? I need the detail. It's going to drive me nuts all afternoon now if I don't know. All right, we continue. We are into Group 4 of 6. Group 4 of 6 as this first seeding round continues. Still want you in the chat telling us who is going to top this seeding practice round number 1. Adam wants to know who I think. I don't know, Adam. I don't know if I'm allowed to say. I'm supposed to be neutral, right? I'm not supposed to be saying who I think. Before that last round of open practice, control practice, I should say, I would have said Orlovsky because he's looked so good every time I've watched him. But was not there in that last round of control practice, and Bruno was very, very strong. So if Orlovsky gets back to the kind of pace and performance we've seen through open practice over the last 3 days, 2 days that I've been here, then I'll say Orlovsky. But if that last run was a sign of things to come, then, gee, you can't go past Bruno, who was really good. Outsider, the Tamiya Sota. Adds filling in the details. France in 2017, Japan 2023 for Balestri is the information that Ads has for us. So Group 4 away. We're on board with Tim Wall doing a couple of laps with the German 42.891. So we are officially into the 42s. First 3 cars. So Ryosuke Yamamoto 42.860. Wall 42.891. Naoto Matsukura, the 5, I want to say, time world champion, 42.988. Matsukura going on a run of world championships through the teens in 12th scale. He's won, I want to say he's won one in touring car and one in 200mm, something like that. Matsukura, one of the best to do this, and particularly in 12th scale, arguably the greatest of all time. You'd put him right up there with Hirosaka in terms of world championships won in that category. So Yamamoto continues, 42.860. Wall, Matsukura. Ronnefolt going 43.1. Hagberg 43.3. Picking up Matsukura now on screen. Naoto, those famous colours. 6 times, I'm being told. 6 times a world champion. So Matsukura's just gotten around Wall that last lap or so. You can see them together on screen there. Back one, so we're picking up Ryosuke Yamamoto there. He sits on top of the boards, 42.860, a massive 3/100ths of a second clear of Wall. Another 10th or so back to Matsukura, Ronnefolk, Hagberg, E.C. Kim, Antoine Brunet, Silgulpta, Okazaki, Rungchuaman, and Menachuchi. The run down in this one. So yeah, we're just talking about Matsukura, 4 times 12 scale, 1 time electric touring, 1 time 200mm world champion. Could he add another world championship in China in a few weeks' time? 12 scale will be on again. I hope we'll see him in that category. Touring car, of course. So Yamamoto still on top, 42.8. Last time across the line, 14.5. He's the quickest on the track at the moment with that 14.5 last time. 14.7. Wall Matsukura going 14.8. 14.5 also for Ronnefolk. So we might try and find David for the last lap or two. So we pick up David Ronnefolk for the last couple of laps here. He's gone 14.5, 14.5. So got pace deep in the run, and that will be important to remember tomorrow. So does David have the headline pace at the start of the run for seeding? Not in this heat. Does he have 5-minute pace tomorrow when it really matters to put himself in the frame for a up front starting position on Sunday? I mean, time will tell, but it's promising signs as he goes 14.4 on his last lap. So Ronnefolk having pace on board deep into this run hasn't helped him with seeding, but might just be what really matters tomorrow. Ryosuke Yamamoto going 42.860. A reminder, the current fast time from round 1. This is round 1, of course. So current fast time from the controlled practice earlier was a 42.5. So 42.8 is right up there. Yamamoto, really impressive. Who you got? Could Yamamoto's time hold on? We've got, 2 heats left. The world champions keep on coming. Andy Moore at Tsuchihara, both world champions. Gilles Groskamp, so 3 former world champions in this one. And then plenty of talent right through the field. Victor Vilk, Jin Sawada. Jin was super fast in control practice earlier. Nicholas Lee. I don't know if I made a note of Sawada's time earlier on. He went 42.9 for his 3 laps in that controlled practice session. Not that that matters, just as a reference for the kind of pace that he has had on board today. Just getting up to 500 people watching with us all around the world. Give us a like, a share. Tell your mates to get the screen, the phone, the television, the laptop on. Forget about work. Don't worry about that. To quote a former Australian Prime Minister, to misquote a former Australian Prime Minister, anyone who sacks their worker for watching RC car racing on work time is a bum. That's what Bob Hawke said in Australia famously right back in the 1980s. Of course, when Australia 2 won the America's Cup yacht race. We'll apply that to TITC. Anyone who sacks their workers for watching TITC on work time. No, I'm not going to finish that sentence. But share the stream. Give us a like. Tell your friends. We are super excited to be here. I've said it 1,000 times. I'm going to keep saying it all weekend long. TITC live around the world is something we have been excited to bring you. And it's only seeding practice. So we're straight live with Victor Vilk in this first round of seeding practice. I said how quick he had looked this morning, and he really did in those control practice sessions this morning. He was super fast, and we'll see what he's got on board in terms of 2-lap pace. He went 42.9 earlier for 3 laps. We'll see what he can do with 2 laps in. Matej Kolina, Yoshiyasu Yangasawa, Jin Sawada there at the top of the charts. 2 laps down, but we'll get everyone through for 3. Vilk gets through, he goes 43.0. It's his first 3-lap pace. Kolina going 43.0 as well. Jin Sawada 42.9, first in this group into the 42s. We're going to pick up Kolina now, the Italian shoemaker pilot on screen. First chance we've had to watch him for a little bit. Got the race paint going today, which we are big fans of here at RC Race Media. We understand lightweight body shells, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. But it's nothing better than seeing race paint. Kolina looking good. Does a lot of the wrenching, a lot of the setup and development work for Shoemaker, working closely with Mikhail Orlovsky. He sits in P2, 42.847 as Sawada goes faster, 42.670 now for Sawada. It was Orlovsky 42.5 this morning. Coelho was around about that pace in the last controlled practice session. So Sawada showing the time is in the track, 42.6. So picking up Koki Kato, Japanese driver, he's at 43.0 for his best, buried in some traffic at the moment. Or looks to try and go on the inside, and does. They got a little bit of clear track now, Kato, for the next couple of laps to see what he can do. It was a 15.0 that time around with that pass included. Got a little bit of room to move, to stretch his legs. He's got the 6 car of Jin Sawada in front of him. But probably won't be closing up on him too quickly, going 14.4 that time by. So that's pretty solid lap times deep in the run. Sawada going 14.5, Kato 14.4. 14.5 also for Nicholas Lee from Singapore. Andy Moore going 14.5, 14.6 for Grosskamp. So there's pace in this race deep into it. Anytime you're down in that sort of 14.5 this far into the run, the car is hanging onto its tyres pretty well. We'll see what happens over the next couple of minutes. We're on board with Nicholas Lee now, also running the race paint, part of the strong X-Ray squad here. Asia team manager for X-Ray, and I think a past winner of this race in the open brushless category back a few years ago. One of Asia's front-running regular mod touring drivers, and I did hear a rumour he's been doing a little bit of off-road lately as well, a little 10-scale off-road. Perhaps joining that Hoodie Series Asia, some of the races there. We're on board with Lee. Continues to roll around in P6 in this one, 43.283. It's still Sawada, 42.6, 42.8 for Kolina. Vilk, 42.9. They're still on board with Lee. We'll stay with him right till the end here. It's inside the last 10 seconds, so just a lap or so to go. He's running along behind Yanagasawa. It sits one spot ahead of him on the timing charts with a 43.2. So that's Lee and Yanagisawa together on track. And we are done. The Jin Sawada goes to the top, a 42.670. Past a finalist here, looking every inch the threat this weekend as well, early days. And then there was one heat left. Seating round number one. G'day to Lou Coretti in the chat. Love the coverage. Lou, great to hear from you. Been a long time since we've crossed paths. I hope you are doing well. Anthony's doing a great job here. Look forward to the next time our paths cross. It's been, I don't know, a long, long time. A decade, maybe more, 15 years, something like that. I hope you're well. Sorry, that just gave away how old Lou Coretti and I are. That's not very fair to Lou. That we've been around this sport for that long, that the last time we saw each other was something like 15 years ago. All right, cars going down as drivers roll out for this last heat. The kind of thing we see from the top group, they are very, very particular about how long their cars are on the ground, how many meters they drive, whether they do laps at full speed or half speed. It's almost as complex as warm-up laps for qualifying in Formula One. Nobody wants to be the first put down. Everyone wants to be the last person to get put on the track. Nobody wants their car to go into a dirty part of the surface here where the cars are starting here on the outside of this final turn. Everyone wants their car to be as close as possible to the racing line so that it's as clean as possible. All of these tiny little things matter, particularly, I want to say, in this seeding run where it is absolutely these first few laps that count the most. We're going to go straight on board from the beginning with car number one of Mikkel Orlovsky. We'll work our way back through as many cars as we can, but we'll stick with cars for a couple of laps each. We are away. Orlovsky on board. Said before how quick he's been through open practice, but not showing it in that last round of seeding practice. And Coelho goes 14-1 first time around. Reinhard 14-2, Orlovsky 14-2, Sabue 14-4. The fast from Serta Goto 14-1, 8-1. I'm telling you, don't sleep on the Tamiya driver. He is absolutely one to keep an eye on all through the rest of this weekend. We're going to drop back from Orlowski to Bruno. It is the car to follow in the all orange. So we are 3 laps down. Bruno's gone 42.413. He currently sits on top of the boards, 42.485. Orlovsky, Reinhardt, 42.698. There is only a lap or two more, maybe 3 at the most, to try and drop those times. Orlovsky's done it. He's gone 42.406 with a 14.196. Fourth time around, so Orlovsky now to the top, Coelho in 2, Reinhardt in 3. There's tenths between them, 42.4 both for Orlovsky and Coelho, half a tenth between them. Reinhardt another 4 tenths back in third as they get through for lap number 5. Orlovsky goes 14.3, Coelho 14.2. The time still the same, 42.40 is the 3-lap pace. Orlovsky, Coelho, Reinhardt, Gotha. So we'll pick up Mark Reinhardt now for a couple of laps. The multi-time world champion, 14.248 last time across the line, a 14.1 hot lap, 42.6. There's a chance for him to improve if he can carry that pace, 14.3 that time. That puts it on a knife edge. We are at lap 7 on working lap number 8 now. We've seen nobody really able to improve in mod unless they've had some kind of nightmare early on. Orlovsky, though, doesn't listen to the script, goes 14.1 that time around, hasn't improved yet, but the window is there. It's 14.2 for Coelho, 14.5 for Reinhardt, go to 14.5, 14.4 Sabue, Nagashima 15.1. He's off the pace in this one at the moment. Lauter 14.3 last time by. Orlovsky goes 14.3, still 42.406. We're 9-10 laps in now. Is that enough? Has Orlovsky done enough to take the early lead in these 2 rounds of seeding? Remember, there is another round to go. It doesn't matter where your time comes from. We think the track will probably be faster later in the afternoon, but this is going to be first bragging rights. I think we're on board with Akio Sabue now. Down at the back straight, the blue and yellow. Just looking down and seeing car number 8, Goto pulling over. He knows he's had his shot. Probably not going to find 3 faster lap times. So now we'll look and see what lap times are like late in the run. Coelho's just gone 14.184 last time across the line. His 3-lap run is still 42.4, but there is the smallest window for him to see what he can do. He goes across the line again, 14.210. The margin between he and Orlovsky now just half a tenth of a second. Coelho across the line again, goes 14.331, still half a tenth back of Orlovsky, who still holds the top. So it is still Orlovsky, Coelho, Reinhardt, but that kind of lap pace, both of them actually, Orlovsky and Coelho, 14.3 last time around. That is fast, deep in the run, 1.5 minutes to go, 3.5 in. Reinhardt going 14.4, go to Sobu Nagashima. The Japanese trio sit in 4, 5 and 6. We came into this one with Sawada on top at a 42.6. He will still be right there, perhaps third quick overall for the round, just shading Mark Reinhardt at the moment. 42.670 to Reinhardt's 42.693. So Sawada and Colin are going 42.8. So he'll probably sit around about P6, I think, when all is said and done here. 14.3 continues to roll out for Orlovsky and Coelho. Reinhardt 14.4, just a tenth or so off. Go to a couple of tenths slower now to 14.6 is 14.7. Sobu, you can see the pace drifting late in the run. When we get to 5 minutes tomorrow, it is all going to be about hanging onto the tyres for 5 minutes. The order will change. Some will come out of the blocks fast, some will hold on. If I take a look at this, 5-minute runs don't matter so much, but as it stands at the moment, Orlovsky is going quickest over the 5 minutes on this occasion, looking to go around a second faster than Coelho. Although Bruno, I think, got a little sideways last time around, so this will probably be a slower lap. It was a 14.6, 15.3, so Coelho just dropping off there with that little mistake. We're inside the last 20 seconds. I think I'm safe to say it's not going to change from here. That is a terrible thing for a commentator to say, but Orlovsky, a 42.40, rolling around, still banging out 14.3s. You have to say that at this halfway point in this afternoon's 2 seeding rounds of practice, it will be Orlovsky who sits on top. We are rolling in for final laps. That is just about everyone done. Just Yugo Nagashima. Orlovsky it is to the top of the list at the end of round 1 of 2 of seeding. Wow, that was close, folks. Orlovsky over Coelho, just 0.028 of a second, something like that. Reinhardt a little bit further back, 42.6, so a couple tenths away. Go to 42.7, 42.8 for Sabue, 42.8 also for Nagashima. So Sawada getting in the mix there, a 42.670. He'll go P3 for the round, Reinhardt 4. Take a breath. Take a breath. It could be a short break here. I'm just going to take a little breath myself. What did you think of that, folks? We had a few people saying Coelho, he was right in the mix, less than half a tenth back of Mikhail Orlovsky, who did what he needed to do. Got the job done. We might take a quick break here. Come back on the other side of this with round 2. We'll kind of wrap up where we got to in round 1. But what you need to know is that at the halfway point in this afternoon's seeding, it is Orlovsky on top. Let's take a short break. Back on the other side of this. All right, friends, wherever you are in the world, we're back. We've just caught our breath for a moment, checked in, done a little lap time analysis, just figuring out what's been going on there in that first round of seeding. We're straight back into it. We'll catch our breath. I'll catch you up on a couple of things. We'll keep an eye on lap times in these groups, because remember what we learned earlier is that there are some drivers that are a little out of place in terms of their pace relative to the way the heats have been set up for these seeding runs this afternoon. So we'll keep an eye on what's happening. So Mika Lolowski getting the job done over Bruno Coelho. That happened right before the break, half a tenth between the two of them. We had a look at the lap times, and all but two of the drivers setting their 3 hot laps in the first half a dozen. I think Volker had a problem early, so he had his 3 fast laps were later on, but as a result, he is well down the order. Things did not go his way. Jin Sawada, arguably the surprise packet, would you say, up there in P3? We would have expected him to be in the mix somewhere in that top 10. P3 is pretty solid, and he's comfortably the fastest of the X-Ray team at the moment. It's super close. We looked at somebody who was about 30th, and half a second of improvement would have brought him right up to 12th or 13th, something like that. So super close, as you would expect over 3 laps. It's always going to be pretty close. What did you like? What did you make of that, my friends? What did you make of that first round of seeding? I've been saying all day we typically would expect things to improve later in the afternoon. It is 4 p.m. here now. We've got, 9 heats of open brushless. So it'll be somewhere around 5:20, 5:15, 5:20 before the mod cars are back on track. And we would think temperatures would start to come down by then. I think we will probably see the fastest seeding time set in that final round of seeding practice. Potentially even into the 41s, we'll see. We saw a 42 flat, didn't we, earlier in the day, so potentially 41s for the 3-lap pace is going to be what it takes. I liked it, lots to like. So a reminder that you are following along the Thailand International Touring Car Championship, TITC as it's better known, 2026 edition. The race that dates all the way back to 2003. Not run twice during COVID years, but otherwise every year. 8, I think, of the 11 drivers who've won this championship in mod, 8 of them are here. Bruno Coelho's won it 4 times. Fushihara 4 times. They head the entry list. So yeah, we're coming to you from Bangkok. We're just resetting a little bit here to go through this next round of seeding practice. Keep an eye on what's happening on track. It's Jamie Zhou, 44.9. So that's pretty solid lap time for this early group. Back of the top 10 would have been around that, high 44s in the first round of seeding. So Jamie Zhou, Venning Zhou, Danny Chen, Danny Lim, 44.9, 45.3, 46.7, etc. You can see the times there at the top of the charts. Coverage brought to you by Rad Body with the support of Hobbywing Electronics, Sweep Racing Team, Savox, Ride RC and Speedy RC. I've been reminding you every now and then to get over to Speedy RC and use the discount code TITC26 just until the 18th of February. So TITC26, special offer as Speedy RC support our coverage and support you in your racing. A little sweet treat there of a few dollars off. TITC 26. Our team bringing you the coverage from RC Race Media. You might know us from the 10 Scale World Champs or the Asian Buggy Championships, races like that, mostly based in Australia. Joining forces here with Scotty Ernst Productions. Scotty is en route, will be with us right through the weekend. He will be leading the coverage through qualifying Friday, Saturday and final Sunday. And from tomorrow onwards, we'll be rolling out with post-race interviews just as often as we can grab a driver at the end of their race. Oh, yard sale, back straight. Oh, he might have got away with it. Every now and then you hear a horrible noise. I heard it then. I'm not sure if the FX mic caught it. You probably would have just seen it on screen. So that's what we are. That's what we're doing. We're over here in Thailand having a great time, great food, great venue, incredible venue, great people. We are one half of the way through seating practice. This TITC is a bucket list race for so many. What I want to know in the chat, what's your bucket list race? If you go to any race anywhere in the world and someone else was footing the bill, what race would you pick? Would it be something like TITC, maybe a Euro Touring Series, maybe a Snowbirds, maybe it's an off-road race like the Dirt Nitro Challenge? What's your bucket list race? If someone else was footing the bill, if you had the wherewithal to fly, to stay, to race, what would be your bucket list race? TITC would be on the list for sure for some people, for the touring car specialists among us. I reckon I'd like to do one of those big hotel races in the US, one of the races in Vegas or Cleveland, where the racing just goes all day and all night. The ETS and EOS races in Down. They'd be some of the big races. Aaron Chambers saying TITC. Mate, can't disagree. Cannot disagree. It's an incredible race. We're on with Simon Wang at the moment, working lap number 2, or working lap number 3 I should say. It is the 3 laps that count, so we'll start to get some lap times as we get across the line. Guy going 45.7, Michael Stone going 45.6 to lead early. We're on board now with Michael Stone, who's just slipped 45.6, has slipped back to P2. Jersey Dye sits in P1 of 45.4, Stone 45.6, 45.7 Simon Wang, Chan Chao Man 45.8. We did see these 4 clear of the field in this group in round 1 of seeding practice, and that pattern looks to continue. I think, was that Stone that we saw? No, it wasn't. Someone getting loose right in front of him, though. I did just look down and see Stone getting a little bit out of shape out of the corner of my eye. So he'll need to reset now, going 16.1 that time around. Nobody yet in the 14s in this group. 15.1 for Dice. This is Stone's. Oh, sorry, Stone's been in 14.9. He's the only one that's been in the 14s. Last time around was that 16.1. We'll stick with him for one more lap and see whether he's got a little bit of pace to work with. 15.4 that time, so we'll follow him through the end of this lap, see where he finds himself. Stone going 15.2. Probably not quick enough to improve. picking up our race leader there, Shuji Dai. Oh, we've got some great stuff here in the chat. TITC and ETS Dawn for Adam Frankish. They're the bucket list races. Anthony Wasson, I reckon you are right. PDNR Winter Champs Down Under is becoming one of those bucket list races, particularly if you can get a steer of a GT car. Holy moly, at GT racing, Scotty Ernst v Scott Guyot, that's something to look forward to. No, it is a fabulous race at a fabulous club and venue in Australia every year, every July. If you feel like you want to do something special, come join us at the Winter Champs. Big shout out to Harry Sinian. Great to see you in the chat, Harry. Another one who I've not crossed paths with for a little while. I see one of you young blokes out and about on the mountain bike every now and then. Great to see you in here having a little fun with us on a TITC Thursday seeding day here in Thailand. Still die on top 45.2. We've been following along with our race leader for the last minute or so, going 15.5 last time across the line. Quickest at the moment is Michael Stoner, 15.4, but not enough pace left in the tyres or the car this deep into the run to improve. So Stone sits at a 45.6, and I think that's probably where he'll stay. Simon Wang, 45.7. He was in the 16s last time across the line. It's gotten really still, folks, and really sticky here just in the last little bit. I did say earlier that the temperature had just come off a little bit and the cloud had come over. It's still not full sun, but it just feels oppressive right now. Feels like, I don't want to say it, feels like it feels before a thunderstorm. Just going to have a look at the radar and see where we're at. It just feels sticky and still. Maybe that is just normal for Thailand. Yeah, that's what someone's telling me. Scott, you're soft. You're a soft Australian. But I'm a Queenslander. It's always sticky in Queensland too. No, there's a little bit of activity around on the radar, but nothing threatening us here. So we should be right to keep things rolling through. But it does feel sticky right now. I got to tell you that. We're inside the last 10 seconds. We'll stick where we are just for the last lap or so. We've had plenty of time with Shuji Dai just for this run. 14.996, he along with Michael Stoner at 14.974, the only two in the 14s, and a 45.240 for Dai to go to the top of the charts here in feeding round number 2. So just disregard the timing. Oh, there we go. I was about to say disregard the timing you see on screen. That was completely wrong, but it's just corrected. Just a reminder, we're taking the feed from my RCM. You can head over there if you want live timing, or not so much live timing, but all of the results. Tony McMahon jumping in to say g'day. Hey, legends, love this event. We'll be back next year. Would be great to see you here, Tony. And Tony giving a shout out to Jeff. All friendly, fun and greetings in the chat. That's the way we like to see it. We don't like controversy and people being mean to each other. This is a friendly chat. TITC is the friendly race. That is what we want to see. Right, Dean spotting that it's Logan Rintoul in this one. We'll try and give Logan a couple of laps along the way. I think cars now starting off in order in which they seeded in round number 1. So we'll be looking for the car number 4 of Harry Zhu first, then Jinyu Kai, and then Logan Rintoul. Adrian Wickick-Sono is in this one as well from Indonesia. Adrian's the owner of Westside Raceway. Spectacular red clay off-road racetrack in Jakarta, Indonesia, home for round 4 of the Asian Buggy Championships later this year. Incredible venue. Great to have Adrian here at TITC. So we're on with Harry. He was the quickest in this group in seeding round number 1. We'll get some lap times on the boards. He's gone 15.3, Rintoul 15.5, Kai 15.9, 15.9 for Chen, Solomon 16.0, 16.1 for Harry, Wikisono 16.3, Tanoyo's in the 17s. So Harriet was quickest across the line first time around. See what he's doing this time. 15.0, so 45.382, and then makes a mess of it, sticks it in the wall up there in the left-hand end. Gets back on the racetrack with no traffic in front of him, so can reset, go again. We might drop back. We're going to drop back one, pick up Logan Rintoul now, who sits P2. Goes 15.19 that time around for a 45.79 overall, 4 tenths back of Harry Zhu. So Harry got those 3 laps in before that spin that we saw from him. Logan, I've said before, there's a crew here from Australia, including some young chargers. Logan Rintoul, Lincoln Codd, 2 of the emerging talents from down under. He sits in P2. Jijwan Chen in 3. Wade Solomon from South Africa. We saw some shout-outs before. Big South African crew in the chat cheering Wade on. He sits in P4 in this one. He's gone 46.777. 46.777. We're on lap 8. Harry just letting us know that it's stinking hot in Australia too. He's calling in from Brisbane, Australia, where we're expecting something in the order of 200 to 500 millimetres of rain over the next 3 days. Pretty happy to be in Bangkok, not in Brisbane, with that kind of rain that's going to fall back home in Australia. So kind of east coast, central east coast of Australia getting very wet in the next few days. And Harry's getting back behind the wheel as well. Gran Turismo, nice. Need to get out on the mountain bike with us, Harry. That's what we need. All right. So we're picking up Tanoyo now. Car number 10. Miyazawa now it is that's on screen with us. Akira Miyazawa, he's gone 49.6. Oh, and there goes my laptop. What do you know? Just lost my timing screen. Oh, luckily I can see the broadcast timing screen, so we'll work with what we can. I'm having a little eSIM problem in my phone, my friends. So if any of you out there are eSIM specialists, come see me and fix my phone. Right. All right, that's that group. I'm just a little laptop troubleshooting here. Harry Jewett was 14.922 fastest lap of the run, but over 3 laps was ahead of Logan Rintoul. Going to get my system reset here and then get my timing back up and running. There we go. Timing's back up. All right, group number 4. Now, somebody's just messaged me. Mate, do you have a day job? How rude. Kurt Bell. Do I have a day job? I wish this was my day job. This is just a wonderful opportunity to spend a few days here in Thailand at TITC with the whole team from RC Race Media, Scotty Ernst Productions. We're here with the support of Rad Body, Hobby Wing, Sweep, Team Savox, Ride RC and Speedy RC. Fabulous, fabulous to be here at TITC 2026. This race, oh, yeesh. I just looked trackside in time to see a car two-wheeling, bicycling onto the main straight. I thought there was going to be all kinds of wreckage ensue. There was not. He landed it. The car behind him managed to avoid things. Let me see where we're at here. We are with the 7 of Alan Tan. First man away, first to complete 3 laps of 46.222. Pretty solid opener. Barrick Hour going 47.296. Someone brushed me up on my flags. I think that's the Malaysian flag. Oh, you can't see that. Tairo Sugi, Ryoki Yamaguchi, they're right there in the top 5, as well as Galaxy Ming jumps in to the 5. Michael Lee in 6. We're still continuing on board with Alan Tan. Let's see. Tough lap that time around, 18.0. You saw it happen. We're picking up Galaxy Ming now, the yellow and purple. Currently sits P3, jumps to P3, going 15.281 and a 15.4 last time across the line. So he was the quickest on the last lap. Looking pretty speedy at the moment. I'm just going to watch his car closely for a lap or two. Looks really nice through that triple right-hander at the end of the back straight, particularly that third apex. That can be one of the corners that's a real challenge. I said before, one of the 3, I think, keys to going fast on this racetrack is triple right-hander. We continue on board with Galaxy. He's jumped now to P2, going 15.2 last time around. Now 46.361, just a tenth of a second behind Alan Tan. We'll stick with him for one more lap. Oh, there's trouble in the centre. Is there room for him? Ming gets through. This is the lap. If he's going to do it, there's an opportunity here. Computer says 15.688, maybe just a little spooked by that upside down car in front of him, and now he has to reset and go again and try and put together 3 laps. We go on board with Jianan Liu car number 5. I just saw him two-wheeling across the start-finish line. We'll stick with him for a lap or two and see how that car is shaping up. A little slide sideways job there. Running out of rubber deep in this one. 3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes down, under 2 to run. The tyres are really stressed at this point in the run. From now till the end, there's a different kind of driving than is needed in the first minute or two. Still on board with the U. He's got Galaxy Ming ranging up on the back of him. Heaps of speed on board. Ming, even deep in this one, lets him go to the inside. So 15.6 last time around for Ming. Or Ming spins, throws it away. Had some speed on board. He's going to have to clean up those mistakes. Got Yamaguchi in the mix as well, in between the pair of them. So a little messy traffic here right at the moment. 3-4 cars close together. We're following them along. We'll kind of stick with this group. This feels like something might happen. I heard a bang to the right. I've just flicked back to have a look at what's happening in the chat. Anthony Wasson. Imagine having the name Galaxy. Sounds out of this world. That is the pun of the day. All right, we're officially running a new competition for the rest of today. The pun of the day. You can't let Anthony win. He's not a dad. He's not allowed to make dad jokes. So Tan still out in front in this one. It is 46.222. He did that in his first 3 laps. Remember, Ming, he's got all sorts of speed on board, but he just has been making a couple of mistakes here and there. Still on board with him at the moment, the second of those 2 cars as they wrap it up. So Tan over Ming, 46.222 is the number. So fast man in this round thus far, Jamie Zhou, who sits all the way up in P19 out of that early heat. So a reminder, it doesn't actually matter where you finish within the round, it is the overall across the 2 rounds. So it's Lucas Allerbrook sitting top of the charts. Good group, this one we've seen. Tim Hillier was quick in round number 1. Ended up vaulting up the order a fair bit. Manuel Wagner, Henrik Heitsch. Oh, I don't know if I should attempt a couple of these names. My Australian tongue just might not do it. Vasutha Chinnawong. Let's call him Anon. We'll start out of P4. Kakonji, Somchai, Natapong, Rain Viola. Great to have Rain here. Alice Marley, Joe Boone, Gerhardt, and Dejoux. The starters in this 5th group. We're going to start things off with Tim Hillier. He's led the field away. I reckon Wagner looks like he's been quicker across lap number 1. Let's see what the timing chart says. In fact, it's Heitsch. 15.4 for Wagner, 15.8 for Hillier. So Hillier's going to need to get a move on, or he's going to come under racetrack pressure. A little bit of traffic in front of them, dealt with. That's Wagner, Heitsch, Hellier is the order at the moment. 45.6, 46 flat, 46.2. Trouble on the back straight. That is officially broken. Pieces flying off that car. It's ejected the battery. I can't see who that was, but we'll be able to work it out when they don't trigger the timing next time across the line. That was a big one. There's electronics hanging out from underneath the car as the marshal retires it. I don't think the marshal needed to retire it. So let's see, that could have been Heitch. We've not seen him across the line. No, there he, yeah, it could have been Henrik. Just waiting to see. So we're on board with Wagner now, who sits on top and a 45.573. I think that might have been Heitch, who ended his day in multiple pieces. He has not triggered the timing loop again since we heard that horrible noise and saw pieces flying across the racetrack. It is something unique to touring car racing. When things go wrong, they go wrong big, and the cars are not built for the kinds of punishment that they take. You watch 8 Scale Off-Road, for example, for long enough, and the cars survive the most incredible accidents unscathed. Touring cars are not like that. They're doing 80, 100, 110 kilometres an hour, hitting solid objects, which is exactly what happened there to Heitch. So Wagner 15.0 fast lap, 15.3 last time across the line, 45.5. So what do we got to do to improve on a 45.5? We need to be in the 15.1s. Nobody is that fast at the moment. 15.5, 15.6 for our leaders. Picking up car number 12, Rain Viola, a name we know well from Asian Buggy Champs. Oh, it runs out of puff in the middle of the back straight. That is, I don't know what happened there. The car just stuttered and stopped. Just caught the edge of the track, had to get out of the gas. That left Anon with absolutely nowhere to go, piled into the back of him. Might just roll a replay here and see if we catch that. Yeah, just catching the edge of the line and pulling up, and it was Anon who got the worst of it. Absolutely nowhere to go. Now I've lost track of what we're doing. Let's see. So we've picked up with the car number 4. It is Alice Maley. My esteemed producer is telling dad jokes in my ears, folks, as I share with you this afternoon. At least he is a dad. Well, bad dad jokes. Let's call it bad dad jokes. Yeah, let me go back over here and see what's happening on the chat. Harry saying, hope you're in the ABC. We'll be in New Zealand in 2 weeks for the Asian Buggy Championships. We'll be there for sure. Can't wait to get over to that one. Oh, trouble front straight. Someone stopped in the middle of the track just as I looked away to the chat. Let's catch that on the replay and see what happened there. Just pulled over. Did the car lock up? Run is not over yet. Still 20 seconds to run. The name-based puns are rolling in the chat now, folks. I think we've unleashed the beast. Just lost our timing again here for a moment. Big shout out to Peter Eggleton back home in Australia. Peter, father to Phoenix, another one of Australia's young guns. mainly known for his off-road exploits. Did I say off-road explodes? His off-road exploits. Does a little bit of touring car racing. We'll probably see him on track at the Australian Champs later this year in Brisbane. Bayside, we talked about that earlier. And Harry, yes, will be at PDNR for the Winter Champs for sure. I've been twice. I've been sick twice. They're allowing me one more opportunity to go. If I get sick this time, I'm officially black banned from that race. So I'm going to give it one more shot. I don't know what it is about Sydney and me. Got through the Worlds okay, but every time I go to PDNR for the Winter Champs, I catch something on the plane. Nothing to do with PDNR. It's something to do with that flight, that Thursday night flight. Maybe I should fly at a different time this year. All right, we are into Group 6. Jordan Caruso, he's been quick. He'll lead us away here. Remember, Caruso has been right up. Let me see if I can get a look at the list. He sits up in P11 at the moment. We'll start off with Caruso for a lap or two, see how things roll out for the Australian. Shimazaki going 14.6. That's a fast lap time early on in this category, if he could back that up. So we'll keep an eye on Caruso for one more, but I'll keep watching Shimazaki's lap times as well. Caruso goes 14.7. Shimazaki backs it up with a 14.7. Caruso a 14.6. Those guys are on track to go inside the 44-second barrier for the first time in this group, and well inside. Caruso goes 44.299. Shimazaki 44.410 and 44.6 for Elbisser, Benjamin Elbisser. Michael Zerold 46.9. So picking up Shimazaki now, who trails Caruso on track and on the timing monitors. Just 14.9 that last time across the line. It's still 44.299 for Caruso. $14.9. Top three cars still all in the 14s. Caruso, Shimazaki, Elbisser. Shimazaki, the 17. You saw it on camera. That little mistake. We'll pick up with Benjamin Elbisser for a lap or two. He sits in P3 at the moment, going 15.2 last time, a 44.654. His best thus far. So Caruso in the last round went 44.517, this time 44.299. So he'll be probably jumping up the order, depending on what happens in the next three heats. We continue on board with Elbisser. We pick up Michael Zerold in the all yellow, trying to get through as many cars as we can. Give you a look, particularly if someone you know is here racing, want to give you a look at them. So Zerold going 16.4 last time across the line, not his best. This time 15.8, that's more like it. 46.9, his 3 laps put together early in this one. I don't mind that colour yellow. I was saying yesterday, one of the secrets to this one-can body painting war that goes on in touring car is to try and find a colour that either no one else uses or very few people use. There's plenty of bright yellow, but that's probably the only car I've seen here this week of that sort of, what would we call it, lemon yellow? Sort of pale yellow. Pastel. That's the word. Not too bad, I don't mind it at all. Limoncello. Yun Woo Kim we pick up in the green right on the back of 0-old. In fact, Ranger's right up behind him through that left-hand sweeper. So Kim, what do we got here? 45.3 for him. 15.4 last time across the line. Tricky, isn't it? What do you do with traffic in seating? Do you let the car go? Do you just try and hold your space? And tomorrow, of course, when 5-minute pace really matters, people are not going to be giving up the racing line. Oh, trouble. We caught it there. It will be a short lap. That could be a hot lap of the day, 14.7. But the next one could be slow. We'll check and see. I have my assistant commentary team in my ears telling me all the right things to say, often before I think to say anything. Yeah, 16.2 that time. So we went to 14.7 with that slide, that shortcut we saw, and then backed it up with a 16.7. What do we got? 24 seconds to go. Let's take a replay. There it is, straight across the line. That could be the way to finish a final. I'm just saying, on Sunday afternoon, if you're coming into that last corner and you're right behind someone, why not? Just send it up the inside. If you haven't had any warnings, you can't get pinged for corner cutting on your first warning, can you? I don't know. I don't know the rules. I'm just saying, why not? Why not throw it up? Why not throw it up the inside and have a shot? So Caruso, 44.299. He will go to the top of the charts and a couple tenths quicker than he went in round one. I said a few minutes ago how it was just feeling really hot, really sticky. It just, I don't know, is it just eased off a fraction? There's a little tiny race media tells me in my ears. It does, it's hot, it's sticky. We want air conditioning on this balcony that we are filming and commentating from. So let's go back over into the chat, see what we've got happening here. Anthony Wasson saying the way to avoid getting sick is to do more nitro. Yeah, I don't think that's probably a bad shout. Sajira Nicholson saying to Steve Cornell, let's go to Thailand tomorrow, come back Sunday. Why not? Yeah, why not? Harry, is Surakan here? Not that I've seen. No, I haven't seen Surakan about anywhere. That doesn't mean he hasn't been here. Not racing. It's definitely not racing. I think I said yesterday there are 3 former champions of this event who are not racing. Here's one of them. Timu is the second, and the third has completely escaped my memory. Let me see. I've got it in my notes somewhere. Mean is not here racing either. So just about every former champion in the mod class here racing this weekend. Surakan I've not seen in person here, and he's definitely not racing. So Caruso 44.299 sits atop this group, this heat, this round, I should say. Got a shout out for Team Iris, Andreas and Valentine there in this one. We spoke about them a little bit earlier. We'll try and catch up with them as well. Harry, no, we don't have air conditioning. We're sitting on the We're sitting outside on the balcony, where we can get the best view. So we're with Shin Sawada. I think it was in the... Oh, trouble for Shin. I just looked away. Trouble on the back straight. It's just all kicked off in this heat, in this group. We're clear. Track is clear now. I don't know if that ended up being Shin that is out. So we've picked up with Andreas Myberg, I think, in the green. There's a car moving slowly on the back straight. That car is... Oh, my goodness. I couldn't even watch. I could not even bear to watch. That car was almost hit at 100 kilometres an hour. That was... That was... Sorry, friends. That was a bit frightening. So we're just on board at the moment with the car number 4, as Christian Mamesa. He was well up earlier on in the all yellow. As we go on board with Zacchaeus Lamb, who sits on top in this group, 45.178. Remember, Caruso just went 44.299. I haven't got all the times from round 1 in front of me, but it is Lamb over Myberg. 15.1 last time across the line for Lamb. So if we can stick with him for another lap or two, what's he done this time? A 15.1. Goes at 45.1, there's a chance. He's going to have to go 15.0 or 14.9 to improve, isn't he? He's already at a 44.9 now, Christian. So we were just on with him a moment ago. He's, in the meantime, gone 14.9 last time around to jump to 44.9. Zacchaeus goes 15.6 that time across the line, stays at a 45.1. So Christian now to the top of this one. Over Lamb, Myberg, Kijong Park, Valentin Hetrich. Actually, let's see if we can find Valentin. Have a little look. We won't, because he just pulled into the pits as I said that. We're going to pick up with car number 1 for a couple laps here. That is Lachlan Pearson from Australia. One of a very small number of Destiny pilots here at TITC. Pearson, what have we got showing for him? 45.6 and a best of 15. Last lap 15.5 into the 14s. 14.9, his hot lap of the race. Momesh still at 14.7, the fastest single lap in this group. It's been a minute since I looked over at the chat. I reckon Harry's said another 20 things in the meantime. He has. I love you, Harry. So good to have you in the chat. Look forward to seeing you sometime. Maybe pop out to Winter Champs, as you said. Scotty NZRC agreeing with me. Send it out. Oh, there's a car parked in the middle of that island at the moment. You'll see this right now as we come past. That is not a good place to park. Oh, there we go. He rolls out. Can't park there. If only I had a way to save the comments coming in my ears and replay them for you all on the chat. It's 4:50 p.m. It is Thailand. It is TITC. Oh, a little breeze just blew through the venue. Oh, that was so good, but it's gone again now. It's still and sticky. What are we up to? Group 6, so we've got 3 more. No, Group 8. There's a few little glitches going on with the timing. Not within our influence or control. Got 2 heats left here of open brushless before we go to our second round of modified seating. Martin Hoodie will lead things away in this one. He was the quickest in this group in the first round. He went 44.6, I think, here by my notes. So it's still Caruso at a 44.299 who sits top in this round. We've just been looking over on the timing at my RCM, and there's some kind of issue with the ranking list. The top 10 are only showing a single lap. That is the top. Those are all the drivers from the last group. So something's gone a little awry there at my RCM with the timing. So we'll have to wait until that all gets updated to be able to tell you actually who are the top 10 who'll go into the first qualifying heat, or the top qualifying heat tomorrow. Lou Solar has joined the chat, and aren't we all the better for it? Great to have you hanging around, Lou, and joining us, asking for a run through the class rules. This is open brushless. These are 13.5 turn motors. Competitors choosing from a short list of motors available from event sponsors, so it is not any 13.5 motor, and they are not sort of standard 13.5 spec motors. They're what we might have called outlaw motors in the old days. But so that's the motor, 13.5, and then it is open speed control settings. So not blinky, not zero timing, boost turbo, etc., all up and running. So really think mild modified. 100 kilometers an hour down the straight. Plenty of rip out of the corners. I chatted with one of the drivers in this category who normally runs 13.5 blinky back home where he races, and he talked about just how difficult it was to get used to the extra rip out of the corners that he's got with the car here under these category rules. We're on board with Martin Hoodie as we get going. Question from Daniel Kearney: what's the temperature, humidity here, Scotty? It's just come off. We got to about 35 or 36 earlier. It's just come off a little bit. I don't know. My phone's telling me 34. My computer's telling me 29. I think it's probably 34. And humidity is moist. That's the word, moist. Sticky. All of it. All of the humidity is here. It is, sun's just gone ahead behind the clouds again this afternoon, late in the afternoon. So things will probably, maybe cool off over the next hour or so. All right, so we're still on board with Hoodie as he gets to the end of lap 5. He's gone 15.1 that time around to be 45.112. Remember, Caruso 44.299. That time is holding up because we're in the second top group here, or the second last group, I should say. Not top, second last group. And Caruso, it is still 44.299, who's been quickest in this round. Naturally, we have to compare that to the other round of seeding as well. So Kajon Vasan, 44.825, quickest in this one. We're going to pick, let me work out who we've picked up. Looks like we've picked up with Takayuki Kono there, car number 5 in the race paint. Good to have the numbers, but my old eyes, I need them to come right past race control before I can see. So if you're familiar with the layout here, race control is right beside the driver's stand to the driver's left. We are 2 drivers right on the balcony with what we think is a pretty good clear view of the track. That's where we chose to mount our camera. And that's where we're sitting for our commentary, so we can both watch the stream and the timing and keep an eye on the racetrack as well. They're still with Kono. Yep, so we're on with Atakul, 44.825. Going to try and find Nico Catalano as well. He sits on top of the boards here with a 44.771 across his 3 laps. So we drop back there and pick up Catalani. Nico Catalani going 15.1 last time, a 44.771 his 3 laps, 14.8 his quickest of this run. Caruso 44.299, that time really holding up I said earlier during that first round of seeding that someone had a whisper in my ear to say, keep an eye on Caruso, or as Nico goes upside down, just caught that curb. Remind me to talk about the curbs in a moment. So yeah, somebody had whispered in my ear to say, don't sleep on Jordan Caruso. He could be a genuine kind of a final threat here. And that today, if anything to go by, looks good. I was just about to say about the curbs. I talked about how the grip level changes on the track. And if you were with us yesterday, firstly, you got to join us for a little secret session of uncontrolled practice, free practice. But we talked a little bit about the way not only the grip level on the track changes, but the way the grip level on the curb changes. I can't remember who it was talking to me about when it gets really sticky like this, that the curb itself gets really sticky. And that maybe is what we just saw there from Nico, just catching a little bit of that curb and tumbling over there at the final corner. That is not just the track surface itself that changes, but the way that those painted curbs change. And it was suggested to me even the different color paint reacts a little bit differently. So the white paint grips up a little more than the red paint. I don't know how true that is. I haven't tested it myself. I'm just telling you what I've been told as we watch not only what happens on the track surface, but also I've just had a look back over into the chat. Mark Burgess saying, never mind percentages. Sticky is a humidity level I can understand. Yeah, it is sticky. Dan Kearney saying spicy. I can't remember what we were talking about, Dan, when you were saying spicy. Lou, did we cover off all the rules we needed? That was the motor and speed control rules, otherwise normal touring car rules, control tyres. It's a ride tyre. It is, we were talking about this earlier, it is open tyre treatment, but most people landing on the same thing, which I think is called Mighty Gripper Yellow, and then a couple of different cleaners in use. But of course nobody's telling me the real secrets, but there's a lot of bottles of that yellow gripper sitting on tables around the pits. All right, this is it. This is the ultimate group. This is where we will decide who is the top seed. Oliver Boltnick went 43.895 in round one of seeding. I'm going to start off with Ellerbrook, but by my notes I have here in front of me, 43.895 for Boltnick was round one quick time. Ellerbrook going 14.8, Boltnick going 14.5 that time across the line. Lomrose 14.5 as well. Sudapro at 14.8, 14.9 for Ize. He was second quick in the first round of seeding at a 43.941, Adam. Not starting quite so sharply in this one. All right, we've got 3 laps down. Where are we? 44.0. So that's going inside that time of Caruso has been finally eclipsed. Ellerbrook going 44.0, Lomrose going 44.1. So that's probably good enough for about 4th, 5th overall at the moment. Lomrose goes faster now, 43.8. That gets him to the top. 43.818 gets inside Boltnick's 43.895. So as we sit here right now, Lomrose, according to the numbers I have in front of me, unofficial, goes to the top of seeding for the afternoon. Ellerbrook in 2, Rungcharat in 3. We're going to go see if we can find the man who sits on top of the board. They've just done a couple of laps there with Nadawat Rungcharak. We'll see if we can pick up Lomrose, who sits on top of 43.818. The all-pink machine, there he is. Works that centre hairpin. He's got a little bit of room to play with. Let's look at lap times and see what he's doing. 14.9, so still pace in the track. Ellerbrook going 14.8 last time across the line. He sits on a 44.0. Rungcharat 44.1. Boltnick 44.2, not as quick as his 43.8 from round one of seeding. But Lomrose has a quicker 43.8, half a tenth up at the moment. Reminder, this is all unofficial. We're just working with the numbers in front of us, but this is what we think the story is at the moment. Lomrose at the top in the pink. We're watching him. He went 43.818 over the first 3-4 laps of this run. We're 10 laps in now. Ellerbrook goes 14.8 that time by. Still sits on 44.0. Lomrose going 14.9 that time by. So they're still in the 14s, but probably not quick enough to drop that 3 consecutive lap pace. What do we think of the way Lomrose's car is working? He knows his way around this place. Constant fixture at the sharp end here. I'll go through some of the history a little later, but has been up and about near the front of the field in this event in the past. Car looks really smooth. I'm just looking at it directly on the racetrack as well as what you can see on the screen. Looks really good to my eye. A little wide in a couple of spots. Let's check the lap time at that time by. He goes 15.0, 14.9 for Ellerbrook, still in the 14s. Nothing changing in terms of 3-lap run, so it's Lomrose, Ellerbrook, Rungcharat, Boltnick. Boltnick will be second seeded at this stage. And let's see, Izay should be probably P3, I think. Izay's got a 43.941 in his pocket from round one of seeding. So he's run this time a 44.2. So race leader just having a little spin there in front of the driver's stand. Race leader, it's not really a race, is it? Seeding practice. We're on board with the number 4, that is Ollie Boltnick. We think he will seed 3. There's some kind of glitch in the timing system here around this group from the first heat of seeding. So we'll see if that can be reconstructed from lap times or something. But we think Boltnick will seed P3 behind Lomrose. And, P2 behind Lomrose and ahead of Adam Izay, who we think will be seeding P3. And it's Rungcharat's on a 44 flat, as is Ellerbrook. But it is Rungcharat's whose 44 flat is a smidge faster. So we'll give you what I think is the top 5 at the conclusion of this run. But it is absolutely unofficial. Absolutely unofficial. But absolutely unofficially, and there is a little glitch that we can't kind of figure out in the timing screens. Here is how I see it by the numbers that I've just written down. Old-fashioned, old-school style. Lomrose will be 1 of 43.818. Boltnick will be 2 of 43.895. Izay will be 3 of 43.941. So a little over a tenth of a second splitting the 3 of them. Then I think it's Rungcharat of 44.026. A half tenth further back, and Lucas Ellerbrook 44.030 I think will be P5 on seeding. We'll let the race control team sort through all of that and work it out. As I said, absolutely unofficial. That's how I see it here. And all that really matters is that I guess will be the starting order for qualifying heats tomorrow morning, but all of those drivers will be in that top heat. That's probably where you want to be in terms of having a clean run. I don't have numbers further back than that to give you. I think Caruso will probably be in the 10. He had a pretty impressive run. We followed that. It was a 44.299, wasn't it? Yeah, we just don't have 3 lap time mode for that group in the first round of seeding. Yeah, so 44.299 could end up being as high as about 6th or 7th for Jordan Caruso. So from pretty deep in the lineup, that's a pretty impressive performance. We're starting off here in modified, our second and final seeding round. This is Ji-Hyun Yu. We're following him through the infield now. He's gone 14-4 first time across the line, or last time across the line. Kimmy Yam, he was quick in at round one of seeding, 14-3. Yu goes 14-2 that time by 14-5 for Yam. So it's a 43.03 for Yun. His first 3 laps. Let me see if I've got any notes from earlier about Yun. No, I don't think I do. Yeah, I did have 43.6 written down earlier for him, but a 43.0 is pretty sharp. Let's get the mod ranking list up in front of us so we can talk semi-intelligently. Friends, that's what it's all about. Appearing semi-intelligent. So 43.0. .43.0 right now is good for about 14th or 15th. Trouble there. I heard the bang. Trying to do some maths here on where things lie. Left you to your own devices. Heard the bang, did not see what happened. So 43.039 for you. Kimmy Yam, a 43.164, 43.4 for Yamashita. I think what we can say is that expectation that track conditions would mean faster times in round 2 is coming to pass. You going comfortably quicker than he went earlier has bumped up to what is currently a position just outside the top 10. Let me see what he did. He did 43.39 in the first round. So yeah, jumping up all the way to a 43.0. Either he has improved, and he does look pretty sharp in this one, or the track conditions are looking really good. A little bit of time with Maxim Melishko at the moment. So we're on with Kazuki Yamashita, car number 1. He's gone 43.403. There's still Ji-Hyun Yu at 43.039. Probably not expecting anything to change here with 17 laps, 4 minutes in to this run. 17 laps down, expecting to go 21 laps for this group. All right, folks, we want to know. It's the time to tell me, before we get too deep into this round, who tops seeding. Who tops seeding, and a bonus point if you can get the time to the nearest 10th. So I'll tell you the current status. Yeah, I'm a hard taskmaster here. If you win, we'll send you one of those KFC ice creams with the chocolate cookie crumb. And if you're in Australia, I'll bring it home in my suitcase for you. So Orlovsky went 42.40 in the first seeding round. So this is the question in the chat. Who takes it out And what is the cumulative 3-lap time? 44.40 Orlovsky. Trouble down the back straight. That's what I want to know over the next 5-10 minutes. Get in the chat. Tell us who takes it out. What is the lap time? 44.40 is the current top qualifier. Orthogenous, yeah, this is group seeding. Qualifying starts tomorrow morning. It is 5:15 p.m. here in the afternoon. I'm not sure where you are. You might be just down the road. You might know that well, but it's 5:15 in the afternoon here. Qualifying kicks off at 8:10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll be live at 8 a.m. to preview the day. We'll be live with the one and only Scotty Ernst, who will be with us tonight. Flying in tonight, be with us tomorrow morning. So Scotty and I will preview the day at 8. We'll be live on track for the opening of qualifying at 8:10 a.m. So top 10 seeding go into the fastest heat. So this is, in a sense, all about getting yourself into that heat with all the rest of the fastest drivers, which ideally means you don't have as much traffic to deal with. The downside can be if you qualify down in that group, if you qualify 9th or 10th, you can lose some time letting the faster drivers go through. So long been known that you would rather seed 11th than 10th. Nobody wants to seed number 10. I mean, it's nice bragging rights to be in the top group, but you would rather seed 11 and have a clear track in front of you for qualifying than seed 10 and have to open up for the cars who will come through from behind you. All right. Where's my tips in the chat? Who takes it? What is the time? It is a 42.40 Orlovsky at the moment, who holds down number 1. Let me give you a top few. So Orlovsky, Coelho 42.4 as well. Jin Sawada, remember how strong he was, a 42.6. Reinhard 42.6. Goto Sauter 42.7. Akio Sabue 42.8. All right, we're on board with Patrick Gollner to start this one off. Oh, Harry, them's fighting words. Oh, endurance. I was reading Harry's chat here. Nitro Racing is a different format. I thought it said more advanced. Back straight. Trouble with... There's a car upside down on the back straight. Oh, Marshall, don't stand there. That was a narrow escape. That is a horrible place to marshal. I'm telling you, marshal number 9 is the worst place. Orthogonous, not controlled bodies. Controlled tyres, yes, both in the tyre and the quantity. So 4 sets, and then an extra set for the top A finalists. Yeah, I'm just joking, Harry. It's all good. Not using from their controlled set yet, so it is 4 sets for qualifying and finals plus an extra set for the A finalists. But they are using the control tyre here in seeding this afternoon. Mark Burgess saying Bruno 42.3. Sydney saying Bruno 44 flat. It won't be Bruno at 44 flat, definitely not, because that's not as quick as we've already seen in modified. We're down in the 42.4s. I think the question for me is, will we see 41? Will we see someone go 41.9? I have a feeling that we just might dip into the 49s. Orlowski is the best TC driver, so I think he takes top seed here. He is the defending champion. He is the defending champion. We're picking up Julian for a couple of laps here. Julian Dobridjovic. Spit it out. Speak English, Scott. Almost like English is a new language to me. I promise you it is not. So yeah, we're on board with Julian. Patrick Gollner's gone 42.910. So he went 43.115 in the first round of seeding practice. So Golner out front has gone 42.910. Davis going 43.6. Somebody's shed a wheel somewhere down the back straight. So let me just tell you, what did I say it was? 42.9. Right now, 42.9 puts us in around 11th position. But we would expect everyone else to go faster as well. So Golner right now just outside that top 10. Probably not going to hang on that high. Drop back and pick up Jesse Davis, who sits P2 in this race. He's gone 43.680. So he went 43.9 in round number 1. So we're consistently seeing a sort of 2 to 3/10 improvement over between round 1 and round 2. Some of that could be dialing in the car, some of that could be dialing in the driver, some of that could be track conditions. So Orlovsky a 42.40. So if that holds that kind of level of 2 to 3/10 improvements, we're talking about a 42.1 kind of lap time. So that is a 3-lap time. That is tantalisingly close to my 41 that I want to see. So Golner it is still 42.9, 43.6 for Davis. Chanhai Lai 45.2. So a big spread at the front of this one. We'd say Golner and Davis probably seated, grouped here a little bit out of their natural position. They're on board with car number 4 there, Mountain Park. That's almost as good as Galaxy. As a mountain biker, as a self-confessed mountain biker, oh, what a name that would be, Mountain Park. I love it. So we're on board with Park. He's gone 46.1 and a 15.5 last time across the line. 15.2 hot lap of the race for him, I should say. Was Golner, of course, 14.2. That's it. That is the run done for Group 2. That leaves us with, I think, 3 groups left to run here in seeding round number 2. It is Orlovsky who continues on top of 42.4. Then you're saying, yeah, 42 flat for Bruno. I think that's a good shout. Although the driving skill is absolutely on point here. It is incredible. Anthony wondering how much faster Jesse Davis will get with some more EP time. Yep, I think even just this race meeting will be really good for him. Lives up there in Townsville in far north Queensland. No local track, nowhere to practice. So it will be really good to see when he gets to some more of the EP races in Australia this year. Harry telling us that Luke, this is Luke, Harry's son Luke, has brand new Fox shocks. I think we're talking mountain biking here. I like it. Let's talk mountain biking. Let's forget about this toy car racing. Let's talk about mountain bikes. Where's your favourite place to ride a mountain bike? No, we won't do that. We went to Thailand. Is there good mountain biking in Thailand? There probably is. There probably is. There's good mountain biking in New Zealand. We'll be there in a couple of weeks. I wonder if I can sneak a little half a day on the Monday after we finish. Yeah. All right, we're away here in group number 3. We're going to pick up with Jeff Hammond, who went quickest in this group in round number 1. So he went 43.4. So if we see the kind of improvement from Jeff that we've seen from everyone else, we could see him getting down into the low 43s, maybe even a 42. Make it to the top of 14.4. We're 2 laps in. We'll be getting 3 lap times as we get across the line now. Maker looks really sharp early. We can see him on screen there just in the back of the shot as well. So that's Hammond and Maker together down the back straight. So 43.7 for Maker. Nicholson, 44 flat. 44.5 for Hammond. Coretti, it's Australians at the top of the field here, the top four going 44.5. Coretti as well. We saw Luke Coretti in the chat earlier keeping tabs on how son Anthony is going. Hammond's gone around. So that has released. We'll stick with Ryan Maker now for the next couple of laps. Maker goes 14.4 that time, down to a 43.492. So Maker was 43.4 in the first round, so hasn't yet improved on his first round seeding time, and he's just had to open up there to make a little hole. Oh, now they've both lost time, so that's killed that set of 3 laps for both of those. We'll just work out who that is right there. Yeah, Kwon Jin it is, who's right there in front of Ryan Maker, and that little moment for him has just killed that 3-lap run for both of them. They have to reset now, both going 15 in that last time around. Hammond in the 15s as well, Nicholson 14, so 14.6. So 43.00 for Kwon Jin. Made another mistake just as I looked away. Kwon will take Simon Nicholson now. I'll just check out Kwon, see where he got to in round 1. Don't have a time for Kwon in the first round, so maybe he was running under a transponder number or something else. So 43.0 for Jin Maker, a 43.49, not improving on his first run. Simon Nicholson to P3. Let's see what Nicholson did in his first run. He did a 43.9, so he's improving. He's up to a 43.5 now. We continue on board with the Australian, the Schumacher pilot, joining the team just about 18 months ago. Incredible longevity as a front-line Australian racer, Simon Nicholson. Been winning national championships literally since the 90s in Australia. Continues to be at the sharp end of the field down under, and he's improved his 3-lap pace from a 14.9 to a 14.5. Maker has not improved. Kwon Jin is a 43.0. Who else we got in this one? Hammond hasn't improved. We've got Dario Balestri. Let's see who else we can pick up here. So we're back on board with our leader Kwon Jin at the moment, the all-white. So 43.0. Let's just follow him for a lap or so and just see what it is that's happening for him that's put him at the top of this group. The car does look pretty nice. We're deep in this one, about a minute, a little over a minute to run. So now we're starting to see what tyre performance drivers have left toward the end of a 5-minute run. What can we learn from this next minute that might be useful tomorrow as we start to pick apart qualifying performances? Oh, it just gets on 2 wheels, Jin. I think that's Jeff Hammond right behind him. So Hammond just fading a little bit in the back part of this run as Jin continues strongly. 14.6 last time across the line. Fastest man on track at the moment, and as we follow with him we can see why. Cars tumbling out of the way. We're almost at the end of this group. We've got 2 to go. Folks, I want to tell you a little bit about what else is happening this afternoon and then look ahead to tomorrow. At the conclusion of this second round of seeding practice, so right after the last heat of modified touring, that's the heat with Coelho, Reinhardt, Volker, Orlovsky. As soon as we finish that heat, we're going to reset here and take a camera and go walkabout, see if we can chat to a few drivers about what they've found out there. We'll do the best we can. It's been a long day and not too many people might want to chat to us, but we can do the best we can to chat with a few people. So once we finish here, we'll throw to a quick break while we reset and get ourselves downstairs with a camera and a microphone and go walkabout. So stick with us. Don't go anywhere after these last 2 seeding runs, because we're going to try and chat with some of the drivers, get some inside info on what's been happening on the racetrack. Tomorrow, of course, as I said earlier, we'll be on air from 8 a.m. local time. You can do Google Translate, timeanddate.com, whatever you need to do. World clock in your phone, 8 a.m. Bangkok time is when we'll be live on air. We'll have a little intro with Scotty Ernst, and then we'll roll straight into the first of 3 rounds of qualifying for the boosted and open brushless, I should call it, and modified classes. And then in the afternoon, we'll see our other categories return to the track for a round of practice and seeding. So rally cars, front-wheel drive, all sorts of things going to be on track tomorrow afternoon. The ladies' class, which are kind of Tamiya comical series cars, they'll be out. And the biggest class of the afternoon will be the spec brushless class. 17.5 turn motors, 0 timing, speed controls, GT style body shells. That's all tomorrow. That's what tomorrow holds. So stick with us this afternoon. We've got a couple more heats here left, a couple more groups here left to run while we figure out who is going to be the top seed. And then we're going to go walk about, see if we can grab some people for a chat. Going to check my maths here because I reckon actually there are 6 groups, so we've got 3 groups left. So I've led you astray. 3 groups left. This is group 4, so it is group 6. After group 6, stay with us. We'll go walk about, see who can we get to chat to us. On board with Yamamoto to open this one up. I think there's 12 cars in this group, so it is going to be super busy out there, maybe 11. It's going to be super, super busy over the course of this run. We'll stick with Yamamoto for the first couple of laps and see what he's doing at 14.2. He opens up, backs it up with a 14.2. Tim Walls in the 14.3s. Ronnefeldt going 14.3. David really needs a good one, as does teammate Alexander Hagberg. He's gone 14.4 to open up. EC Kim going 14.1 as Yamamoto wraps up 3 laps going 42.7. Do you mind? We are headed for some pretty special lap times in the next 3 heats. Because to go 42.7 already from Yamamoto, that is a sparkling beginning. That would put him as high as 5th overall and a bump up from a 42.8 that he ran in the first round of seeding practice. Goes 14.6 that time by, still sits on a 42.7, a 42.8 as Matsukura goes to the top, goes 42.404. That is, by my maths, a new top seed time. So we're going to find Matsukura now on screen with us, left side of the racetrack, the orange and white. He has gone right to the very top of the timing sheets. Orlovsky coming in with a 42.406. Matsukura now 42.404. Goes over, but has he done the damage that he needed to do? Certainly think he's going to be offering something for people to think about as we go on board with David Ronnefeldt as we roll that replay of Matsukura just grabbing that curb. We talked earlier about how some of the grip levels on those curbs change, and when it gets sticky, the curbs get sticky. That might just be what we saw there. Trouble at the end of the back straight. There's still a car there. I think that was a Marshall. Was it a Marshall's foot? There's a pair of glasses. A Marshall tripped over. I just looked away at the worst possible moment. It might have been Anthony Coretti. It looks to be okay. He looks really gutted. He's okay. He says he's okay. Oh, he's got a little bit of blood on his knee. So that is how quickly things can go wrong. And Marshall just running out to do his job, catching his foot and catching a car in the process. So we've got to get those Marshalls off the racetrack there now as drivers continue to try and do the best they can do in this seeding run. That is really unfortunate, particularly for Anthony, who's gone down and hurt himself. And for the drivers, well, not hurt himself badly, he's okay. Anthony is okay. He's got a little bit of skin off, perhaps a knee and a hand, and looks, if anything, mostly disappointed to have been kind of caught up in the middle of all of that. So if we go back to the timing charts, we're on board with Alexander Hagberg. He sits down there in P6 in this one at 43.0. So Hagberg's just a little bit back of where he would want to be. He went 43.3, so has improved by that. Consistently, we're seeing 3/10 for a lot of people, and Hagberg's gone 3/10 quicker than he went in round number 1. But if everyone else goes 3/10 quicker, then you don't go anywhere. Hagberg was P25 after round 1 of seeding. Just keeping an eye on Anthony. He looks okay. Just doesn't want to move too quickly. He's going to move now. Takes a chance to get out off the racetrack. Guys are looking after him. We're thinking we're on board with Ronafalk now. Just had a spin there. There's two very similarly coloured cars. I think that is David. The car number 9. So he's gone 42.8 in this one. Let's see how that compares with what he did earlier, was 43.1. So there it is again, 3/10. So 3/10 quicker than he managed in the first seeding round. Potentially the chance for him to just move forward a little bit was P20 after the first round. Let me see if I can refresh this and see, get myself a little up to date on where things are at the moment. A little live refresh here. Yeah, so 43.1 he did in round number 1. Currently a 42.8. 42.7 for Ryosuke Yamamoto. We already said that he was on the march. I think he'd been 42.8 earlier on, he had, so just a little quicker. Naoto Matsukura, probably the man who will have the biggest smile there, going 42.404 by my maths, and the numbers in front of me sits right at the top right now in front of Mikhail Orlovsky, who has a 42.406. 2 1,000ths between the pair of them. We had a little bit going on there, and I haven't had a chance to have a look at the chat. Let's see what's been happening. Ortho and Harry having a good chat. Jay Rizzy, what's up, Scotty G? Mates, all good here. We're in Thailand. We're talking about racing. We're eating good food. We're hanging out with good people. Life is good. Harry, mountain bike. Yeah, we wish we had an air conditioner. Otherwise, we're okay. Jaden Edmonds is in the chat saying, can we follow Anthony Coretti? That's from a couple of heats ago. We probably did not want to follow Anthony Coretti just now. He's had a little tough moment. I think he is okay. Harry's got video from Meek and Off-Road in commentary. Is that video of me? Have you got video of me? Oh, you're not allowed to share that. Sushi Hara, Naoto. We'll try and grab Anthony a little bit later for a chat to make sure he is all okay. 14.058 Mark spotted the best lap. We were a little preoccupied there, so I did lose track a little bit of what was happening. Apologies for that. It's great to have so many people in the chat. Wherever you are in the world, welcome to TITC 2026. You're here with us courtesy of Rad Body, Hobby Wing Sweep, Team Savox, Ride RC and Speedy RC. Don't forget that Speedy RC discount code TITC26. You want to get some good race gear, head over to Speedy RC. TITC26 is the code until the 18th of February. We love being here. You're here with RC Race Media and Scotty Ernst Productions. It's a joint venture. Scotty will be on board with us from tomorrow morning. He'll talk us all the way through the weekend. It's getting dull here. I don't want to say the R word, but it's late in the day. It's 5:35. I don't know. I'm looking over there. Look at it. Maybe it's just a bit of late afternoon smog. All right, we've got 2 heats to go. We're going to start things off here with Jin Sawada. He sat P3 after the first round of seeding. Remember that stellar run from Sawada, so we'll stick with him for a couple of laps. Goes 14.1. 14.2 to back it up. Colliner going 14.2. He was quick in at round one. Kato going 14.2. 14.6 for Moore, just off a little bit. Grosskamp going 14.6. And then a 14.3. 14.4 for Hara. Tsushihara in the house, the former world champion touring car and 1/8 scale, one of the absolute legends of the sport. Universally respected and loved. Great to have Hara here, a 4-time winner of this event. We continue with Sawada now working lap number 4. He's gotten his hot lap down to 42.786. So not quite as quick as he went in round 1, which was a 42.670. Colliner going 42.8. That's around what he did in round 1 of seeding as well. Kato going 42.8. That's an improvement. Pekko Ivanen looking good. 43.00 for Ivanen. Let's see what Pekko did last time around. Pekko was 43.4 last time around, so he's improved to a 43.0. Don't think we've had him on screen during this seeding practice, so we'll pick him up in a moment. So Ivanen on screen now, sits P4, a 43.003. Colliner last across the line, a 14.3. Sawada still 14.1. He's still going fast. That was his hot lap of the race. So Sawada, if he could stick a couple of those together, could be something special here for Jin Sawada. I'll keep an eye on him as we keep watching with Pekko Ivanen. Sawada goes 14.3 that next time across the line, so he needs another 14.1, something like that, if he's going to improve his 3-lap time. Colliner still in 2, Kato in 3, a 42.8 for Koki. Ivanen, Yanagisawa, Moore, Lee, Hara, Grosskamp, Vilk. Vilk's been super fast all day today. Not sure what's happened in this one. Just not working for him. So just picking up a lap or two with Gilles Grosskamp at the moment. A 14.3 last time across the line for Sawada, still 42.7. We're on board with Grosskamp, is 14.6 and a 43.310. We pick up Colliner, the Italian Shoemaker pilot. We've talked about the work that he does along with Mikulovsky on that Shoemaker platform. We've talked about how there's development parts on the cars here this week ahead of the World Championships. Is it a whole new car? Hard to say. Haven't got the details, but certainly they're doing something. We've seen them in China in the World's Warm-Up running some different cars there as well, so that car continuing to be developed here. Colliner right at the heart of that project. 42.749 for Sawada. I think so deep in the race we're not going to see improvements at the front of the field. Victor Wilk, though, has jumped up while I've been looking away. He's got up to a 42.998. So had that little bit of a slow start, but got things moving in the right direction at the end. Let me find his round 1 time of 42.977. So has not yet improved at a 42.998. Ivanen's still there at 43 flat. Yanagisawa 43.1. I think we're just about at the end of the fast laps now. We start to look at car performance deep in the run as we start to think about qualifying tomorrow. So let's have a little shout out to you wherever you are all around the world. A little under 600 of you. Give us a like, give us a share. We are at the business end of seeding and practice day. We go on board with Koki Kato, the all-yellow Japanese Infinity pilot, one of the few drivers in the world that runs just about everything in 1/10 and 1/8 scale. On-road, off-road, electric, nitro, he runs it all and runs it fast. Kato going 42.878 for his 3 laps here. So we have one group left after this, and a reminder to stick around with us. We're going to go for a wander and see if we can have a chat with a few drivers, see who we can get to share some insights into how conditions have been and what their sense is of their car and readiness to go qualifying tomorrow. Conditions will be very different tomorrow morning. So who is fast in seeding does not necessarily tell us who will be fast in qualifying. Grip will be lower in the morning, particularly for the first round, and then it will come up through the morning. So Jin Sawada 42.749, just a tenth short of his 42.670 from earlier. So we think he's probably dropped a spot there so far, because we know that Naoto Matsukura has gone to the top with a 42.404. So with one heat left to run, it is Matsukura. The 6 times. We did the maths early, didn't we? 6 times a world champion. Once in this class, once in 200mm nitro touring, 4 times in 1/12 scale. With one heat to run, he sits top seed by 2/1000ths of a second. I think the track is faster. I don't think that time will hold. Time will tell. Have one last check of the chat before we go into this last one. Thank you, Mark. Keeping us up to date. Gina 14.123. So we've got the drivers on screen. There you go, Nagashima, Bruno Coelho, Lucas O'Bain, Hikatayato Ishioka, Mark Reinhardt, Ronald Volker, Mikkel Orlovsky. Next to Orlovsky, Akio Sabue, can't quite see him. Then the Tamiya emerging superstar Goto Sauter. And then right down the very end, I think that's going to be Tim Wall. Nagashima closest to you, Bruno Coelho, Lucas O'Bain. The backwards cap in the middle, Mikkel Orlovsky. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong. Yes, not Tim Wall. My bad. Looking at the wrong list. That's Simon Lauter, of course. My bad. Sorry, folks. Not Tim. That's Simon. So Orlovsky away first. And he did top the first round, but as we have said, Matsukura has gone quicker than him in this round. We're live now with Orlovsky. How many laps until we know the answer of whether Matsukura's time will hold up here in seeding? Orlovsky goes 14.016 first lap. Let's see what we've got. Lap 2, 13.830. Do you mind? Orlovsky absolutely blazing away out front early. Reinhardt going 14.0. Goto going 14.1. 14.1 Coelho as well. Volker going 14.2. This is the question. The question is answered. 41.781. Do you mind? Half a second Orlovsky just takes off his own 3 fastest lap. It's not done and dusted yet, folks, but that is a 3-lap statement from Mikkel Orlovsky. 41.777 goes 14.0 on lap number 4. 14.0 Reinhardt starting to work into it now. He's at a 42.1. So he is second quick now overall, because it's 42, what was it, 42.4, something like that for Matsukura. 42.4 it was on top coming into this one. So Orlovsky 41.7, 42.1 for Reinhardt. Coelho now to a 42.3. So those 3 now at the top of the boards overall. A 42.5 Lucas O'Bain starting to work into this one. Go to 42.5, 42.6 for Volker. This one stronger for Ronald the German. Nagashima 42.6, 42.7 for Ishioka. Sabue 42.9 and Lauter 43.6. Still out front. Orlovsky 41.7, still throwing down 14 zeros on lap number 7. Do you mind? We're going to pick up with so we're picking up Mark Reinhardt, we think, running a different body shell this time around. He's been in race paint the last couple of rounds. Picking him up now. There's trouble. I heard the noise. They're off the track, so not impacting. I'm not sure who that was. Can't quite make it out. So Orlovsky 41.7, still going 14.2s, 14.3 for Coelho last time, Urbane 14.3, that's pretty solid pace deep in the run. 15.1, Reinhardt must have got himself in a little bit of trouble. Gota going 15.8, 15.6 for Volker, 15.0, so everyone a little bit slower. That might have been that car off the back straight that just spooked everybody. We've seen that happen when there's a noise like that and a car goes off the back of the track. Orlovsky made the statement, you saw it right here live on RC Race Media, 4 laps in a row, took it away from everybody. 0.4 of a second, 3.5 of a second clear of Mark Reinhardt, who sits in P2 of 42.1. That is the overall seeding result as well. And a 42.2, Bruno Coelho will seed 3. Someone's off the end of the straight. Might have been that same car that was off the side of the straight earlier. So I've seen a few drivers pull off now, knowing that there is no pace left in the track. So Coelho is off the track. Akio Sabue is off the track. Nagashima, we think, has pulled off Ishioka. Simon Lauter still rolling around. Reinhardt going 14.3. Let's have a look at lap times, because this is what tomorrow is about. 5-minute pace. Guess who's fastest deep into the run? Orlovsky, 14.1, 14.2. Still the fastest man on the racetrack. 14.3. Reinhardt, 14.4 that time by. Coelho, we know, has pulled over. Ronald Volker on screen now, deep into this one. So remember, folks, stick with us. As soon as we wrap up this heat, we're going to go and reset downstairs, see if we can have a chat with some of these drivers and get a bit of a feel for what's been going on out there. Stay with us. We'll do that live. We'll wrap up the afternoon. What a phenomenal run from Orlovsky we have seen here. The question coming into this one, could he do it? He just did enough. He just did enough in round 1 of seeding. Naoto Matsukura popped the question in round number 2. Orlovsky came out lap 1, lap 2, lap 3. You just about would say put it beyond reach of everybody with those 3 incredible laps. I think it was a 13.830 hot lap. Nobody else we've seen in the 13s in this run. So a good 0.2 of a second in one single lap clear of the field. 41.777. We're inside the last 10 seconds or so now. Let me dip back over to the chat and see what we think. Folks, what do you think about that? Orthogonous asking why the driver's coming off early. They only need 3 laps, and the tyres, as Mark has said there, as Mark has said exactly that. Tyres, batteries, motors are at their best in the first few laps. You saw it right in front of your eyes here on RC Race Media. Absolute masterclass of performance there from Mikel Orlovsky. It is seeding. It is only seeding. Nothing matters now. Everything gets reset. Just those top 10 drivers will go into the first heat for qualifying. Tomorrow's got to do it all again. It is very different conditions in the morning. But my, oh my, that was a way to wrap up seeding day. We're going to throw to a quick break. We're going to reset. We're going to go and try and drag some of those drivers out to have a chat with us. Don't go anywhere. On the other side of this break, we'll wrap up the day in the pits for a little bit of a walkabout. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, folks, here to RC Addict for TITC. It is Thursday, it is seeding day, and this man has just lit the place on fire. Mikkel Orlovsky, that was really impressive.
It was a good run. We had quite okay pace all week. And yeah, we were trying very small things with Mattia, Simon, Joe, and Kellen, as well as Pekko. I've been trying some stuff on the car. Sitting over there in the pits, we're all in quite similar setups, and each of us is trying one small change, going away from what we run, to see if we can make it better. And then I think that run was kind of going back to what I felt was the best a bit earlier this week, and yeah, it showed on the track.
You've spoken about how you've been here for 5 or 6 days, but actually it's not that quick because you only do maybe 4 runs a day, and you've just got to. You spoke then about just making one change at a time. That's been the mindset for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we are here for a long time, but like I said, it's like 4 runs per day, and then if you want to run more, you can do runs in the evening. But in the evening, it's dark, it's super high grip, some different cars on track as well, and we never run in the dark during the race. So I think only if we're really struggling and are trying to find something, then we would run a bit later during the day. But we actually get 4 proper runs during all the days basically. So it's not much, because the first run in the morning you arrive with the setup from yesterday, check the track conditions, and then each run you don't want to make multiple changes because then you don't know, because the track is changing, others are changing. We're always comparing ourselves to the competition to see where our pace is and if that change was good. But it's very difficult to understand. So making one small change each run is important, but to do that you need a good base. And basically when we started with the setup from last year, we're very strong from the very beginning, just taking it slowly the beginning of the week, learning the track, and yeah, it's been going well, but it's still only practice.
It is only practice. Tomorrow qualifying, 5-minute runs. First run fairly early in the morning relative to what you've been doing. What do you expect from the track tomorrow morning in that first round of qualifying?
Today in the morning we run also at that time, and the track felt a little loose, but we also were running slightly different setup. But my pace was really good from the very beginning as well as the previous day. So I'm not adjusting my car for that. The track will be fine, for sure not as quick of lap times as now, but that's a setup, and the car is very well balanced. So it's been working well in the morning, middle of the day, afternoon. So yeah, the track will be a little slower, but very similar to now.
Last question, I have to ask you this one. We'll be slaughtered if we don't. What can you tell us about the car that you're running? We know you've been always working on development. What can you tell us about the car you're running here?
Nothing, I guess. I mean, we're always working on something new. A lot of rumors going around, but we're doing our thing and trying to be the quickest on the track with whatever we have from Schumacher.
I expect to chat to you again over the weekend. I'll ask you that every single time we chat. No, I won't. Congratulations, top seed Michael Orlovsky.
Thank you.
That's Orlovsky there, doing a fabulous job. Thank you, mate. We're going to go for a little bit of a walk and see who else we can grab for a chat. All the debrief is going on here in the pits. The pits are buzzing. I was going to grab Bruno, but he's a little busy at the moment. Oh, where's Naoto? The people that I wanted to chat to are just a little busy right at the moment. Everyone's coming back to kind of work out. I'll go and see if I can grab Victor Vilk, actually. Just going to duck down here. Victor, can I have a chat to you for a second? We're just grabbing Victor Vilk from Team Infinity for a quick chat as we sit here on Thursday afternoon at the end of seeding. You've looked really good and speedy today. Just talk me through your afternoon. Do you want to stand up for me? Just helps us a little bit on the camera. Talk me through your afternoon. You look really good today.
Yeah, in the daytime I feel pretty confident. Like grip level is lower, and I think my car setup feel better in the daytime. Yeah. Like in the high traction, I not improve so much. Okay. So hopefully a little bit lower grip tomorrow.
So that does sound like you will look forward to tomorrow morning qualifying heats, that little bit lower traction that you spoke of. Yeah. What is the secret to kind of finding a car that will work across all of those different conditions, do you think?
Yeah, like the grip changed so much. So like in the evening, it's more like a traction roll, avoid traction roll. And in the morning, it's more like you need grip. So It's always a balance.
What do you think about this race meeting, TITC? I mean, it's an extraordinary event, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's probably one of the toughest race, I think. Maybe even more difficult than the Worlds because the track is so demanding and yeah, challenging.
And as we go into qualifying tomorrow, where do you set your goals for tomorrow's 3 rounds of qualifying?
I try to put like a solid top 10 rounds in and get the points early on because I think, yeah, for myself, I have a better chance in the morning.
Last question, what can you tell us about the car? I guess you're always working on new things, but World Champ 6 weeks away. I noticed you covered the car up when we came over, which is completely fine. What can you tell us about the car that we're working with this weekend?
Basically, it's our kit car, but we just try to perfect everything, also for the World Championship. So try a few new things to improve the car until this, yeah, just in the last moment.
Thank you for the chat.
Thank you.
That's Victor's done a really nice job. Looked really strong this morning. We'll see him go into those rounds of qualifying tomorrow in conditions that really suit his car. I'm going to try and grab Bruno just for a quick chat as well as we continue. So we have just interrupted Bruno. Everyone's just trying to pack up from the afternoon. Mate, sorry, that's a very Australian thing to say. Mate. Bruno,
No problem.
tell me about this afternoon for you.
Yeah, I think let's talk about the day. I think the day was very positive for the team. We improved a lot compared to yesterday. I would say yesterday we were kind of disappointed about how the things were going. Today we found kind of the path to go and like the way to go and to work on. The cars improved a lot and I was pretty fast. So now we try to, on these 2 rounds, to take the chance to risk a little bit more, to try something new. Because it doesn't count until the qualify start. So we tried to go on something new. Round before was good. This round was a bit too extreme and the traction rolled. But you know, sometimes you have to risk to try to find something new. And I think today it paid and we get good results today.
One of the things I noticed whenever you speak about the team and how important the team is to you. What can you tell us about? You've got a big team here this weekend. How's the team working together? How are you working to share information and move forward together?
Yeah, I mean the team is very important for you to have more results from the tests made. So when you have a big team like this and you are able everybody to test something different, you are able to achieve a better result at the end. So if the team achieves a good result, means we are in the good way and not like a special thing is working for a special driver, let's say. So I'm not happy when the car works only for me and not for the others. And I like when the team is all working good or is working good for all the team, it means the car is working good. So this is the most important.
Last question for you. Famously, you've won this race 4 times in a row. What I think for me that really means is that you understand this event and how to pace yourself through what is an epically long kind of an event. So we're sitting here now, practice is over, qualifying starts tomorrow. What's the mindset shift for you going into qualifying tomorrow? You've done this so many times before.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really worried about the times now. I can tell you, the ones I have won, I have some rounds I have not win the first 2 qualifies, and I end up winning the round. Other races I have not win also the first or any practice at all, not win the first qualify, and then I end up winning it. So this is a big event, you know. Everything can happen. The conditions out there are pretty extreme for everybody. So yeah, we know we need to fight until the end, and I'm pretty confident.
I said one more question, I lied, because I actually needed to ask you about the car, because you came here 12 months ago with this car as a brand new prototype. You know, you almost said you were kind of testing in public. You've now got a year under your belt. How much does it, mean to you to come here with this car that you helped develop, a year under the belt? Where do we sit with this car now?
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, the team is working pretty hard for this thing. I'm not alone on this. It will be impossible to do this alone, and the team is doing a great work. The results we have been showing on the last ETSs, on the last big events that we have been putting so many cars in the final, it's a great work for all team, and I think it's a big achievement for us for such a new car and such a new platform that we are happy. Of course, we want more. We want to win every race. We want to have the most cars in the final, but we also need to be realistic about what we have here. It's a brand new car, and we have to work harder to achieve better results. That's it.
You're working super hard. We look forward to seeing you go at it tomorrow. All the best for qualifying.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Bruno Coelho. I'm going to grab Anthony Caretti if I can. We saw him go down. Ant, come and talk to me. We saw you take a little tumble there in that final round of seeing. Firstly, are you okay?
Yeah, it's going to hurt tomorrow, I reckon.
Did we lose a little bit of skin? Is that kind of the worst of it, or a bit battered and bruised?
bit battered and bruised, and I'm pretty sure he hit me right in the leg, so that's going to be the sore part tomorrow. So, anyway, feel bad for Alessio. Kind of probably ruined his car, but.
Yeah, we could see that you mostly felt bad about what happened as an aftermath of your tripping. Put all that aside for me. Talk to me about Yokomo. You're heavily involved in the team. How's the week been for Team Yokomo? Kind of where do we sit at the end of practice?
Not too bad. It's a small team here today. This week rather. Me personally, been struggling a little bit. Don't know why. Just haven't been able to get the lap pace. Had a better run in the last one, but yeah. We'll see. But just we're chipping away slowly. The Japanese guys don't change much, which is a good thing. They sort of have their base setups, which works for them. I'm a bit more, I'll try everything sort of thing. So, but see how we going tomorrow. Hopefully, keep some ice going and soldier on.
Rest, ice, compression, elevation, that's the rules, isn't it? Glad you're okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I got to glue some tyres now. That's going to be fun.
We'll send someone down to glue the tyres for you. That's Anthony Coretti. We saw him take a tumble. Actually, I'll grab Andy Moore for a quick chat as well while we're here. Andy, tell me about your day. Tell me about your afternoon in seating.
Yeah, it was okay. I mean, I switched back to my car that was better from yesterday because I tried something different this morning and it wasn't so good. Switched back to that car. It's better. It's kind of running around my pace, let's say. It's good for like the first 2 minutes and then it gets a little bit too edgy, certainly in that condition, but it's okay. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. A little bit less traction.
Do you look forward to a little bit less traction? Is that what you would prefer?
Yeah, for me, I think a little bit less grip is a bit more what I'm used to. I mean, it's still much higher traction than what we would normally have here for a club race, but I think it suits me a little bit more. The old thumbs are not used to all this high bite, twitchy stuff, but yeah, it should be all right tomorrow. We'll see.
All the very best.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's Andy Moore, past world champion. We'll see if we can stretch the range down this end a little bit, see who else we can have a chat with. Might go on. We'll just grab Akio Sabue for a quick chat first and then duck over into the Automatics team. Can we have a quick chat? We've got Akio. Mate, I keep saying mate. It's very Australian. Mate.
Yes.
How's your day?
You mean the truck? So, today is a lot of change in the CP1 and the CP2. Also, from free practice and a lot of change track condition. So, so I'm not so easy, and also in the backtrack in the CP2, and I only drive 1 minute, and I see the other car, and I think my car is good for the 5 minutes, and also the easy to drive. But for sure tomorrow I start from B main and the 12. For sure not so easy for in the qualify, but my car is so far it's good, so I tried my best for tomorrow.
All the very best. Hope it goes well for you.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Akio Sabue for Axon. You heard him there. He was qualified or seeded number 12. I'm going to go and try and grab Lucas Urbain for a chat because we did see him come on strong. Actually, the first chance I've had to say hello. So first I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Scott. Lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Lucas, would you want to come to you? Tony, we'll come down this way a little bit. Just struggling a little bit for range here. Firstly, Lucas, how's the whole week been for you so far?
Up and down, as always. It's TITC. Always a bit of a struggle to figure out what to do. I mean, thankfully the last run went okay because otherwise the whole week would have been for nothing. I struggled the whole week to find any kind of pace, especially in the evening. My car is just bouncing on the bumps. I'm not able to put any power down. And it was a Hail Mary attempt to put 3 laps together in the last one, so at least I'm part of the big show tomorrow and try to figure some changes overnight to find some pace on 5 minutes. Thankfully, I can have clean runs so far. I'm yet to have any big crash, and the car is easy to drive, but I need something to fight further up for sure.
It did look better in that last run, as you said. Can you kind of keep going in that setup direction? You talked about a Hail Mary. Can you go a little further in that direction?
Oh, Hail Mary in the sense that I fully copied the OBL guys setup from Lucas and Oli because I was lost for ideas. So that was indeed a very big step forward. At least my car from braking to mid-corner is a lot better now. High speed is pretty good. I need to fix the on-throttle thingy, so I need to discuss with the boys what we can do I have a few ideas. It might be that I just have too much power and I'm just trying to put too much power down. And probably watch your videos to see what my car is actually doing and what the others are doing. But yeah, for now, lost for ideas. I just opened a cold one. Maybe it will give me a few hints. And let's see about that.
Well, I was about to say I'll share some ideas with you, but that would not be helpful at all. The last question for you, I guess, tomorrow morning, morning qualifying session tomorrow. So track conditions quite different from what we saw this afternoon. Can what you worked with this afternoon work in those morning conditions? Will you stick with that, or do you know something better for the morning?
Actually, the morning conditions has been my kind of sweet spot for now. It's the only moment when I've sort of been kind of competitive. Now was the first time I was actually competitive in the evening. Let's see if what I found today can translate tomorrow morning. The track has less grip, the car is bouncing less. I can probably turn down the power and go from there. Could be a step one. Let's see. The really good thing, or half and half, is that it's 2 out of 5, so we have many jokers. But at the same time, anyone can really score a great result. So on the tiebreak, it's easy to lose out, but gives us many opportunities to try stuff. We have new tires all the time, so we can just keep sending it and hope for the best.
So for the folks watching at home, what are the tyre rules here for the rest of the weekend? How many sets have you got? Have you got a fresh set for every run? Is that where we're at?
In modified, yes. We have as many tires as we want, so it's new tires, no questions asked. Only OBL, they have only 4 sets for 5 qualifiers, 3 finals. If you make the A, you get an extra set.
But for you, fresh tyres every time?
All the time.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for the chat.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
That is Lucas Urbain from Team Awesomatics. I'm just thinking we probably can't go too much further away for range. Yeah, I'll go and see if I can grab Ronald for a quick chat. We'll just bring him back a little bit. So we're going to grab Ronald Volker. How are you, my friend?
Well, I'm good. I'm very tired, and finally the race can go on tomorrow.
It's been a long week already, and as you said, now we get to actually start racing finally. But talk to me a little bit about those seeding runs. How was your car this afternoon?
CP1, I actually traction rolled almost. I saved it going onto the straight and slided again in lap 5, so I had to do my best 3 laps later on, which was not good enough for the top 10. But I knew the CP2 will be a faster run. Still has some pressure because a couple of guys, including me, were virtually in the C heat. The grip increased. I used a bit more sidewall glue. And I was a bit too careful in the beginning. Also probably slightly, a bit careful. A bit too much traction power in the beginning. And then again, I drove my best laps in the middle end, which is unusual, but it shows if I get it done in the beginning, I should be there for the top 5, top 3. And I'm at least satisfied and happy to be in the top heat. So it was a long week, and also Patrick Gollner made it into the B heat. We worked very well together. Now we are on a similar setup. Learned a lot, but it doesn't mean anything here because after 1 week, you sometimes do circles, the track changes, and it's so demanding. But finally, we can go on.
I mean, do you love this race or do you hate it? It's hard to tell, isn't it?
Can you, next question, please?
Do you love this race a lot or do you love it a little?
It depends, I think. I had a lot of bad moments here. I had a lot of good moments here. But it's so intense because every other race you are there for 4, 5, 6, 7 days, and this extended to be like an almost 2-week trip for many people. It's enjoyable at most with all with this location and this place. It has some tradition. I think 7, 8 years ago it went a bit down before COVID. I don't know why. Probably. I don't know about the cost, but usually a lot of different Asian countries are here, and now I think it got worldwide. A lot of Europeans now, Americans, and South Africa. So no, it has some tradition, and it's great for our touring car on-road series.
All the very best for tomorrow as we go into qualifying. You've talked about how good the car feels over the run. Hope it goes well for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's Ronald Volker coming here on a high after a big win a couple of weeks ago. We're going to head back down this way. Coming here on a high after a big win over in... I want to try and grab Naoto Matsukura, but I can't see him there. So Volker coming here on a high as I was saying, over after that win and the Euro Touring Series a week or so back. I'll grab Koki Kato because I can't see. Grab. Do you want to stick around for a chat with me for a second? We'll chat to Koki first. We're going to grab Koki Kato for a quick chat. You Hi.
Hi.
You race every class, don't you?
Yes. Yes.
How much time have you had in the touring car? Have you had a lot of time touring car to prepare for this?
Yeah. For after the buggy race,
Yep.
I prepare for this race. Also the World Championship in China in April. Yes. And yeah. Actually, I had many times practice in my hometown, but need more experience for this class.
And how is the car in seating this afternoon? How is the car for you?
Yeah, today temperature very very high.
Yep.
There also traction a little bit down in the lunchtime. My car a little bit understeer, also some loose action. But actually my Infinity car was pretty good.
And you feel good for qualifying tomorrow? 5 minutes. It's got to go 5 minutes now. How's the car over the long run?
Yeah, now very tough for the 5 minutes for us. But need to focus to racing.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That's Koki Kato. We'll grab Mark Reinhardt for a chat as well. We'll stand here in front of the banners. We'll give the sponsors some love. Mark, how's your day?
Let's say many ups and downs, always in the top 5, but the track is challenging, changing. So it's really hard to drive, and now like the happy hour run we saw already yesterday evening, Michael was super fast. Now he repeated the same thing. Luckily we don't drive that late, I think tomorrow, so we start really early at 10, and then so let's hope he will not have that crazy pace, but I guess I will also be fast in lower traction conditions.
Tell me about your car. We'll ask Michael about his, but how's your car working across the range of the day? Like you would be on a track in the morning tomorrow. How's the car been in the mornings?
I think it's pretty consistent. It's pretty okay. Like I said, always in the top 4 or 5, whatever, and now being P2. But we never know how the track gonna be. I think we never drove that early. So tomorrow is 9:55, which we've never done. So less cars on the track before. So definitely less traction, I'm sure. But gonna be the same for everyone, and gonna be a new story again. Everybody has the race tires on, and then let's see and see what happens.
People keep talking to us about how this race is such a race of ups and downs. The track changes. I mean, what is it that makes this race so much like that? So much up and down, so much change.
Maybe it's also because we're here for 10 days practicing. That's why we have many ups and downs. If we would be just here from Wednesday on, it would be less. But for sure, it's the conditions we have here, like the sun or no sun, the humid, and when it's getting, let's say, colder in the end, it's no sun. It changes a lot on this track. So like the temperature for sure makes the most difference.
I wanted to ask you about how much of a role power plays, motor and speed control settings here. I've talked to a couple of drivers who said maybe we have too much power, we're trying to put too much power down. How much in terms of the way the car works goes to those speed control and motor settings?
I would say a lot, because I really reduce, like you said, many people say I have too much power. I reduce a lot on the turbo increase, so I really want to have it smooth on the infield and still good top speed. So I really went super low on the bottom just to have it. I mean, I have to pull the trigger almost full out of in the chicane, for example, but it makes it easier to drive. So definitely this plays a role, especially over the 5-minute run, just to not destroy the tire already in the beginning of the run. And for sure the electronic makes a big difference here.
Last question, what do you do tonight to prepare yourself mentally ahead of qualifying tomorrow? How do you relax, unwind, off to the pool, the rooftop bar? Are you going out on the town? What does Thursday night look like for you?
I just checked the schedule. That's what I said. So tomorrow morning is super early, so there's going to be not much we're going to do. But I'm always traveling with Michael and Mattia, and I think we're going to grab some nice food, and I try to get in his head, do some mental games, and see what's going to happen tomorrow.
Okay, now I have to ask you another question. But what is that like to travel with a friend but who is also, the fiercest rival? I mean, you guys have, such a good friendship over a number of years now. What's that like to be friends but enemies?
I think it's kind of cool. I like it. I mean, he's a nice kid. He grew up with Tamiya Cup, so he looked up to me at that time, and now he's the one to beat, always on top. I still try to make fun because he's in my opinion, needs a bit more relaxed and not too focused only in RC. So I try to get him also to drink one beer, but he will not. So I'm also not drinking this race, but Anyway, he's a good friend. But now when I walked over after the last run, I said, can I see your car? And he said, no. I'm like, okay, now we're going to start.
I hear a rumour that you've never won this race before. Is that right? I was watching a film clip the other day. No, what would it mean for you to back up and make it number 2 here this weekend?
Yeah, it would be nice after 20 years, Yeah. I'm 39 years old now, and I'm still there. I'm still fighting for the win, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, every race means a lot to win again. So I will try my best, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I would love to be in the podium. That's the first goal I have. And, or let's say secure the A first, and then let's see how it goes, because racing is always a different story.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
That's Mark Reinhardt. I think we might... here's a man we'll grab. We have to have a chat with this man. Mr. Atsushihara, welcome back to TITC. This must feel like a second home for you.
Yeah, it's definitely yes.
Hey, tell me about the day. You're here with, we talked earlier briefly, you're here with Tamiya this week. You run a different car every year here, it seems. But tell me about the Tamiya car that you're running this week.
It's, to be honest, our car is much better than I expect. Because Tamiya doesn't much race anymore, like ETS or the Worlds. They do some time during the Worlds, but it's, they kind of stop for TLF, the factory team working. So, and then they have a car, but it's not for, this kind of competitions. But when I drive the first time in here, like last week, shake down the track, I feel already it's kind of a speed, but just need to figure out some setup. But this is hardest part, find the best setup. But I think it's car basically the car is really good, and then quality also really good. And then my teammate this time in the TLF, Sota, he's top 6 today, so must be the car is good. So I'm really happy to choose Tamiya this time.
Tell me about seating for you. How have those last 2 runs been?
Well, actually not best result today, but I thinking about where I can go. Because my lap time is good this morning, and then yesterday also pretty good, like top 15 most of the time. Today, I think it's mainly the problem was my too old, no any more energy, because I spent time 1 week already here. Every day I do the work much as possible, and then it's make me tired. And then used to I don't get this much tired, but as I feel it's really hard to see the car. And now I can feel I'm old man. So with this speed, modified touring cars, I think it's just crazy crass. So I need more exercise and to make more energy from my body. Then I think I can fight more. But I think it's kind of done today. It's like it's really tired. So I think car is good. I think I can go more fast if I drive better. But I think it just gets tired.
I think we want to see you in the rally class with Miura. He's had a smile on his face all weekend.
Rally class or Porsche class? I think next year maybe. I think I should be thinking about if I don't race here, like modified class, I think I can do more help, whole event and even like local guys, and it's like it's like more connect with the all of the factory star drivers to connect with them more. And make some communication to make more fun for the event. The local people come join for this race. So maybe some point I should stop. I come here but not race, and then maybe I also do some interview like you, and then to make more fun for the event. I think it's maybe better for future for me.
You can work with us anytime. We'll just send you with a camera and a microphone. You can go wander around the pits. Last question for you. You just talked about Sota. Probably not a name that's known right around the world, but he's been in the final here 2-3 times in a row already. What are you expecting from him over the next couple of days?
I think he's still 25 years old, and the one of big talent in Japan from Japan. So I wish he can take from me my experience in these times. I hope my experience works for. It's meaning it's a good point for him, and I'm sure he's a better driver now compared to me. I think of course he's faster. But I think he can. I think he's talented, talent-wise for the driver. I think he's very good. But I think he needs more experience to how to race management and how to fight with all the top guys in the world. So I see something like he missing something for a plan, how to fight with this guy. So maybe I can teach him. I can teach him for some experience from my long time racing experience.
Is that just confidence of knowing that you belong on this stage? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think just the confidence. I think. Yeah.
Here he is, actually. He's just walked on by. Do you want to have a little chat with us? So it's how are you? I'm Scott, by the way. What's that?
He needed more learning. So
Oh, well, here we go. We'll get a little English from you now. I'm Scott. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
How was your day today?
Last Sunday.
Today.
Yeah.
It's good?
Yes.
And tell
Very
me about
good.
the car.
Hmm?
How's the car? Yeah. Is the car good?
Yes. Very good. So this time I use a Photo 1X. So last week, なんて言ったらいいんだろうな。
I don't help.
Hara's refusing to help.
I need to get this difficult to English. Yeah.
Are you excited for tomorrow?
Excited
Excited for tomorrow? Tomorrow good?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll let you go. I won't put you on the spot anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That might be a good place for us to wrap it up, folks. Everyone's...
Bad English. These English.
Hara keeps throwing people under the bus. Every time I'm interviewing someone from Japan, he refuses to help with any kind of translation. We saw it at the 10 Scale Worlds last year. One of the good guys. I'm just trying to look around and see, is Matsukura there? No, he hasn't returned. We might call it a day there. Thank you for being with us here Thursday afternoon, seeding day here at the TITC. A reminder of what comes next. Tomorrow morning it is qualifying, rounds 1, 2 and 3 for this open brushless class and for the modified touring class. That all happens tomorrow, rounds 1, 2 and 3 of qualifying. Straight out of the gates, remember we'll be on air at 8 a.m. local time tomorrow morning. Those 3 rounds of qualifying, that'll take us through to early afternoon. And then it is the rest of the classes come back on track. The rally car class, the Porsche Super Cup. You just heard Hara talk about it then. We might see him in a Porsche next year. The ladies class, those to me are comical cars, and the brushless spec class, the 17.5. They run a GT style body shell. There's 90, I think, entries in that class. I think that's just about everyone. And the rally cars. So we'll see all of that tomorrow afternoon. 1 round of practice, 1 round of seeding for them. But it is the 3 rounds of qualifying tomorrow morning for brushless and modified. It's been a fabulous day here at TITC at RC Addict. Mikkel Orlovsky, the headline stealer at the end of the day. On behalf of RC Race Media and Scotty Ernst Productions, thanks for being with us today. We want to shout out a big thank you to Rad Body for helping us bring the coverage. Tomorrow morning, Scotty Ernst will be with us. I will speak a little bit less. Scotty will take over. We are looking forward to the next 3 days with you. Join us from 8 a.m. local time here in Bangkok tomorrow for qualifying from TITC 26. Until then, good night.